Good morning, Plumboro, and good morning to all of our viewers out there as we here at Plum Senior High School would like to welcome you to our 22nd annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. My name's Dylan Gallagher, and I'm joined today by my fellow co-hosts, Annabelle Bunce, Gregory Vallada, and Emily Bologna. I would just like to say how pleased I am to share that last year we were able to raise $73,998 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which went on to sponsor 16 different wishes. This year, all of the schools in Plumboro have come together in order to help fundraise for Make-A-Wish through events such as Plum Intermediate School's Jogathon, O'Block Elementary School's Spirit Days, and Pivik Elementary School's Get Your Gobble On activity.
In 1999, the Make-A-Wish Telethon started here in Plum, and it's been going strong ever since. In 2009, I was a Make-A-Wish kid myself, and Plumboro sponsored my wish. I'm so honored to be a co-host for the 2022 Telethon. This year, the district continued to raise money for the organization, making a true difference in the lives of kids everywhere.
We are all so proud to be part of the #1 school district in the world to fundraise for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Over the past 22 years, our school district has raised over $1 million. Hitting this milestone last year was a huge accomplishment for our community, and thank you to everyone individually watching today who has contributed to this amazing achievement.
This year, the Plumboro School District started fundraising in October. With the efforts from the district, we have continued to raise money throughout the year. Make-A-Wish is making these kids' dreams become possible. Today, we are live streaming from our school website. Also, the telethon can be viewed on Verizon Channel 30 and Comcast Channel 23. Now I'd like to welcome my other hosts for today, Taylor Lorish, Hannah Scatina, Justina Riccini, and Lauren Price.
Thank you, Annabelle. Hello and welcome. My name is Taylor Lorish, and I'm here with my fellow co-hosts, Hannah Scatina, Lauren Price, and Justina Riccini. I'm a senior here at Plum High School, and I am honored to have been chosen to be a Make-A-Wish Telethon host. Knowing that I am contributing to children's wishes being granted is truly so special. A wish granted creates a deep emotional impact on the wish child and family, and it creates the strength, hope, and joy that is so greatly needed. And this makes each and every wish so very powerful.
We have over 90 guests joining us here today, including WTAE reporters Mike Clark and Ashley Zoga, WPXI personality Jenna Horner, Steelers and Pitt play-by-play announcer Bill Hillgrove, 93.7 The Fan personality Chris Muller, Pittsburgh's Hockey Now Dan Kingerski, Bubba and Mel from The Bubba Show, and Steve Fabian from Inside Edition.
The legacy of the telethon at Plum Senior High School is determined to grant as many wishes as possible for at-risk children and their families. All of these wishes are possible due to the generosity of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Every wish that has come out of the Plum community since 1999 has been paid for by the Plumboro School District.
This holiday season, you have the amazing opportunity to donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now let's kick off our 22nd annual telethon. I would like to send it over to my co-host Gregory with the Plumboro School District Superintendent, Dr. Brendan Highland.
To start off this year's show, I'm here with Plum Superintendent Dr. Brendan Highland. How are you doing this morning?
Greg, I'm doing great. It's great to see you, and it's great to see all the kids behind the scenes that are putting this telethon together. And I just want to say hi to the community and thank them for their 22 years of giving back and making sure that we're giving some special wishes to kids that are out there. And if you don't mind, I'd like to do something. You don't know that I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do this anyhow.
Okay.
If she would, Emily Barat, would you please come up here? Miss Barat, would you come up here? So, come over here. So, when I walked in this morning, I saw what the people in the audience can't see are that there are kids behind here that have worked so hard over the past year, just planning and preparing for this. And, you know, they asked me to come up as the superintendent and talk about, you know, leadership and things of that nature. And when I walked into this room, I witnessed leadership from the ground up. And I saw this young lady who was firing up the kids, was fist pumping people, and just motivating people. And I just want to say to you, Emily, a job really well done. And as a leader of a district of 500 employees, I can look to you for leadership. And I appreciate what you do to get these kids fired up to give back to others. So I just wanted to make sure that I recognized your efforts and your leadership. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
We're almost downstairs, so
You can get back to script now, but I thought that was important.
Yeah, we definitely couldn't do this without her. All right, so to start off, I want to ask you, what are some current projects you're working on to help the district grow?
Well, we're working on a lot of things. I think one of the biggest things that we just did, and it's something that's kind of behind the scenes, is we just finished our comprehensive plan, which is our strategic plan for the district. And so we have set the next 5 years. It's ready to go. The plan has to be approved by the state, which we believe that it's going to. And the plan was created by teachers, administrators, students, community members, and of course the board has the final say on the plan. So it's not necessarily something that everybody knows about the work, but they're going to see the end results from it. And it takes a lot of people to make sure that those things happen. On something that folks will probably notice when they come back to school next year is each year we pick a curriculum area that we focus on. We did math in my first year, and then ELA, library. Maybe you've seen the changes in the library at the high school and at Plum Middle School. And next year, right now, we're working on a curriculum resource review for the fine arts. And so I think people are going to notice a difference in the auditoriums in terms of the sound, in terms of projectors, the fine arts, the equipment that they're going to have in the fine arts. So later on in the spring at one of the board meetings, we're going to present to the community some of the changes that we're going to make. I think one of the other things we're working on is a feasibility study at Plum Middle School and also at O'Block Elementary. So there's a lot of great things that are happening in the district, and I appreciate you asking about that.
Yeah, that all sounds really, really cool. So can you tell me what interests you in coming to Plum?
Oh, it's the people. It was 100% the people. I came from a place where it was a really, really big district, and Plum had been experiencing some challenges, and I felt that maybe we could get the right people on the bus in the right seats and maybe make a difference. And I think over the past 4.5 years, I think we've made some significant accomplishments and changes. But most importantly, it was the people. You know, when I came here, I said one of my very first quotes I put out there was that this place is a gold mine. And the gold in the mine is the people. And this telethon is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I certainly feel that too. It's certainly, obviously, Plum's just such a great environment. So what are something that you have accomplished in the district that you're proud of?
What have I accomplished? I haven't accomplished anything. We have accomplished things. We have a team of people, and you're part of that team. Being at the Make-A-Wish dinner, you and I sat at the same table at the Make-A-Wish dinner. It's the kids are part of the team. We brought in a new administrative team. We have a wonderful board. Sometimes the board doesn't necessarily get the credit they deserve, but I work with them on a daily basis, and they're really interested in doing good things for kids. And so I think one of the things I'm most proud of is that we were able to assemble a team of people that are able to, focus on kids and focus on what's in the best interest of the district. And, when you see the logo when you drive into the school, to me that's very, very important, because at the top of that logo you'll see integrity. You'll see caring about kids. You'll see about being relentless. And those are our core values. And I think that's one of the things that we set a strategic vision for this district. And I think that's very, very important.
Nice. I really like that. Not what I have achieved, but what we have achieved. I really like that. So I know you kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, but how have you overcome challenges that the district has faced in recent years?
Well, it's two things. The team that I just talked about, I think that's the most important thing. When you work together, and as this group in this room here, they know that not one person can do it. It takes a team. And so sometimes you look in the rearview mirror and you remember the things that happened in the past, but you got to keep forward, and you got to focus most of your time on the front windshield and looking forward and having that plan that we talked about. I think that's a huge thing. We set our 6 goals and we move towards accomplishing everything in those 6 goals.
Yeah. All right. So lastly, what is your New Year's resolution for 2023?
This is going to shock you, but I'm going to try and lose some weight. And I do that every year. I'm not necessarily successful, but this year I'm going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it.
All right. Well, good luck with that. And so thank you, Dr. Highland. And now we're going to send it over to Taylor with our second special guest.
Thank you, Greg, for starting us off. I'm with our district's Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Rick Walsh. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I'm a little nervous because I realized Emily runs a tight ship here, so I want to make sure I'm following all the proper protocols. So,
Yeah, I totally get it. Now, Dr. Walsh, how has the district security changed since you have been in charge?
Well, over the last almost 5 years, there's been significant changes to the district security. First, not only do we look internally on how we can get better, but we also have looked at companies coming in. Bay Area Risk did a vulnerability assessment. We have the state police that work with our transportation department, and they come into our buildings and give us feedback. We were the first in the nation to have the TSA do a vulnerability study on our transportation. And I think, you know, the students that are here, hopefully you're feeling the security changes from the drills that we practice, from the school police that are very visible in our buildings, to the policy changes that we've made in regards to visitors coming onto the property and who is allowed on the property. And I always say that security is one of the best kept secrets in the district because there's a lot that I can talk about, but there's a lot that I cannot talk about. But I feel very comfortable about where we're at in regards to making sure that our schools and our students are safe on a daily basis.
Yeah, I feel comfortable too. I think that we do have a lot of drills and we do feel safe here.
Too many drills?
No, like
Okay.
it's a perfect amount. I think it's a perfect amount so that we know like what to do, God forbid, just in case.
And what I'm finding is that other districts are finding the good things that are happening here in Plum, and they're reaching out to us. And I feel like we're becoming a leader in the region in regards to safety and security.
I totally agree. Now, can you explain some of the measures you take every day to ensure that all of your students stay safe?
Okay. Well, one of the measures I take is first realizing that safety is just not only my responsibility, it is the responsibility of the 3,600 students we have, the 500 employees, and making sure that there's systems in place that when somebody sees something, they say something, that we have a response and we're responsive to the needs to make sure that, you know, teaching and learning is not disruptive and that everybody feels safe and knows what to do in case of an emergency.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And recently, school district safety has drastically changed. How has this changed your day-to-day job?
It has changed. I will tell you, when I came into the position, you know, it was looking at physical security of, you know, starting our own school police department. And, you know, typically schools worried about security during the instructional day. I'm not sure if many people realize, but I graduated from Plum. I went to Harding Elementary, which I'm sure nobody in this room can tell you where that building is located anymore. I went to Center. Pivik was a junior high. I graduated from Plum High School with Mr. Barat in '87. Security was much different when I was a student here. I remember at Harding Elementary, in most of my buildings, all the doors were open. I remember at the elementary building, the neighborhood dog from time to time might come strolling into the building. Schools are not set up that way anymore. They are secure facilities. And the job has changed because it's just not the physical security, it's the cyber security. We're a one-to-one district, and all of our students, our teachers, we have thousands of devices. We got to make sure that they're secure and safe also. So the responsibility of security is always evolving to physical and cyber security. With the addition of Safe to Say, it is no longer a 9-to-5 job. Safety is 24/7, 365. It is not unusual that when any student or any community member calls Safe to Say, that goes directly to the Attorney General's office in Harrisburg. And their analysts collect the information, and within minutes, myself and other team members are notified of that concern. If it is life safety, we work closely with the borough police. We work with our EMS, and we work with our fire departments. So we work closely with our first responders, and we're all on the same page, and we have a comprehensive plan to ensure the safety and security of all stakeholders within the community.
I love how close you guys work together. It really is really positive. It's
Well,
improved in a really positive way, I think.
I would agree, and what I've heard from our police department and from the other first responders is that the relationship has never been better. And I love the fact that, during the course of the day, you see our borough police or EMS or firefighters in the buildings participating and observing our drills. And we're all engaged, and we all have a common focus of making sure that everybody is safe and secure.
Yes, for sure. And each year, I know that you've organized surveys for students to complete to give you some feedback on how they feel about their safety in school. Why is it so important to obtain the feedback of students in K through 12?
It's crucial. If you're truly serious about getting better, you ask. And there's nothing more important to us than surveying our students, our parents. After our drills, our faculty and staff receive surveys. Once we receive that information, it's incumbent upon us to do something with that information. In any successful organization, you build out an approach, you deploy that approach, but what's crucial in systems thinking is that feedback loop. And without that feedback loop, you're never going to get better and have that continuous improvement. There has been feedbacks that we received from students at the elementary level that, in conversation, sometimes it takes a 9-year-old from their perspective to see something, to say something that makes the adults take pause, and we will make proactive measures moving forward.
I think that's great, and I think it's really good to get feedback from everybody so that we are connected.
I agree, and that's the only way we're going to get better together, because at the end of the day, everybody in this community, the students, the parents, the community members, we all have that shared responsibility of making sure that our schools are safe.
Yes, absolutely. And you've been working in this field for many years. What would you say is the most rewarding part of your job?
That's an interesting question, because I at Tuesday night's board meeting, we had many students that were coming up to be recognized by the board. And for me personally, it's nice that I've come back to my home district. And as I was kidding around with Emily Barat, I graduated with her father. Mr. Weiss at HP was my graduating class. Mrs. Smith at Pivik was in my homeroom. And not only reconnecting with people that, or now colleagues that I was friends with in high school, but having the opportunity to watch their children. And it's interesting because when I'm at a senior recognition or at a board meeting recognition or at an event like this, I'm running into a lot of my good friends' kids. There's many things that I find rewarding. So that's on a personal end. On more of a professional end, there's many ideas that we talk about in our superintendent's cabinet. And taking those ideas from concept to implementing them and seeing them come to life. For instance, our school police. That was something that we talked about early on, and now it's integrated into part of how we operate on a daily basis. Over the last few years, there's been many curricular initiatives. We moved to become a one-to-one district. And just having those conversations of how we can make the district a more special place for all, I find to be very satisfying.
That does sound very rewarding. Where do you see the Plum Borough School District 3 years from now?
Well, 3 years from now, I feel that with the exception of COVID, which I feel was a time that I think we're still coming out of, and I feel we're back to the way things used to be. If you look at what's been happening in the district, we've been building a strong foundation for success. In the last 4 years, we have brand new resources for our teachers and for our students in math, K-12, ELA, K-12, science, K-12. We upgraded all the resources in STEM in our libraries. If you look at the high school library, and right now, if you look at Plum Middle School, those spaces have been redefined. As I shared, we moved to a one-to-one district or a one-to-one platform. So we have built a foundation for us to build upon, to move to become more, I would say, successful. It's hard to build without that foundation. I feel like we have built that foundation. Looking at 3 years, the goal is to give our students more voice and choice in regards to the courses that you take at the high school. We'll be moving forward the program of studies next month. And within that program of studies that all the students sitting here, you're going to have more choices. And the pathway that you want to take in regards to your college or career path beyond high school. And I think that's the place where most school districts want to be.
Yeah, that sounds awesome, and I can't wait to see the school district keep growing.
I agree.
So to finish off our interview,
Okay.
what is your favorite holiday treat?
Well, without a doubt, and I remember from being a little boy, my grandmother used to make pizzelles. And I love pizzelles, and she used to put them in a coffee can and hide a little can for me. And even as an adult now, I find myself hiding those cookies around the house so that my kids don't eat them. But pizzelles, without a doubt.
That's hilarious. That sounds awesome. Thank you so much for coming out to talk to me today. I hope you have a great holiday.
You too.
Next, let's hear from Dylan with another one of our special guests.
Thank you, Taylor. And now I'm here with Miss Denise Sedlak, the Assistant Superintendent for grades 9 through 12 here at Plum Senior High School. How's this day treating you, Miss Sedlak?
Absolutely wonderful. This is one of the favorite days of the year because of what the student body and the community does for Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, I love to see that too. Now, first off, you are a graduate from the University of Pittsburgh with both a bachelor's and a master's degree. Could you explain the process it took in order for you to obtain both of these degrees?
Sure. When I first went to the University of Pittsburgh, I thought I was going to study physical therapy. And then I realized that I was a swimmer at the University of Pittsburgh, that I really loved working with kids. I coached during my high school years swimming at the local country club, and I switched after my first year to become a teacher because I really enjoyed working for students. I then went and taught in Florida. Again, I thought I was going to be a coach, so I coached at various Division II universities, both men's and women's swimming. Went back to the University of Pittsburgh as the assistant women's swim coach and worked on my administration degree.
Yeah, and expanding on that, before you came to be an assistant superintendent here at Plum Senior High School, what kind of prior administrative experience did you have?
I've been an assistant high school principal, a middle school principal, a high school principal, a supervisor of secondary curriculum, vice president of educational services, and an assistant superintendent in a neighboring district prior to coming to Plum.
That is a lot of different titles to have. When you joined the staff here at Plum Senior High School, the COVID-19 pandemic had just started, and I'm interested to know how that affected your administrative duties as well as you settling into your new position.
Well, as the assistant superintendent, also responsible for human resources, the pandemic was quite an interesting endeavor with all of the COVID guidelines, with staff being out sick, trying to manage it. But Dr. Hyland put together a phenomenal team, and we worked diligently to make sure that we could provide the best education possible during the pandemic to the students. As Dr. Walsh mentioned, the district was 1-to-1, and Mr. Luletta, who's our Director of Information and Technology, really did a yeoman's job in making sure that our students had the resources. Staff development, we provided a lot of staff development for our teachers to be able to teach remotely so that we could do our very best in making sure to limit the amount of instructional interruptions that we had during the pandemic.
Yeah, the pandemic was really hard on the entire district, but your son had an interesting wish as a Make-A-Wish recipient. Would you mind giving us the details of what exactly his wish was?
Sure. My son, my boys are adopted. My youngest son is one of 10 biological siblings that were adopted into 5 different homes. And for his, he has a lot of medical issues, as most Make-A-Wish candidates. And for his 6th birthday, his wish was to have all of his biological siblings and their adoptive families come to Idlewild so that they could get together as a family. We hadn't seen his biological siblings since the adoption, and it was an unbelievable wish. It brought all of the siblings and the extended families together, and we still, my son is 21, so that was 15 years ago. We still see all of his biological siblings, and our family grew exponentially as a result of his Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, stuff like that just really shows you how much of an impact the wish can have on not only the recipient, but those they deeply care about as well. Now, how has your son's wish affected his siblings and his loved ones to this day? Do they still like hang around?
They still hang out together, and we try and get together at least a minimum of once a year, but the various siblings will get together throughout the year, and it's brought them really close.
Yeah. All right. Now, my final question for you today is, what is your favorite holiday song from your childhood, and what is the reasoning behind your choice?
The Little Drummer Boy.
Ah, classic.
I think it was my favorite childhood movie, and I think the message of the gift of love is most important this time of year.
Yeah, I can agree. Christmas is a time for love and family. Thanks for coming here today, Miss Sedlak, and I hope you have a tremendous time with your family this holiday season.
Thank you so very much, Dylan, and you have a wonderful holiday with your family as well.
Thanks, you as well. Now, over to Lauren Price with our next guest.
Thank you, Dylan. I am here with WTAE reporter and Emmy Award winner, Ashley Zilka. How are you today, Ashley?
I am great. I am so happy to be here. This is my first year. So last year I was supposed to do it, but I got COVID the morning of. So I'm excited to be here. It's amazing what you guys do. I mean, doing this for more than 20 years, raising over $1 million. Just thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Thank you for coming today. Being a Val Verdon High School and Duquesne University alumni, tell us about reporting for your hometown.
It is the most amazing feeling. So when I graduated from Duquesne, I knew this was going to be my last stop. So I'm here forever, whether Channel 4 likes it or not. But it's just so neat because wherever city you're at, it's all about connecting with the community. But it hits a little different when it's your hometown. So whether it's my grandma's bingo club or, my church, it's different because you know the Pittsburgh community, you love the Pittsburgh community, and there's something so special about Pittsburgh, and you're reporting on towns whether it's Plum or Westmoreland County, and it's just, you're familiar with it, you know the community, and it's just so special. I'm so happy to be back home.
We're happy to have you. So before working for WTAE, you started your career in Zanesville, then continued in Rochester, then Cincinnati, and finally in Minneapolis. What drew you back to Pittsburgh?
Home for sure. You probably never even heard of Zanesville, but it's 2 hours away, and I think you have to realize you're going to start in a small city. So I knew that, and I knew I wanted to prove myself and go to different cities all across the country. I met my husband in Minneapolis, and I dragged him back here to Pittsburgh. But I knew I wanted to be home. It was the plan, and because of family, personal reasons, but also, like I mentioned, just the Pittsburgh community overall.
So what motivated you to study abroad in Italy, and what was your experience with your internship there?
Okay, so I studied abroad with Duquesne in 2008, and I absolutely loved it. I thought the culture was so neat. I'm Italian. And so I graduated, I was done studying abroad, and I went to Duquesne, and I said, I would like to work for American Magazine there. We'll hold that pause for a minute. And I said, I would like to work for a magazine. When I was over there, I read about the magazine. It was for tourists. And I thought it would set me apart from other journalists I was trying to pursue a job. And so I went to Duquesne, and they created this program specifically for me. They said, all right, we'll give you 3 credits, but you have to pay for everything over there. And I did it for 3 months. I learned to, do all my interviews on my own, edit on my own, and it was a wonderful experience. And even when I started applying to Zanesville and other small cities, that's something that really stood out to them. And I learned so much being the one-man band, and it was a great experience.
That sounds really interesting. So during your time at KSTP, you won an Emmy for your coverage of the unrest sparked by the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Can you describe to me what it was like to report on such an impactful event?
That was in 2020, and it still seems so surreal, and I kind of get emotional about it, even though I know you're not supposed to show your feelings. But it was in 2020, it was in May, and that was at the height of the pandemic. It was still really new, so no one was leaving their houses. And, it was a Memorial Day, and you get a call to come into the station. There was, this deadly arrest. And we just went out there. We stayed at the station for 11 days, and we just saw history unfolding before our eyes. And, watching just all of these, a city actually burned down. And it was awful, but at the same time, there were heartwarming moments where you saw the community to come together, the country, even the world. And I was telling viewers who couldn't leave their house because of the pandemic what was happening in their hometown. And I mean, the protests, just seeing the community come together and make changes, and still to this day make changes because of that one event. It was very powerful, and I don't take that experience lightly. We will share.
We will share your microphone now. So while studying at Duquesne University, one of your adjunct professors happened to be none other than WT anchor Mike Clark. How does it feel to now work alongside one of your former mentors?
It is amazing. So I told you I was going to grab my phone for this really quick because this is neat. So Mike Clark, he ended up being my professor at Duquesne, but I kept in touch with him all the time. So I wrote this, let me pull it up, in 2010. I graduated from Duquesne that year. And I sent him a card, and I said, "Dear Mike, a.k.a. Pops, words cannot begin to thank you enough for all that you have done for me the past 4 years. You have not only been a mentor and professor, but also a friend. Your guidance and encouragement throughout my college experience has inspired me more than ever to pursue my dream, becoming a great news reporter. Thank you for everything. Please stay in touch. P.S. Remember my 10-year plan, you and me on Channel 4 together." So that was 2010. I came to Channel 4 in 2021, so I was 1 year off. But it's just a full circle moment, and he has helped me along the way, whether it's going to cities, just advice every day. I mean, he's my second dad. I still come to him for everything, and now I get to work right alongside him.
That is so sweet. So throughout the past 12 years of reporting, what interview has been the most memorable to you, and why?
So I got this question about 10 minutes ago. I saw this, and you know, this one's a hard one because you interview, you know, presidents, celebrities. I was very excited. I got to interview Michael Douglas once, and he's my crush. But I think it's literally just the real people that you interview and you come across every day. And that might sound very generic, but they invite you into their homes. They trust you. You hear some of the most private moments, some of the most hardest moments they've had in their lives, but they're willing to share that with you. And they're trusting you to tell the public and share their stories. So I think those are the most impactful.
Do you have any advice for students preparing to pursue a career in journalism?
I do. I have a lot of advice, but I would say, you know, internships are key. I think that's more than anything. I interned at KDKA and Channel 4, and I learned so much. I made connections with people like Mike Clark, and you get everyone's number. Don't be afraid because you're going to meet them again like I did with Mike, and it's all about networking because you're going to network your whole life when it comes to broadcast journalism, and I would say internships all the way, and don't be afraid to reach out to people and ask as many questions as possible, because that's going to go a long way.
As a reporter, how do you deal with the challenges of finding facts in a world full of misinformation while simultaneously remaining unbiased?
So this is hard now because I'm sure everyone has heard the word fake news. So we really do have to take this seriously because we even have a promo out right now, and it's so true. It says, it takes forever to get a viewer's trust, but it could take a second to lose it. So I think it's always, you know, you want to be the first getting out information, but you also want to be accurate. So it's, you know, checking your sources, not just one source. I know with us, after we write a story, we make sure a producer looks at it or someone else just to make sure everything's accurate, because you can lose that trust. And as much as, you know, some of these stories, you might have a completely different opinion about it. You might not agree about it, but it just doesn't matter. You have to stay unbiased no matter what.
All right, Ashley, knowing that you enjoy traveling, would you rather spend the holidays at home or at a new destination, and why?
So I do love traveling, but definitely at home. So if you're in broadcast journalism, you're going to be working every single holiday. But this is the first year I'm off on Christmas Eve and Christmas, so I am so excited. I'm from Belle Vernon, like you mentioned, and I'm going to be at my mom's house, going to go there tonight and stay till Monday morning, and I'm just really excited, so definitely at home.
I would choose at home, too. Thank you for coming in today, Ashley, and answering some questions. Now, could you please send us off into our next segment?
I absolutely can. Thank you so much. So if you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-WISH. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights from our 21st annual Make-A-Wish Telethon.
Wow. Watching the recap from last year's accomplishment of $1 million is inspiring. I'm here right now with Joe Festa and Brian Maloney from Plum EMS. How are you both today?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Doing well, thank you.
All right. So, can you tell us a little bit about your involvement with the school and some of the things you get to do?
Actually, Plum EMS works very closely with the school district, basically from the elementary schools all the way up to the senior high school, in the sense that we get an opportunity where we do tours and walkthroughs of the schools to be familiar with the locations, but we also get to do a lot of trainings. I think a couple years ago we had an opportunity where they taught us de-escalation techniques. We sat in a couple-hour training because, not just, students or children, but like other patients, it's a good technique to learn. And unfortunately, we don't get a lot of that through our schooling. And then even this year, we ended up doing training, CPR, AED, first aid, medical review, Narcan training for all the faculty and staff, including the bus drivers, the paraprofessionals, and everybody. So there was about 450 people that got trained. And even during this time, the county health department showed up, and they handed out 300 boxes of Narcan to the teachers and faculty for them to have to be out in the community. And then also, we participate in the Stuff a Bus with the school district, and working together with Plum Police, Holiday Park Fire Department, Renton, Unity Fire Departments, Longwood at Oakmont Community, and even Concordia at Ridgewood Place, and the borough, Plum Borough Administration. We collected enough toys this year where we actually had to have more than one vehicle. When you open up the back of the ambulance, I mean, the toys were just all over the place. We had up basically floor to ceiling, and we had a whole nother truck filled with toys. And it was kind of funny because when the doors were open, there was a Marine standing there, and I could have swore there was a tear. But one of our Marines that worked with us, he was like, "Brian, that wasn't a tear, that was sweat." So, I mean, it was kind of a neat experience and so much fun to be a part of.
That's definitely a great experience and one for the books for sure. So Brian, with being the operations director, what education and training did you have to go through to get to where you are today?
Well, with my experiences, I basically started off, I was going to the University of Pittsburgh, and I'm getting my bachelor's degree in emergency medicine. And during this time, I ended up getting my paramedic certification. So I had the opportunity then to go out and work in the field for a number of years. And from there, I realized, okay, if I wanted to have the opportunity to do more and even fall in this type of position, I had to have more education. So I ended up getting my master's degree in leadership and organizational theory, and continued that. And I've been blessed and very lucky to be able to fall into place with Plum EMS. Now that's a little different from Joe, who's been with Plum EMS for 23, 24 years. And literally started from volunteer to where he is now. So very exciting.
That's a great path. All right, so Joe, what are the most challenging medical emergencies you deal with frequently, and how do you stay calm during them?
I think our most challenging are overdoses that occur. There's something that kind of tugs at your emotions, as well as making sure that you know exactly what you're doing at the right time. But Narcan's been a beneficial partner in this fight against the opiate addiction and overdoses that we frequently have occur.
Definitely, I'm sure it's impactful for all you guys. So Brian, what does preparation look like when you start work to help the rest of your team for the day?
Well, one of the most important things is that I got a golden retriever dog I take to work almost every day. He's like our unofficial therapy dog. He's the most docile creature you've ever seen, and literally he loves to come to work. But it's the same kind of thing. He hangs out with the crews. If they go outside, he goes with them. But at the same time, one of the things that Joe and I pride ourselves in is that we like to take care of our people at work. Our job at times can be extremely stressful, especially some of the circumstances we can come across. So we do the best we can to really embrace and nurture. Hey, if you got some downtime, take it, relax. And so we try to do that. We bring in coffee or donuts and bagels. We buy lunches. We do the best we can to really try to take care of our people because, unfortunately in EMS, it can be tough at times. And so you really try to take care of the family the way we look at it. So, and we're very proud to say that we try to go above and beyond.
I definitely can see how that can help you in situations like that. So Joe, you've been working with Plum EMS for 25 years now. How are you able to connect with your fellow team members throughout the years to make the emergencies you attend run so smoothly?
I think you just talk to them as people. They are family to us, and that's something that we strive to, accomplish every day, is to connect with them on the same level. We're there to administrate. We're there to make sure that the day goes smoothly, but in the end, it's making sure that everybody goes home safely.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brian, since the coronavirus has slowed down, would you say your procedures are back to normal and the challenges that added up the past couple of years have gone away, or is there more precaution than ever before?
Yes. Yeah. No, it's the kind of thing that we still operate at a heightened level to make sure we take care of our crew members. And so we still make sure we mask up. We still make sure we're putting masks on the patients. And if it's a higher risk type of situations, we take higher levels of personal protective equipment. Because the last thing I want is for any of our people to get sick from patient contacts. Knock on wood, through this whole thing, none of our crew members got COVID from a patient because they've taken the steps to take care of themselves. Because we don't want them also to take this home with them when they do that. But we've been operating at a high call volume, within this past year, setting records. But the crews, I can't give enough credit to. They really hustle. They work hard. They do the best they can to get back in the community, to be there for when people need them. And so, once again, so much credit goes to the folks that we have at Plum EMS.
Yeah, I'm sure those precautions are really beneficial to you guys. And lastly, what does the holiday season mean to both of you?
To me, it's all about family and being there, being kind to not only your family but your fellow, your friends, and also charity. This is a time of year where you can, extend your paycheck to somebody else or another cause, and this is definitely one of the good ones here at Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, the charity aspect of it is one of my favorite. When we were doing that Stuff a Bus, which I love being a part of, it was so much fun. We went to the store with so much money to expect to do, and it was amazing to see so many people contribute to it. And especially now when things are outrageously expensive, we still broke records as far as public safety bringing in toys, and it was just an exciting event. And it does almost make you want to cry to see that there is a lot of good in people, and it's nice to see.
It's definitely great to know that the kids will appreciate the gifts you got them. And then, you guys ready to play some telethon trivia?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So how many total gifts were given in the 12 days of Christmas?
You're better at math, huh?
I'm going to say 12.
Not quite. It was 364.
How much time do we have to do this? That's a lot of pressure.
Okay. In the song, The 12 Days of Christmas, what is given on the 7th day?
7 swans swimming.
You got it.
Didn't have to think that much.
Yeah, that was the easy one. All right. Which country came up with the dessert White Christmas, made from coconut and dried fruit?
I'm going to go with this guy's answer, Jamaica.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we phone a friend?
No, it wasn't.
We can't phone
Jamaica.
a friend? We can't, do the audience?
It was Australia.
Oh.
So, close. What? Which company allegedly made the largest gingerbread man?
I'd have to say Nabisco.
That's a good guess. It was actually IKEA. I'm sure those instructions were super helpful. Okay.
Man. Is it getting hot in here?
Okay. Which fairy tale was the inspiration for the first ever gingerbread house?
I'm going to say Shrek.
It's recent. Okay. The correct answer was Hansel and Gretel.
I had no idea on that one, but...
All right. Thank you, Joe and Brian, for coming on today. We appreciate you. And now let's send it over to Justino for another special guest.
Thanks, Annabelle. Here with me now is a well-known Pittsburgh legend, the voice of Pitt basketball, football, and the Steelers, Bill Hillgrove. How are you this morning, Bill?
Is it morning? How'd all these people get in my room? Oh, no, it's Plum High School. And it's good to be here.
Oh, good to be here. Thank you. Many know you for being the play-by-play announcer for the Steelers, but you got your start play-by-play announcer for Pitt basketball in 1969. What is your favorite memory from basketball announcing?
Well, the first Big East tournament championship. I remember being at a place called Rosie O'Grady's celebrating with Dick Grote all night long, and we walked east into the sunrise still celebrating as the sun came up. So that was my favorite moment.
That's a great memory to have.
It sure is.
When you're announcing the games, what are your most noteworthy sayings you like to use while on air, and why do you like to use them?
You know, I don't have too many pet sayings, but my favorite is Steelers win, Pitt wins. That's my favorite saying.
That's a great saying. You've covered so many different stars for both Pitt and the Steelers, such as Larry Fitzgerald, Kevin Green, LaShawn McCoy, Ben Roethlisberger, and the list never stops. But who is one of those players you've covered that you could consider your favorite to cover?
Terry Bradshaw. He's still the same personality he was when he was a Steelers quarterback. And I remember I happened to be standing on the porch of a pro shop in Maui a few years back, and behind me this strong person picked me up about a foot off the deck and yelled in my ear, "Hargrove, how you doing?" And it was Terry Bradshaw. He's still my favorite.
That's a great player. Having been born and raised in Pittsburgh, how anxious do you get going on air knowing you're covering your hometown team?
It is a blessing because I never had to travel, and I cover teams that I grew up rooting for. So that makes it easy, and it makes it probably more passionate.
That's awesome. As a play-by-play announcer myself, I know there's a lot of preparation done before the game. How long and how much do you prepare before each game?
You know, there are 22 people involved in every play in a football game. So, you know, just do the numbers. For a football game, it takes me about 14 hours. For a basketball game, about half, because it's half the number of people, less than half. So those are usually pretty good guidelines.
Wow, that's a long time.
Well, you got to do the work. It doesn't do itself.
Yeah, I agree.
And Ray Scott told me, the great announcer, years ago when I got into the business, 95% of your work as a play-by-play person is done before you step in front of the microphone. And that's pretty good advice.
That's awesome. Pitt basketball has begun their season, Bill, and what are your initial thoughts on how they stack up in the ACC?
A much more mature club, much more experienced. They're 2-0 in the league and on the road both games. That's very encouraging. I think this is going to be a fun team to watch.
Yeah, that's great to hear. As the Pitt football season comes to a close, how do you feel they have performed this season?
Pitt football?
Yeah.
A little disappointing, but when you set the bar high winning a championship, you know, those things are going to happen. I do think that still augurs well for the future. Unfortunately, the portal is what it is, and, you know, I think it's not a good thing, but everybody has to deal with it. And you look at it this way. Okay, you're going to lose players, but you also have a chance to gain good players. So I think it's a wash in that regard, but I'd like to see the portal go away.
Yeah.
You know why? And this is my firm belief. We teach young people how to quit.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good thing. I'm only getting 5 minutes playing time over here. I'm going over there where I'm going to get 10 minutes. No. That's not life. That's not the way life works.
Yeah, I agree. The portal has been a little, not that good recently. All right, so Bill, yesterday it was so unfortunate to learn of the death of a Steelers legend and Hall of Famer Franco Harris. What are your initial thoughts on the legacy of a great player and an even greater man?
Well, a greater man is what I like. He was so involved in the community. He was always available. He came to our Santa's Kids function one year, and we never thought we could get him. He was that kind of a person. He was, passionate about the community, passionate about Pittsburgh, although a New Jersey native. We've lost a great.
Yeah, I agree. He was a great man in and around Pittsburgh. Even after he was done playing, he was a great player to interact with in and around the city. All right, so the Steelers season is coming to an end fairly soon, Bill. And how do you feel first-year quarterback Kenny Pickett performed, replacing a legend in Ben Roethlisberger?
I think he's done well. I think he's progressed, and I watched him for 5 years at Pitt. Kenny has one thing you can't scout, you can't teach, you can't coach. It's called heart. And I think he knows how to win, and I think that will augur well for the Steelers' future.
Yeah, I agree. He does have a lot of heart when he's out there playing. All right, when did you hear with the Christmas question, Bill?
Uh-oh.
What is your favorite holiday tradition and why?
You know what? I'm involved with Santa's Kids, and we provide toys and Christmases for families and kids that otherwise wouldn't have one. And every Christmas Eve, we go to a place in Plum Borough, Halton Arbors, on Christmas Eve, on a Molly's trolley with Santa Claus, and we have all kind of gifts for the kids unannounced. We just ring the bell when we come in, and the kids come running, and that's my favorite holiday tradition.
That's so awesome that you do that for the community. Thanks for answering questions this morning, Bill. It's been a pleasure.
Justino, my pleasure. And go Mustangs!
Yep, go Mustangs. And now let's go to Annabelle with a familiar face around the high school.
Thanks, Justino. Now someone here our students probably see every day. Dr. Adam Zarmek, our assistant principal. How are you doing today?
Good, Annabelle. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. So what made you interested in working in the administration here at our school?
I grew up here. I live here still. There was an opportunity to work up here, so I took advantage of it, and I'm really glad that I did. I enjoy working here and waking up and coming to work every day.
Definitely. So what is your favorite thing about overseeing high schoolers?
I would say the conversations. You could have serious conversations, you could joke, and you could have conversations that could really steer them throughout the rest of their life. So the conversations that you could have with the kids.
Definitely, that makes sense. So as an assistant principal, what's one thing you want the students to learn and why?
I would say how to handle adversity, be resilient. Through COVID, it kind of like take the easy way out on things. So I think that's something we have to get back to, kind of like Mr. Hillgrove just said with the NCAA portal. Instead of quitting or taking the easy way out, how to fight through different situations to learn life lessons in the long run.
And that can definitely help them prepare for later in life. So since we're nearing the end of all of our COVID precautions, what's something you're glad to see make its return to our school?
Just everybody's smiles and faces, and before it was hard to be like, oh, who is that now? Just to knowing everyone's face and seeing them smile throughout the school is awesome.
Yeah, and as these years have gone by, you've done a lot for the school. You've been a physical education teacher and now a principal. Describe the most inspiring part about your job.
I think it's working with the kids who, a lot of times whenever I'm working with a student, it's probably not for a good reason. So working with that student, not for the good reason, and see them build and grow from that situation is very rewarding.
Yeah. And then one last question for you. If you had to be trapped in a holiday movie, which one would you choose and why?
A Christmas Story. That's one of my favorites. It makes me laugh every time, and it reminds me of a lot of things that I did whenever I was a kid with my friends in school.
That's a great movie. All right, Dr. Zarbeck, you ready for some telethon trivia?
Yeah, I heard they were really hard this year, so let's see.
Okay. What team did Pat McAfee play in the NFL?
Indianapolis Colts.
That one's right. Okay, true or false? Plum has more days of rain and snow than Seattle, Washington.
True.
Right again. We definitely have a lot of gray skies here. The steepest street in the United States is located in Pittsburgh. What's its name?
No idea.
Not right. It was Canton Avenue. And then in what Pittsburgh town was the McDonald's Big Mac created?
Mount Washington.
Not quite. It was Uniontown. And then who was in the first World Series in 1903 with the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Boston.
It was right. It was the Boston Americans. And thank you so much for coming in today. Now let's send it over to Hannah.
Thanks, Annabelle. I'm here with Miss Rush, Plum High School's newest assistant principal. How are you this morning, Miss Rush?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. As the newly appointed assistant principal, what are your goals for the students?
I think the goal of an education is to prepare you for the next piece of your life. So if that's education, if that's the workforce. So I think our goal is to prepare you, teach you how to set goals for yourself, teach you how to work hard, how to make good decisions. So for me, it's getting you guys, to the next step of whatever your future holds.
Before becoming the assistant principal here at Plum, you taught honors chemistry. Why did you want to teach that subject in particular?
Quite honestly, when I was in college, I flipped through the book, and that was the subject that was the most interesting to me. At first, I wanted to be a doctor, like a medical doctor. I decided that medical school was not probably going to be good for me because I'm very ambitious, and if I got a bad grade, I was probably going to have a problem. So I said, I kind of want to do science, but I'm not sure. But after going through the catalog, chemistry was the thing that interested me the most.
What is the most rewarding part of your job, either as a teacher or principal?
Just working with the students. At the end of the day, teenagers can be a challenging age, but I really do love them and I really do want what's best for them, and I'm trying to be a good role model for them. Again, have them make good decisions, and hopefully I'm doing an okay job with that.
You're doing a great job so far. You are currently working on your doctorate at Pitt for educational leadership. Can you elaborate on what that entails?
Again, the goal is to become a better leader, so get those leadership skills and apply them. I'm working on my superintendent internship and my superintendent letter of eligibility, so that is one of my future goals as well, is to be a superintendent. It's a lot, and Dr. Hibner would say it's a test of grit, and that's true, because you're just constantly writing papers and working and trying to learn more. But the best part is our group that's doing it together. We support each other, we text each other all the time, and if you're going to move forward in your education, I feel like you need that support system, because I'm a very motivated person, hardworking, but at the end of the day, I need that text from the friend saying, did you do this paper, or are you on track, because it just really helps.
It's awesome that you have that group. Since you have been here a few short months at Plum, what is one thing that has impressed you so far, and why?
I think it's the adults everywhere. The upper administration is so supportive, so helpful, so wise, and they're always willing to lend a hand. The team, Dr. Hibner, Dr. Zormak, we work really well together. The teachers want what's best for the students. They truthfully do. They truthfully care. They want to work hard. They want to get everybody, educated and build those relationships. So the adults really have impressed me a lot.
Last question I have for you. How are you planning on spending your holiday break?
I'm going to try to relax a little bit, which is not my strong suit, but I'm going to try to relax and spend time with my son. He's 12. His name's Preston. And my dog, Dexter, who's 4.
Ms. Rush, how would you like to play some telethon trivia?
Sounds scary because I heard some of those questions are hard, but I'm ready, I think.
In the UK, what do well-behaved kids receive in their stockings?
I've actually read this, but I can't think of it. Like stones or something?
The correct answer is tangerines.
Oh, no, that was not. Oh, that wasn't coming. Okay.
Which drink company is said to have made Santa's red and white costume famous?
Coca-Cola.
Correct. When was the first Christmas tree lit up in the Rockefeller Center?
1953.
1933. In which country do people celebrate Christmas by gathering on the beach?
Jamaica. Wasn't that the old first answer? Jamaica.
The correct answer is Australia. When was the first Christmas card sent?
1925.
The correct answer is 1843. Thank you for your time this morning, Ms. Rush, and congratulations on the new position. We wish you a happy and safe holiday. If you would like to make a donation in Plum's please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now let's take a look at some highlights from 20 years ago.
Welcome to the second annual Plum Borough School District Make-A-Wish Telethon.
would like to present our check to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Western Pennsylvania for the amount of $6,850.54.
Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it's been a year since it's been here.
Hi, I'm Mr. Isherwood, principal of Pivik Elementary School. This year, we are pleased to present a check to the Make-A-Wish Foundation for $8,055.90, which surpasses last year's contribution from Pivik.
Little darling, it's been a year since it's been here. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo.
As some of you can see on our giant check here, we raised a total of $2,700 for Make-A-Wish.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our grand total is $72,620. An amazing amount. Thank you to everyone for rising to the challenge and making dreams come true. Thank you.
I can't believe the progress and strides we've made over the past 20 years with fundraising. Here with me now is the mayor of Plum Borough, Harry Schlegel. How are you doing today, Mr. Schlegel?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so to start off, what are the qualities that you as the mayor need in order to be effective for our community?
Well, you have to have some leadership. You have to have a personality because you're the face of the municipality. You're both within and without a Plum. Outside of Plum.
Yeah, that's very important. So as a child, what inspired you to become the mayor and led you to this position? Did you always know you wanted to be the mayor of Plum or just a mayor in general?
Neither. I had no clue.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what are the biggest challenges the community will face in the future, and how will you overcome these obstacles?
Well, one of the things I look at is we've got to control our growth, and we're the only municipality in Allegheny County that is growing. We still have land, but we've got to manage that so we keep green spaces, welcoming business in. One of the problems we face, and it's a lot of communities, is our infrastructure. We do not have the roads to handle heavy traffic, a volume of traffic. So if you bring a business in, even like a software company, I had a question asked, what's 2,000 or 3,000 additional cars going to have on Plum Borough and on the surrounding communities? Because everybody likes to take shortcuts.
Yeah.
So, and it's the roads. It's primarily the roads.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. So what accomplishment are you most proud of as mayor?
Working with the staff for the last several years to get that new building up that we have, it is fantastic. It's a true community center, not just a government office.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure you're super proud. So with all of the big responsibilities as mayor, what do you love the most about being in the position you are?
Solving problems that people have. Everybody thinks that the mayor can solve all the problems. So if they do not like the answer that the staff gives them, I'm going to call the mayor. And who do you think I go to get the answer? I go to the staff and they give me the negative answer that I got to go and give back. Or sometimes I'm able to solve the problems. But it's interesting. That's fun day. It fills the day.
Yeah. So how do you keep yourself up to date with our community and involve yourself personally to make everyone's experience at Plum welcoming?
Keeping up to date is easy. I talk to a lot of people. People come up to me at the supermarket or wherever they see, and they give me information that's going on, or they ask the question, what's happening with this, or why is this? Some's true, some's exaggerated, so I'm able to correct a lot of those issues. And I go back and I speak with the staff. But it's primary, I get my information from people just to have questions about what's going on in Plum.
Yeah, social guy. So to wrap up your interview, what is your favorite type of Christmas cookie?
That's easy. Pizzelles with a lot of anise.
Oh, yeah, those are really good. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I hope you have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you.
Now we're going to pass it to Taylor with Plum's very own cheerleading coach.
Thank you, Emily. We're done. I'm here with my varsity cheerleading coach, Mandy Anderson. Hi, Coach. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Now, Coach, basketball season has begun. What exciting things are you working on with your girls for the upcoming season?
Basketball season is always a fun time for the girls because they get to showcase their skills during the quarters and the half times and during our whole timeouts in 30 seconds. This year is a little different because we are collaborating with the competitive dance team, which is bringing in a little bit more of a performance aspect for our girls and the dance team, and it's involving more students, and that is super exciting, so I'm excited to see where that goes this year.
It is definitely very fun and exciting, and I love it. And as coach for the varsity squad, what are some coaching tactics that you use with your girls to keep them so spirited?
Coaching tactics to keep the girls spirited is a pretty simple one for me. The 25 girls on our team are super excited, and you guys have a ton of energy. So they know that their motivation off the sideline is lifting up the student athletes, no matter what sport they're cheering for. So even if they're succeeding or having some challenges on the court or the field, they're actually, uplifting those athletes to motivate them and change or continue to succeed during a game.
Yeah, we definitely are a very interesting group, I would say. Plum also has a competition cheer squad. Can you tell us a little bit about what exciting news you have to share on their upcoming season, and what was the road to Disney like?
This year, we are heading to nationals in Orlando, Florida for the first time. The girls have been working towards this goal for several years. It's been a huge mountain to climb. This season alone, the girls have competed at 3 separate competitions. Our first competition was a regional competition where they had the chance to earn their bids for Disney, and they received second place in our small division traditional routine, and they received first place for the first time ever in Plum's history in game day. So they were super excited, and that also gave them their bid to Disney. So they've just really been working hard to perfect their skills so that they can have the best outcome with the remainder of the season.
I agree. They're truly amazing. I'm so impressed with all of them. And we should mention, obviously, that you're a teacher at Holiday Park Intermediate School and responsible for helping organize student government there. Each year, you host the annual Jogathon fundraiser that raises a lot of money for Make-A-Wish. What is the process to prepare the students for the Jogathon?
The Jogathon process is pretty simple. We just pick the dates and really get to inform the students on when it's happening and encourage them to get as many sponsors as they can. Then the day of, we get to just watch all of the students have a lot of fun moving and running, not realizing that they're having a huge impact on somebody's life.
Yeah, you do it great. I go to the Jogathon every year. I've been there the past 2 years, and you do amazing.
Thank you.
What is the most rewarding part of being involved in the Jogathon?
The most rewarding part of being a part of the Jogathon has to be watching our students have fun they are knowledgeable that they're giving back, but they're not as knowledgeable to what exactly that money goes to. So seeing how much fun they have and knowing that those laps are bringing hope and joy to a family and a child and making a wish come true. that's what is the most rewarding for me to see.
That is truly very meaningful. And my final question is, what is your favorite holiday memory?
My favorite holiday memory has to be a few years ago we started a tradition, but we like to go to a local toy store and spend as much money as we possibly can that we save throughout the year to donate to Toys for Tots and other organizations to help families and children in need so that they can have a memorable Christmas like I did when I was growing up.
That is truly amazing. You are a great person. Thank you so much for being with us today, Coach, and I'll see you at practice. Now let's send it over to Dylan with one of our Plum Distinguished Alumni.
Thank you, Taylor, and may Coach Anderson's holidays be filled with a lot of holiday cheer. I am here with Renee DiMache-Farrow, a relative of mine, and the distinguished alumni of Plum High School. How are you doing today, Renee?
I'm great, Ryan, and I'm glad to say I won a trifecta. I've been with all of your other brothers, so
Yes.
I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Not Ryan, by the way. I'm Dylan.
Oh my gosh.
It's not the first time it's happened to me. Now, you are a Plum graduate and distinguished alumni. Can you explain to me a little bit about Plum's distinguished alumni?
Sure. After I was awarded it in 2015, I really wanted to participate and help find all of those great people from Plum High School. So I was part of the committee. I've been that since 2015. Right now, I kind of segued myself off, but I'm still there and trying to do something where we can bring more scholarships to Plum through the Distinguished Alumni. So I'm going to continue to work on that. But yeah, it's just a great organization, and we have so many talented people out there, and it's just getting them in front of Plum and the students here.
Yeah, that's great. We do have a great distinguished alumni program. And you are actively involved in many organizations throughout Plum and Pittsburgh. What drives you to be in so many, and could you tell me a little bit more about a few of them?
Sure. Just giving back and helping people. That is my main goal. I wasn't a great student here at Plum, and I drove myself after leaving here to just excel in everything I possibly could. I had to just prove myself to make me feel better. And there's nothing that you can't reach. And I love to get my message out. I love working with young women and young men. So I am part of, I give back to Plum. I'm part of the Plum Chamber of Commerce. I just joined that. And I'm an elite sponsor there, so I'm very active. Gwen's Girls in the city of Pittsburgh, I help them. And United Way, so many to talk about, but again, it's just wonderful to give back.
Yeah, I can agree. Can you give some insight as to what your businesses that you've headed do for Pittsburgh?
Sure. I worked for an architectural firm for 6 years, and I just retired last December, so I restarted my business. It's a window treatment business called Decorating Details. And then during the pandemic, so I did that while I was still working full-time in the evenings, and now when the pandemic came, I started school at Duquesne University to do their coaches program. So I am a certified coach, and I am on the board of the International Coaching Federation for the Pittsburgh chapter. So both of those businesses are just wonderful and bringing me a lot of joy, and I'm helping people in their homes, and then I'm helping them in their careers and their lives with the coaching. So very rewarding. Yeah. So I'm not slowing down.
Really is inspiring. Coaching can be a great outlet for that.
Yes.
I'm curious to know as to how your relationship with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, as well as the television production department at Plum High School, came to be. Could you tell me how it all started?
Oh, Mr. Barat has that story. So we give a scholarship in my parents' name, and I said something about the penguin lip dub a long time ago when I was giving the scholarship before I gave it to the Plum TV production group. So what happened was on stage, Coach Ramito knows me and my family, and I gave a shout out to the TV production crew for that. So he called Mr. Barat. Mr. Barat called me the next morning, and he has his story about staying in touch with people, and that's how things are done. And then he told me how they just lost their funding for their scholarship, and I moved right in. So our parent scholarship that was founded by me and my brothers is given to a TV production student every year. So great story.
That truly is great. I'd love to hear the story that Mr. Barat would tell, but it would take 45 minutes for him to explain it. So I hear you have a pretty big family in Plum. After all, I am a part of it. Could you tell me about some of the holiday traditions that you do with your family?
Sure. Our big one was I'm Slovak and Italian, and on our Slovak side, we do a Holy Supper where I'm sure, I mean, you know all about that, and you continue that. But we started in people's homes back in the day. This is about a 150-year-old tradition. And then we outgrew those homes, so we started to go to the Renton Italian Club every Christmas Eve. We had up to 150 people coming at one time. So now we kind of got away from all of that because everybody's families are growing so much. But I keep that tradition in my home, and my brothers do too. So we all still get together and have our Holy Supper.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep.
Well, I got a bit of a personal question. With you being Slovakian and all, is holopki or pierogi better, and why so?
Oh, pierogi is better, and I can't say it like you. You were taught well by your mom.
I was, yes.
Yes, that is my favorite. It really is. You can't go wrong with noodles or butter and potato and cheese.
Yeah,
and some onions.
I'm much more of a pierogi guy myself.
Nice.
And now I know you prefer pierogi over holopki, but I'm still curious as to what your favorite holiday cookie is, and why is it?
Oh, I love my sweets, and I love baking them. I just did 250 dozen with some help for my son's wedding in August. So I'm kind of sick of them this year. I made a little bit, but Lady Locks are number one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've had those before.
Yes, they're the best.
Pretty good. Yeah. Give me a sec. I gotta get to my page. Thank you for coming out today, Renee. And I hope this holiday season gives you many claws for celebration. It is now my pleasure to introduce you all to everyone's favorite local bowling alley, Nesbitt's Lanes, and how they helped fundraise for Make-A-Wish.
Hello, I'm Sean Endler, and I'm standing here with the owner of Nesbitt's Lanes, Rich Nesbitt. Rich,
Hi,
how
Sean.
you doing?
Thank you very much for taking time to do the interview.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so how old were you when your parents started the business, and what was it like having it in the family?
I actually wasn't born when they started the business. I was born in 1954, and they started the bowling center whenever they came home from the war in 1946, 47. They, all the brothers worked at a gas station in the adjacent lot, and they hauled coal, and there were 5 of them, and they all couldn't make a living at the one center. 3 of them broke off and started the bowling center in 1947. So I came along 7 years later.
Jeez, that's crazy. All right, and how did you feel when the whole business was passed down to you?
Well, it's a family business, and I was very fortunate that I was able to work with the family, and also that the business was, when my dad retired, we bought him out, and then when my cousin retired, I bought him out, and then consequently I've been left with the business. So a little nervous whenever I was on my own, but that was 20 years ago, so we're still hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And what kind of events do you host here?
We're basically a league-based center, not an entertainment center. And then we have the bowling, league bowling, and then we have open bowling. We do birthday parties. We do fundraisers. We have the snack bar, so we combine all that into our revenue source.
So when did you guys change over from duck pin bowling to regular size bowling?
1959 and 1960 they changed over to duck pins. We had 8 lanes for 12 years, and then they added 8 more lanes, 1724 on in 59, and 1960 they added another 8 lanes. So 59, 60 is whenever they converted to 10 pins.
Jeez. And then so looking around, seeing old pictures everywhere, so it's obviously not the same. What did you guys go through to change?
Well, they went through a lot. They built a lot of the building by themselves originally, and that was the first 8 lanes. They poured the concrete. They did 90% of the work by themselves, so it was extremely difficult. And that continued through the 59 and 60. The first 8 lanes were built in 47. The other side, 17 to 24, was built in 59. And then 9 to 16, they had to knock out the hill and things, and that was built in 60 or 62.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah,
changed.
that was my family. They were hardworking people. So that generation that came back from the war, they built our country.
Well, thank you for your time, and congrats to 75 years. And back to you guys.
Well, thank you guys very much, and good luck with your Make-A-Wish project.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Nesbitt. Right now I'm seated with Nick Lamia, senior on the baseball team. How are you today, Nick?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Nick, what are your expectations for this upcoming baseball season?
I really hope that we can pull off a section title. We fell short last year, but we have a lot of guys returning. We have a great group of seniors that I've been fortunate to play with for many years. So the expectations are high this year for sure.
That's a great goal to have. What do you do to prepare yourself to reach those expectations?
Hard work. I mean, hard work is the key to everything. I got to make sure that I'm working hard and keeping the other players accountable and working hard to reach our goals this year.
Hard work really pays off. As an ambitious player, what motivates you to play?
My love for the game. Baseball has been something that, it's always been there for me. It's been a part of my life since I was a little kid, and it's just my love for the game really drives me to be a better player.
That's awesome. Nick, as a senior, what are some goals you have set for yourself since you're playing at the collegiate level next year?
Definitely to reach the status of first team all section. I feel like that's the overall goal for high school baseball players.
That's great. Baseball players have some iconic walkout songs, Nick. What is yours going to be, and what is the reason for picking it?
I'm sticking with Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. That's what I had last year, so and it worked. I liked it, so we're just going to stick with it.
Yeah, that's a classic song. And finally, what is your favorite memory from the holiday season?
Probably a couple years back when I got a dog on Christmas.
That's awesome. Now coming to join me is Plum hockey captain Zach Miller. How's your day been so far, Zach?
Very busy, Justina, I must say.
Yeah, very busy with the telethon. Given the season so far, how do you think the team has performed?
I think we've played okay. I think our standard for ourselves before the season was held very high, and we're a little disappointed with how it's going right now. But with the turn of events of last game, we can pull forward and are thinking we have a good foundation to build off of.
Yeah, let's hope you can turn some things around. Given the reins as captain, what do you do to show leadership and commitment to your team?
Well, as captain, we really like to promote hard work. We like to show the intensity at which you have to work to achieve a goal. Obviously, winning is that goal. But with the help of other three captains on the team, it just all comes together, and I hope that we can motivate the younger guys.
Yeah, that's tremendous. Last season, you had an injury that ended your season, unfortunately. What did you do to recover and prepare for the next season?
Well, last season, I was unfortunately out after the third game. After that, I had, I think, 7 months of physical therapy, and then I was on the ice after that. It really drove my love for the game to the moon. I can't say that it was great for me, but it really lit a fire in me that I really like this game, and I'd love to play it.
Yeah, it's great how much you've bounced back this season. You guys have defeated a top team, the Fox Chapel Foxes. How does it feel to pull off such a big upset?
It was great. I mean, knowing that their only loss is to us, it's an unreal feeling. It's like when your whole team comes together, the camaraderie is amazing.
You guys have played hockey most of your life. Who is a player that you have admired?
Sidney Crosby. You know, growing up in Pittsburgh, my favorite team is the Pittsburgh Penguins, and him being the captain on that team, just the way that he can motivate his players at the NHL level is amazing, and you obviously can see his work ethic in the 18 years that he's been in the league.
Yeah, he's a great player to look up to. To finish it off, what is your favorite holiday movie?
Elf. Will Ferrell he's hysterical.
Yeah, that's a funny movie. Thanks for the interview, Zach, and now let's go over to our first minute to win it competition.
Hi guys, we are here with our first minute to win it competition. The rules are simple. The person who gets the most marshmallows in the bowl wins. First contestant on my right is Ollie Freeman. The second contestant on my left is Benjamin Pittman. Now let's set the clock, and in 3, 2, 1, begin. Ollie off with the strong start. They're both neck and neck at this moment. Ollie with the 2-for-1. Benjamin is going one at a time, slow and steady, but Ollie looks like he is piling on the marshmallows as we speak. Benjamin moving at a brisk pace. Ollie is going for more than one at a time, multiple at a time, it looks like. Ollie is moving. He might finish the bowl before the time runs out. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fantastic job. I believe our winner is Ollie Freeman. He finished first. Congratulations, Ollie. Remember, if you would like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. Now with our next interview is Justino with
I'm the special guest. What's going on here, Justino? Why am I the special guest?
Because you have been chosen by the floor directors to come out here and answer some questions. You're a surprise guest, so we'll get you out here early on the show.
Okay.
So our first question: how's the show going so far?
It's a disaster, Justino. No, I'm kidding. Everything's going well. You were here obviously for the practices. Our next guest, who's been coming here for years, he has no idea what we went through for the practices, but I'm sure he can imagine because he's been in this field for years. But we had to actually cancel practice Friday because, knock on wood, the cement wall here, we had some issues with our TriCaster, but that's all solved.
Yeah, so my first question for you, what is it like to, participate with the TV production crew, knowing I'm in it and a couple of the other students, to go to all the football and basketball games? What's the experience like for you?
No, it's fun. It changes every year. Steve Fabian will be here from Inside Edition in a little bit, and he was a part of the crew that we had our second year. And he kept on telling me, I love doing this. No one would volunteer to do basketball games. It was his best friend, Jay DeFrank, and Steve Fabian, and it was me. And back in the day, they would just hop in my Trailblazer, and we would go and follow the Plum basketball team around. And they had a real good year. They won sections that year, tied for sections. So that was fun. And then working, with my son's group, Zach Barat, Garrett Suska, and a bunch of others working with your group. It's fun. It's something different. And now we've added the live streaming feature. So now it setup's a little bit harder, and we crossed our fingers. We had an issue at Fox Chapel. I know Cassie Smith is watching now from the technology department. I never thought we'd have an issue with a 4G hotspot until this thing called 5G hotspot came out. And so we had to go buy a 5G hotspot. So you learn as you go.
Yeah, now to follow up on that question, which sport is your favorite to go and watch and announce?
Well, if I'm exhausted, wrestling, because, wrestling always goes real quick. It's about an hour. Football's so much fun. The whole Friday night atmosphere, the band, the color guard, the cheerleaders, the student sections, that's fun. Basketball is exciting, too, because, you're in a condensed arena. And, our next guest, I know his kids have played at Hampton. The student sections now, it's not like it was back in the day, because when you do all the club sports, you find out, like, we know this, that, and the other about the student section. So they're going at each other, when Plum plays Franklin Regional, and everyone knows what that's like, because that's like a big rivalry. So I don't know who Hampton's big rivalry is, though. Yeah, it goes round and round, and that's fun and entertaining also when you're in that condensed arena.
Yeah, now I know you have a strong opinion about this. What press box that you've been to is your favorite press box you've been to, and why?
That's a really good question. Norwin's, and we filmed the girls their qualifying game to get in the state playoffs for girls soccer. Norwin's was phenomenal when we were there. That's a fun one. A real quick funny story. I've only been to Pine Richland once. So we walk in, I'm like, hi, my name's Rick Barat, I'm here with the film crew. Where do we go? And they said, oh, take the elevator. I'm like, oh, we'll take the elevator. And so up we went into the elevator, and then I'm looking, and it's like press rows, and I'm like, there's nowhere to film. I'm like, hi, my name's Rick. Where do I go to film? They said, oh, you can walk past the Neil Walker room and take the stairs to the third level. I'm like, oh, the Neil Walker room and go to the third level. I'm like, oh, okay. So we walked past the restrooms and up to the third level to film. And, coming from Plum, we have one level, obviously, which is fine, and that worked. But we went, and of course, then at halftime, we went to the restroom, and there is a huge spread of pizza, hoagies, Chick-fil-A. And they're like, yeah, come on in, help yourself. We do this for all the home games. And we're like, wow, that's great. So, but yeah, Pine Richlands is phenomenal.
Yep. Thank you for your time, Mr. Brod.
Absolutely.
And now let's send it over to Greg, who's with another special guest.
All right, thanks, Gus. So joining me here now is KDK radio personality Rick Dayton. How are you doing today, Rick?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well myself.
Good.
All right, so to start off, how did you first become interested in the broadcasting business?
I actually started when I was in high school. I worked for a local radio station where I grew up in Grove City, Pennsylvania. Started when I was a sophomore, 15 years old, doing Saturday nights from 7 until 10. We did news at the top of the hour. We played music. We did local news. We did national, international, all that sort of stuff. So I got started then and ended up going to school to do broadcasting and worked my way up from that point on. And it's just sort of it's been a part of my life ever since.
That's awesome. Started pretty young then. So which medium do you prefer, radio or television, and why?
They're both different. They're so different. I mean, when you're dealing with television, you've got the pictures to help you tell the story. You've got the video, right? In radio, it literally has been called the theater of the mind because people, how many times have you heard somebody on the radio and you wonder what they look like? Right?
All
you
the
have
time,
you have
yeah.
no idea what somebody
Exactly,
even looks
yeah.
like. And yet you hear their voice and you get used to what they're saying and how they say it and how they go about doing it. But you have no idea. So you're painting a picture in your mind, and then when you see that person, do they ever look like what you think? They never
No,
do.
they don't.
They
Yeah, it's
never
always
do.
different.
And that's the thing about radio is that you are literally their eyes, their ears, their sense of smell, almost their sense of touch in terms of what's going on there. And to me, it's a much different challenge television because you have the added element on television of video. Radio, it's all in terms of your description.
Yeah, those two definitely really differ from each other. So what made you decide to do broadcasting around your hometown opposed to somewhere else? Since you said you grew up not too far from here.
You don't very often get a chance to work in your hometown. In this line of work, I mean, I've talked to a lot of coaches, I've talked to a lot of players and things like that. Talking to Neil Walker, he happened to be drafted by the Pirates and had a chance to play here for a good part of his career, but it wasn't his whole career, right? At some point, he went off and he played for teams in New York and things like that. Yeah. You don't always get a chance to pick. And in this line of work, when I was working at KDK Television, there literally were 3 places where, as a television news anchor, I could work if I wanted to work in Pittsburgh. It was Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 11, period. I couldn't go start my own TV station because if you're a dentist and you want to start your own dental practice, you can do that. If you're a lawyer and you want to become a law practice, you just hang up a shingle and you start your own. You don't start your own TV station. So there were limited opportunities, and to be able to come back and work in Pittsburgh was a great thrill.
That's so cool. This is definitely a great area to be in. So who was someone like in broadcasting that you looked up to?
There's you can always say, this person, that person, famous people and things like that. To me, it was somebody relatively early on in my career. His name was Reese Edwards. And Reese was a longtime play-by-play guy down in North Carolina. And he had done a lot of work for NC State. And they won a national championship. And they were a very, very talented basketball program. One of the things that Reese said to me is he said, when you're doing interviews, he said, be very, very careful about writing down questions. And I said, well, why? You want to be prepared ahead of time, right? He said, well, he was doing an interview years and years ago with a very famous golfer, Sam Snead. And he had his list of questions there, and he put up the first question, and he read it, and he held the microphone to Mr. Snead. And Mr. Snead started answering the question, and Reese read the second question. And he held the microphone, and he asked the third question. And finally, Mr. Snead reached over, and he grabbed the microphone, and he said, I'm going to tell you this one time. He said, I answered your first question. He says, and in that I answered your second and your third question as well. If you're not going to listen to me in terms of what I say, there's no reason doing this interview. And the point is, if we don't listen, and Reese's point was, listen, we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth. We need to listen twice as much as we talk. And for broadcasters, that's a hard thing, to sit back and to listen. But you're not ever going to find out what somebody is all about unless you listen to them. So Reese Edwards taught me that lesson a long, long time ago, and I think it's really shaped how I interview people and how I interact with people, because they're the ones that we want to know. It's not about me, it's about them.
That's a really cool story. I really like that. So how has KDK changed with the way that news has been delivered in the last decade?
Radio or television, because they've both transformed a ton. I mean, if I just look at radio right now where I am, I mean, who would have thought that we would all have apps that you can listen to a radio station anywhere that you want to be? I had somebody literally yesterday when Franco Harris died that I did 4 hours from 2 until 6 talking about Franco Harris. And I had somebody text me at 6 o'clock, and they said they were in the car when they left Pittsburgh and they were on their way to visit family in North Carolina. And they listened to the entire show the whole way down by listening to the app in their phone and playing it through their car. So they would have lost us somewhere in West Virginia, right? And they wouldn't have been able to hear it. But because of the app, and I had somebody call in from San Francisco, and somebody called in from Georgia, and somebody called in from Dallas, because they're listening to the program in different ways. And so it's changed dramatically because of live streaming, because of apps, because of websites and things like that.
Yeah, technology and stuff, it's really just like evolved so much in the last decade. And
no question.
So if you weren't working for KDKA Radio, what is another job you would like to have and why?
I'd like to be the general manager of Spitzer Toyota in Monroeville. No, wait, we'll get to that in just a second. I would say probably teaching. I mean, my parents were college professors. My mom taught English. My dad taught math and computer science. Dad then went off and started a computer business. But to me, every single day as a broadcaster, I feel like I sort of get to be the teacher. Maybe I'm not the one teaching, but I can get people on who are, right? So I can get somebody on who knew Franco Harris very, very well, and that person can share stories. And so then at the end of the day, if people walk away and they say, you know what, I learned something from listening to the show today, that's ultimately the goal. So I think probably would have been an education.
Yeah, definitely a good backup career to have. So as a broadcaster, like, has there ever been like kind of like a fan moment, like someone that you've been really excited to meet? And if so, who?
You try very hard to separate yourself from that, right? Because again, it's not about you. It's not about what matters to me. It's what matters to the people on the other end, the people who are watching, the people who are listening. So the idea is to be able to ask questions and converse with them. And I think I tried very, very hard early on to remove myself from that fan side of things, because the reality is the person you're interviewing is a person just like you are.
Yeah.
They might be a really famous hockey player. They might be somebody who's a senator or a president, but it doesn't change the fact that when they got up that morning, they had to put their shoes on, their pants on, they had to tie their tie, put on their jacket, comb their hair, just like you did. So, you know, they're famous, but they're people. And when we start to put people on a pedestal or we start to lift them up and idolize them, we've got significant problems.
Yeah, I like that. You know, that they're famous, but they're also just people.
They're just people, yep.
So what has been one of like the most memorable stories that you've ever covered?
Probably one of the most difficult stories I ever covered was the Sago mine disaster in West Virginia, that there were 13 miners who were trapped in a mine explosion, and they were underground for a couple of days, and they were trying to get to them, but because of the collapse of the mine, they couldn't get in, and they were drilling down from above and trying to get them oxygen, and it had been a couple of days, and they didn't know if they were alive or they weren't. And after literally about 55 hours, I had just finished doing the 11 o'clock news, and CNN broke in saying that the miners were alive. And we had crews there. We had crews that were on the ground, and we started hearing people singing Amazing Grace, and they were dancing in the streets because their brothers, their husbands, their sons, their boyfriends were alive, only to find out a couple hours later that the news was all wrong.
Oh, my goodness.
They were dead. There was one alive. 12 of them had died. And so the news that had been out there was wrong. And it impacted an entire community, and it impacted an entire industry. And it just shows the importance of making certain that what you say on the air is 100% correct. There's no wiggle room. There cannot be. That you have to confirm it. You have to double confirm it. You have to have multiple sources. And that had such a profound impact to then have to go back on the air. And, you know, I got a phone call in the newsroom shortly after we had been on the air saying, it's all wrong. All that information you just reported was wrong. And I said, how do you know this? And she had a source that led me to believe that she wasn't lying. And we went back on the air, and ultimately it turns out that earlier news was wrong. I mean, it was a gut-wrenching, horrible experience to live through, but it has touched me in such a profound way and has really, I think, formed who I have been. And I've shared that so many times with other students about you have to be certain about what you say, because in some cases, literally, people's lives depend on what you say.
That's certainly a tragic story, but I'm sure, like you said, it's one that you'll never forget. Yeah. So you used to do Hometown Haiku. What is something that you miss about being on that show?
Oh, the kids. I mean, it was awesome. Every single you would have 3 different teams of 3 kids per team, and so I had a chance to meet these amazing students who, you know, you'd put up a math question before I could even read the first part of it. They're buzzing in and they've got the answer, right? They knew history, they knew art, they knew math, they knew science, they knew all these different things, and it shows that, you know, we don't have to just idolize athletes. You know what? It's perfectly admirable to be really, really good in school, to take your studies seriously, to know that ultimately you're going to do far more with what you do in terms of your academics as opposed to what you do with whatever your chosen sport or extracurricular is. And so it's celebrated the fact that it's awesome to work really hard, to be really smart, because it's going to take.
I've seen Hometown Haiku before watching that. It's always super fun.
I did it for 11 years. It was awesome.
All right, Rick. So our last question, and Mr. Brock told me you have a really big family. So what is your favorite thing to do with your family over the holidays?
At this point, as our kids have gotten older and they're around the country and things like that, it's picking them up from the airport. I mean, because if we can get them home, that's a huge thing. I mean, one's a doctor in Dallas, one's a financial analyst in Charlotte, one's here in Pittsburgh working for PNC Bank. So if we can get all of them home, they were all home at Thanksgiving, now with wives and fiancés and all that kind of stuff, if we can get them all in one place, that's a win. It doesn't happen all the time, but, you know, to me, going to the airport, picking them up, getting them here, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Well, thank you, Rick. But before you go, we have another special guest. We're going to bring out Mr. Robert Thomason from Spitzer Toyota.
See, this is the guy that I wanted to be. This is who, if I could do anything else in my career, it would be to be this guy, because he's the real deal.
All right, Mr. Thomason. So I know that you went to college in Mississippi. So what made you decide to come back to the Pittsburgh area?
So I was born and raised in New Orleans. So I went to school at University of Southern Mississippi. Brett Favre was in my fraternity, so people know that. And then I married a girl from Pittsburgh, and I moved to Pittsburgh, and I've been here for 19 years now.
Nice. So in any businesses, there's bound to be ups and downs. So how do you manage to keep Toyota Monroeville afloat and thriving during like more difficult times?
Well, I mean, it's certainly the last few years have been very difficult with supply chain issues, getting cars, getting parts. So, I mean, we've learned in the last 13, but in the last 2 to 3 years, it's been difficult, but I think our team just has to shift one way or the other and try to make things work and try to make people happy and customers happy, and specifically when we don't have product or we don't have parts to fix cars. So, you know, it's just you have to be able to shift and maneuver on a daily
basis. All right, Mr. Thomason. So what brought you to Plum Senior High School this morning?
Rick Dayton. So Rick and I partnered a few years ago with Folds of Honor initially, and we wanted to partner with other philanthropic organizations, and Rick knows everybody in Pittsburgh. We're involved with every philanthropic organization. So we used him as a conduit, and since then we've partnered with his radio station, and he's kind of led me through, guiding me through that, because it seems easy to do philanthropic things, but when you talk to somebody who does it on a daily basis and has done it his entire career, it makes it a lot easier.
Nice. All right, well, thank you both so much for your time. Remember, if you want to make a donation to Make-A-Wish, please call 412-471-WISH.
He has a donation that they'd like to make, by the way, to make.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
So we'd like to donate $5,000 to Make-A-Wish Foundation. We could get more lights on the board.
Well, thank you so much for your generous donation. Is there anything else that you want to say about Spitzer Toyota?
No. Just have a great telethon. You guys have been doing it for 22 years, which I think is amazing. So keep it up. Keep up the good work. I know it's a lot of effort on your part to make this happen. So thank you for inviting me, and have a great rest of the telethon.
All right. Well, again, thank you for the donation. Thank you both so much for coming. And again, that number is 412-471-9474 if you want to donate. Now I'm going to send it over to Lauren with one of Plum's coaches.
Thanks, Greg. I would now like to introduce one of Plum's girls soccer coaches, Bob Kovach. Coach, how are you doing today?
Fantastic. Thanks for having me today.
Thanks for coming in. What an incredible season you guys had this year. In the last 4 years, the team has made history by being the only Plum girls soccer team to ever make it to the semifinals of PIAA states, going to WPIAL Championship 3 years in a row, and by winning your section 4 years in a row. As one of the coaches, what does all of this mean to you?
You know, it really is incredible, and honestly, I'm just proud to be a little part of their success. As some of the students in this room know, you know, I have a junior on the team, and so what that means is I've seen a lot of the girls on this team since they were very young, you know, 4 and 5 years old, grow up through the Plum Area Youth Soccer Program, and I've coached them or watched them grow throughout the years. And, you know, it just really is enjoyable to see the soccer players that they become, the young ladies that they become, and I really look forward to watching them grow both on and off the field in, you know, in the coming seasons.
Going into next year's season, what are some improvements you will make with your team?
Yeah, every coach will say the same thing, but every season presents new challenges, right? It's a new team every year. We are very blessed this year to have 8 very talented seniors that all played significant minutes, you know. So the biggest challenge we'll have, you know, going into next year is, you know, just finding the players that will fill those very sizable shoes, finding the depth behind them. You know, I'm confident in the strength of our program, the strength of our pipeline, the caliber of our girls that we'll be able to do so. Obviously, the challenge is just going to be finding those puzzle pieces and how they ultimately fit in the overall puzzle.
Well, I wish you the best of luck for next year.
Well, thanks, I appreciate it.
Could you tell us a little bit about how you became interested in soccer and coaching the sport?
Yeah, it goes way, way back. I started playing similar to a lot of the girls on the team when I was young, you know, 4 or 5 years old. And, you know, I played a bunch of sports, but it became very evident by the time I was, you know, 9 or 10 that was my best sport, and I really focused on that. And whether it was through, I grew up in Monroeville, whether it was through the Monroeville Soccer Club, my Beadling team, ODP, Keystone State games, etc., I just played at all different levels and really just enjoyed all my experiences. And then going into college, I, you know, had to make a decision. I really wanted to play at Penn State. Wasn't, you know, unfortunately, I was a goalkeeper. They gave a scholarship to somebody on the other side of the state, so I had to make a decision on whether I wanted to go play somewhere else or go to Penn State, which was my dream school. And I ultimately decided to go to Penn State, and was really happy about that decision. I continued to play there, obviously not through the school, but the one thing that allowed me to do was I started, you know, getting my coaching certifications at that time, and I started coaching teams. And, you know, I came back and I was, you know, I started coaching at Gateway High School, and I became the first coach of what is now AFFC. And, you know, and over the last 20 years, I've just coached a whole bunch of teams and players, and it really been an enjoyable experience. And, you know, looking back now, was the best decision I ever made. So,
well, being a Penn State fan myself, I think you made a good choice. So you've been on the coaching staff for 4 years. What has been your favorite memory here at Plum?
Oh, that's a tough decision. We've had so many great games, so many fantastic goals, exciting finishes. You know, it's really hard to isolate it into any one moment. You know, if I had to think about it, my answer would probably surprise people, because it's not, you know, a goal to win the section or a particular playoff game. I remember a couple years ago, we played a game at Oakland Catholic, and there was a 10 to 15 minute stretch where we played the best soccer I've ever seen a high school team play. And it was just really enjoyable to sit back and watch, you know, the team execute on the field, all the things that we've done in practice, just how they grew together. And it really was phenomenal to watch. But, you know, I think as I really reflect on the last 4 years, my favorite memories aren't necessarily games or specific results. You know, the things I look most fondly upon are some of the discussions or conversations I have on the practice field, you know, some of the bus rides, some of the things that go on in there. They're just really fun, and when I look back, those are the things I remember the most.
What are your goals for next year's soccer season?
You know, that's really up to the girls. You know, we firmly believe as a coaching staff that the team belongs to the girls, and it's their team, and so every year they set goals, and we ask them before the season to write down individual goals, things that they want to accomplish specifically, and then also team goals. And so then we compile and summarize those team goals, and we put it on a board that all the girls sign, and when we use that to reflect upon, during the course of the season, hey, these are the things that we want to accomplish, whether it's win sections, qualify for whips, or qualify for states, win whips. And those are things that the girls decide every year, and as a coach, it's our goal to help them achieve those goals, but it really is their team and their decision on what they want to accomplish.
Despite your winning streak, how do you keep your girls motivated and positive after losing a game?
Well, fortunately, we haven't lost much in the last 4 years. But, I firmly believe as a coach that players and coaches learn more from defeat than they do from victory. And, after a tough loss, whether it's in the regular season or playoffs, it's a time to reflect. And it's something that we can go back, we can look at the tape, we can challenge ourselves. Did we do the right things? What could we have done differently? How can we improve for the next time? And again, referencing something I said earlier, because of the caliber of the players that we have on the team from an attitude perspective, from a talent perspective, et cetera, they're always very receptive to take those lessons and then build upon those and hopefully improve the next game so they don't happen again.
One last question for you, Coach. What was the ugliest holiday sweater you have worn or seen?
Ooh, we actually just had a ugly sweater contest at our firm, and the individual that actually won, she had a sweater that had a huge stocking affixed to it with a bunch of different ornaments and Christmas stuff, and she ultimately won. And I'd have to say that was one of the worst I've seen. So,
Coach, are you ready for some telethon trivia?
We'll see.
All right.
Can I dial a friend?
No.
All right, sorry.
First question. For how long was Pittsburgh spelled without an H?
30 years. I don't know.
I'm sorry. The correct answer was 20 years.
Oh, so close.
Pittsburgh is home to the country's first gas station. What town was it created in?
Is that in Oil City?
Sorry, the correct answer was East Liberty. Name the two different inclines that are located in Pittsburgh.
The Mon and the Duquesne.
Correct. What town in Pittsburgh is home to Gravity Hill?
Is that in Oakland?
It's North Park.
I was even there, son of a gun.
Last question. What is the name of the largest single artist museum in North America that happens to be located in Pittsburgh?
That's the Andy Warhol Museum.
Correct. Thank you for your time today, Coach. We wish you a safe and happy holiday.
Thank you much. I appreciate it.
Now, let's send it over to Dylan for another interview.
Many thanks to Lauren and Coach Bob. Now, I am here with part of the O-Block Elementary Film Group, Nick Barclay and Carson Bauer, who filmed the fundraising efforts done by O-Block Elementary. How are you two young Mustangs doing this morning?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you.
I'm doing fantastic. All right, Carson, I'll start with you. Can you share some insight as to the fundraising efforts done by O-Block Elementary this year?
Well, they did a few things. First of all, every Wednesday, they had different days where they did dress up in, there was camouflage, there was red, white, and blue, there was a pajama day. In order to dress up in that attire, you had to donate $1. And then they also did raffle baskets that were donated by the teachers, and all the proceeds just went towards Make-A-Wish to buy the tickets.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. Now, this brings me to you, Nick Barclay. Since you are a former alumni of Center Elementary, now O-Block Elementary, can you tell me a little bit about what it felt like being back in the building?
Yeah, it was great to be back and walk through the hallways of my old school. Very nostalgic feeling, just looking back at everything and realizing how similar the school looks to how I remember it.
Yeah, I've gotten that feeling too. Truly inspiring. With my last question, I'm going to ask something I know both you boys have strong opinions on. Would you rather shop in person or online, and why?
Honestly, it all depends on what I'm shopping for.
I can see that.
I would say online shopping.
Yeah, I'm much more of an online shopper myself. Thank you guys for the time, and I hope you have a beautiful holiday. Now let's see the video on how O-Block supported Make-A-Wish, shall we? Hello, my name is Dylan Walters Gallagher, and I'm here at O Block Elementary, formerly known as Center Elementary. Now, there's a spot for everybody at O Block, and that's something that relates to the Make-A-Wish Foundation as well. O Block Elementary has done a lot of fundraising when it comes to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. They have had Spirit Days every Friday where kids can come in, wear like a hat day or fall flannel day, camo day, where students can pay $1 and wear those kinds of attire. Not to mention the baskets, they're doing a raffle where teachers donated baskets and the students can purchase raffle tickets, and all the proceeds go to Make-A-Wish. Why don't we take a look at that, shall we?
I'm Jacob Pedley, and I'm here with
Robin Pedley, first grade teacher at O Block Elementary.
How you doing, Mom?
I'm doing great, honey. How are you?
I'm doing good. So, what does Make-A-Wish mean for you?
Well, it's a fantastic organization that raises money to help children with life-threatening diseases and illnesses, and gives them some kind of thing to look forward to. We've been working here at Center at O Block for years now, and I think it's just a great organization to be a part of.
How do the kids respond to all the Make-A-Wish fundraising?
Well, they really like the dress days. I mean, today's PJ day, so that's a really fun day for them. They enjoy getting dressed up and doing things. This year we're doing a Make-A-Wish a Chinese auction basket raffle, and the students are really, it's been a huge success so far. They're really excited about winning the baskets. The teachers donated all the baskets, and the students are buying tickets, and we're hoping that we raise, we're hoping about $3,000 this year.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Why are you guys dressed up today?
Make-A-Wish!
It's Make-A-Wish.
Hi, I'm Nick Barclay, a TV3 student at Plum Senior High School, and today I'm here with...
My name is Aiden. Wheeldum. Riley. Vanessa.
So, do you guys know why you're dressed up today?
Yeah, because it's PJ day. Because it's pajama day. Pajama day. Pajama day.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Hello, I'm Carson Bauer, and I'm here with my friends at Center Elementary. What are your guys' names?
Jackson. Garrett. Damien.
So you got Jackson, Derek, and Damien. So, do you guys know why you're dressed up today?
Because it's pajama day.
Do you know why you're dressed up?
Pajama day. Pajama day.
Because it's pajama day at Center Elementary. But do you know why we're dressing up in our pajamas?
No. No. No.
They don't know. It's for Make-A-Wish, guys. Raising money for Make-A-Wish. All right, you guys should probably get back to work. Back to the studio. I'm Jacob Pedley, and I'm here with...
I'm Mrs. Sanderson.
Why is Make-A-Wish important to you?
My little sister had a Make-A-Wish in 2018, and we went to Disney World. And my sister since has been able to be a Make-A-Wish mentor and help other kids get their wish granted, and that was a really cool process to go through.
That's amazing.
Mr. Hortman won. I bet his grandkids are going to be pretty happy. All right. Baskets donated by fourth grade. Alumni, in Miss Austin's room. She played lacrosse with you last year. The little tiny one that played lacrosse. All right, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. We have some great winners. We raised a lot of money for this year, and we are looking forward to the telethon. Thanks.
Welcome to Pivik Elementary School. I am Axel Slander. We have participated in many fun activities this year, with all proceeds donated to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Hi, I'm Kara Geiger. Some activities that the students participated in were PJ Day, Camo Day, Hat Day, Disney Day, and Athletic Day. The students dressed in these fun spirit outfits and donated $1 to Make-A-Wish each week.
Hi, I am Marina Klippa. This year, the teachers donated 9 baskets for a raffle. We sold raffle tickets and drew the winners on November 23rd. We had many happy winners. With all of our fundraising efforts, Pivik Elementary School raised $4,164.40 this year for Make-A-Wish. Happy holidays from Pivik Elementary School.
Wowza. Would you look at that? O'Block Elementary decided to raise $4,164.40 for Make-A-Wish this year. Truly great. We saw a lot of different aspects of their fundraising for Make-A-Wish when it came to the raffle baskets or their spirit days. And I'm glad that they were a part of our fundraising efforts. I'm Dylan Gallagher, and I'll see you on the flip side. I'm over here on the flip side, and wow, would you look at that? Another great job to O'Block Elementary for raising $4,164.40. A big congratulations. Oh, my bad. A big congratulations and thank you to all the students who helped fundraise for Make-A-Wish. Please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can do so now through Plum's name. Just call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. Now let's learn a little bit more about the Make-A-Wish Foundation with our regional representative, Jake Seavey.
What an amazing contribution from O'Block. Here with me is the Make-A-Wish representative, Jake Seavey. How are you, Jake?
I'm doing a little gloomy outside, but you would not be able to tell from in here because it's just a bunch of smiling faces. Everybody's happy. Everybody's got a lot of energy, and it's awesome.
Yeah, we definitely do have a lot of energy in here today. So to start off, what is your specific role with Make-A-Wish?
Yeah, so I'm a development coordinator. I work primarily with our Kids for Wish Kids and Wishmakers on Campus programs. So Kids for Wish Kids is our elementary school, our high school, our middle schools. So Telethon here today. And then our Wishmakers on Campus is our college program. So I work mainly with schools and colleges. And it's really awesome to work with the youth and their fundraising and get their initiatives started.
Okay, that's cool. What made you decide to become a part of Make-A-Wish?
Yeah, so there are a couple of factors. One, my mom is a fundraiser, so being in fundraising is really cool to me. My aunt also worked at Make-A-Wish. She just retired, so congratulations to her. So she was a big factor in one of the reasons that I wanted to work at Make-A-Wish. And Make-A-Wish is just a great cause in general, so it's a very fulfilling job, and it's making a difference in children's lives. So.
Yeah, I totally agree. Wishes are incredibly important to children. Can you tell me how a child becomes eligible for a wish?
Yeah, so if you are a child between the ages of 2.5 and 18 and are diagnosed with a critical illness, so those are going to be transplants or various forms of cancers or even tumors, you'll be referred to our Make-A-Wish representatives, and they will then confirm that. And once you get into our system, we then have our volunteers go out and identify the Wish Kids' one true wish. And it's pretty cool. It's kind of a magical thing, and obviously magic comes from making wishes, and that's what we're doing here today. We're granting wishes here.
Yeah, that is very magical. Can you walk us through the process? Oh, wait. Yeah, can you walk us through the process of granting a wish for a child?
Yeah, so like I said, at 2.5 and 18, so they'll get their volunteers, and we go in and identify their true wish. So we ask them kind of a magical question. If you could wish for anything, if you could go anywhere, be anyone, have anything, give anything, or meet anyone, what would you wish for? And it's kind of a loaded question, and some of our younger kids may not know exactly what they want at first, but that's what our volunteers do. They do a really, really good job of identifying what wish would work, and they'll kind of make it unique to that specific child.
Well, that's a great process. Wishes are very special and involved, like a trip to Disney World or meeting a favorite celebrity. Of all the wishes you have been involved with, which would you say was the most memorable and had the biggest impact on you thus far?
Yeah, so this one's a little bit of a two-parter, and it kind of goes back into how I got started with Make-A-Wish. So my first ever experience with Make-A-Wish was back when I was about 4 or 5. It was actually for a wish to be a superhero, Beetle Boy. So Beetle Boy was able to go around the city, and he actually got a key to the city. He rescued a damsel in distress. He also untied Rock the Panther from a field goal post. So it was a really, really cool wish. And obviously, as I said, it was when I was 4 or 5, so it's really had a big impact on me 20 years later.
That's amazing. That's a great wish. It's so unique and interesting. I love that. Plum has a profound history of fundraising for Make-A-Wish, as you know. What are some other popular fundraisers being held across the greater Pittsburgh and West Virginia regions?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. So we have a lot of different fundraisers throughout our entire chapter. So our chapter covers 57 counties in Pennsylvania, so we cover all the way over to Philadelphia. Just that corner we don't cover, and then every county in West Virginia we cover. So it's a pretty big territory. We have events going on almost at all times. So we just had our Boo and Brew event at Halloween. We have our Grapevine event, which is a wine tasting event, and we have a lot of various Kids for Wish Kids events, Wish Makers at Work events, and Wish Makers on Campus events. So it's a lot of events, and it's a lot of meeting people, and it's a lot of going to amazing places like this. And again, it's a lot of granting wishes.
Yeah, I think that's amazing that you guys have so much going on. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And one final question for you. Can you describe what the holiday season means to you?
The holiday season is magic, and not just at Make-A-Wish, everywhere. But when you're at Make-A-Wish, it really is magic because, like we said, it's changing lives. These kids aren't having the most, not able to go out, maybe not able to go to school because of their sickness, their illness. Being able to give them that wish during the holiday season is really, really magical. And I also really like my mom's cookies.
That's awesome. I totally agree. It really is magical in every aspect. Thank you so much for coming out today and for being such an important part of Make-A-Wish. We really appreciate you. Now let's hear from Emily with some fall athletes.
Thanks, Taylor. I'm sitting here with fall sport athletes Nate Morrill, boys soccer player, Connor Pivarato, cross-country runner, and Annabelle Arhan, girls soccer player. So Annabelle, we'll start with you. What was it like being part of the team for 4 years?
It was truly a great experience. Throughout my 4 years, I've matured as a person and as a soccer player, and that wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the time and the moments that I spent with the team.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, unfortunately, in the last 4 years, you lost to Mars and this year to Moon. How do you come back from games like these?
Don't get me wrong, it's hard losing to the same team over and over again, but each time that we would come together as a team and regroup and try and analyze our gameplay to see any mistakes that we could fix. And I personally feel like it worked out because back in my freshman year, we would lose to them by 3 or 4 goals. And now more recently, it's only been by 1 or 2 goal differentials.
Yeah, I totally understand that feeling, so I'm proud of you guys. Okay, Connor, next to you. What are training days like for you?
Well, it's really difficult to say what a typical training day is like because each run has a different purpose. Each day has a different goal in mind, but most days are just you're running, and then there's extra stuff that you have to do to make sure that your body is staying healthy and you're not going to get injured with like all the stretching and everything. It's the most important part besides just running.
Yeah. So do you prepare for meet days different from practice days, and if so, how?
Well, definitely. The night before a meet is a lot different than any other night before any other run, with having to eat differently. I typically have a pre-race meal that's the same. It's always pasta and grilled chicken. And then the day of, it's a lot more focused on hydrating and drinking drinks like Pedialyte to make sure that I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a lot on your body. Okay, Nate. The boys team has been successful for the past 4 years. What was it like for you being there for all of it?
It was really just an amazing experience. Not a lot of teams can win a section championship, let alone 4 in the past 4 years. So it has been a great experience. Starting from my freshman year when the senior class led us all the way to the semifinals to now this year, our senior class were able to take us to the semifinals, not the Whitfield Championship, unfortunately, but we were the first team to go to states since 2005.
Yeah, congrats. So the senior class has been close for the last 10 years. Do these relationships play a part in the game?
Absolutely. Our senior class has been together since we were around 8 years old when we first started travel soccer together, and the chemistry on the field is like unmatched, I feel. When we go up against teams, we know where each other is on the field. We know what we like to do, where we want to go, and I think it helps a lot.
Yeah. So finally, for all of you, what is your funniest holiday memory?
I would have to say usually my sister and I wait for my mom and dad to wake up on Christmas Day and go downstairs to find the presents together. But one morning we woke up and the dog was already down there in his treats before we were able to get down there.
Probably a few years ago, we were opening presents, my brother and I, and our cat jumped onto the tree and knocked the tree over while we were opening presents, and that was kind of catastrophic. So that's probably my favorite.
Oh my gosh.
I'd have to say a few years back when I lived in an apartment, we built a very disproportionate looking snowman. It had, for a nose, it had mulch. Mulch for a nose.
Hey, I mean, those are the best looking ones. So. Are you guys up for some telethon trivia?
Yeah.
All right. So to start off, which reindeer is named after thunder?
Comet?
The correct answer is Donner. Okay, what is the name of Rudolph's son? Yep.
I got nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. It's Robbie the reindeer. Okay, next. What does Santa's belly shake like?
Fig pudding?
It's a bowl full of jelly. What do Swedish children leave out for Santa Claus?
Swedish fish.
Ooh. It's actually coffee. Okay, lastly, which U.S. state has a town called Santa Claus?
Montana.
It's Well, we appreciate your time today. Thank you for the hard work you put in towards your seasons. Now let's send it over to Justina with another interview.
Thanks, Emily. Here with me now is East Suburban sports medicine physical therapist, Plum High School athletic trainer, and boys assistant soccer coach Mike Tardio. How are you, Mr. Tardio?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Yep, you're welcome. As a former player on the Plum boys soccer team, how does it feel to now be a trainer for both the boys and girls soccer teams?
Yeah, I love it. For me, actually my senior year of high school, I was voted most school spirited. So to be able to come back to the school that I love to be a part of, not even with just the boys and girls soccer team, but the football team and all the other sports. I try to come every day and use the things that I learned and my skill and my expertise to make an impact on people. Us as athletes, we relate so much of ourselves to the sport that we play. And when you're injured, you lose so much of that, physically, mentally. So I try to just, do whatever I can to make sure that I can get people back onto the field, hopefully prevent some injuries. And for me, too, my senior year, we won the Whitfield Championship. We're the last team in Plum of any sport to win one, and I don't take pride in that. And so I want to see other teams win. And so if I can do whatever I can to make sure that people can get back onto the field and be able to contribute to their teams, that's what I really look forward to when I come here.
Yeah, it's so cool the impact you still have to this day. How has the treatment of different type of injuries changed since you started back at the University of Pitt to now?
Not much. There's been some changes. I always tell people, like patients, that there's only so many ways to bend a knee. There's only so many ways to strengthen your quad muscle. So that stuff hasn't changed over the course of time. I think for the most part, the recognition and awareness of concussions has been the biggest change. And, not that concussions weren't treated 10, 15, 20 years ago. They were treated, but, a lot of times it was, hey, your bell was wrong and, back into the game. Nowadays, Coach Morgan, he's great to work with. He'll come up to me and say, hey, Mike, can you go look at so-and-so? He just doesn't seem right. And, for him and his staff to be aware of the injuries, and all the coaches to be aware of, concussions and, what that can do for someone, and not being so focused on winning and being more focused on the well-being of the student athletes. I think that's the biggest thing that's changed.
Yeah, that's super cool. As a former student in the television production classes, what is the most memorable thing you've learned from Mr. Barat?
Not much, because he doesn't really teach, right? No, actually, it's nothing to do with television production. Even though I like doing that stuff. And when the boys soccer team, when we went to states, I put a little video montage together to announce that we were getting a bus from Pat McAfee. So I learned those skills from Mr. Barat. But the biggest thing that I've always remembered was I'm a big Pitt fan, and he told me years and years ago that Pitt will lead you down a road of sorrow, and it is 100% true. Every time I get excited for something with Pitt, they end up, eventually breaking my heart. So I always remember what Mr. Barat told me.
Yeah, that's awesome. What year did you begin to work at East Suburban Sports Medicine, and why do you love it so much?
So I started working as a physical therapist in 2013, and I think it's twofold for me. One, I get to continue on the legacy that my dad established before me in establishing the business. And, today I get to serve as like our vice president. And so I get to, do a lot of things to try to help grow our business and still make impacts on people's lives. And then, I think anyone that gets into healthcare, you get into it because you want to help people. And so it's really rewarding whenever you take someone that had a shoulder surgery and they're at the lowest of their lows when they come in, and then you work with them week and week and week and week and months, and then at the end when they're leaving with a smile on their face, that's the greatest reward.
Yeah, that's great. How did it feel to watch history for both the boys and girls soccer teams this past season?
It's been awesome. For me, like I said, I'm super proud of being from Plum and Plum Athletics. What the girls accomplished over the last 4 years, going to the Whitfield Championship, three years is extremely difficult. For them to go as far as they went in states, and for the boys going to the Whitfield semifinals 3 years, out of 4, winning the section 4 years. I've been just extremely proud of all of them and what they've accomplished, and I just look forward to next year and years to come.
Yeah, it's spectacular what they've been able to accomplish. So, final question: what is your favorite gift you've ever given or received?
Probably. I'm not great like most guys. I don't think we're good at coming up with gift ideas. So a couple years ago, I got my parents tickets to see Andrea Bocelli, which most of you probably don't know him. He's an opera singer. I'm not an opera guy, but he's Italian, and my parents and my grandparents always loved him. So I got them tickets for that, and I actually went with them, and it was a really cool moment to be there with them.
Yeah, that's an awesome gift. Now, Mike, are you ready for some telethon trivia?
I guess so.
All right, first question. Pittsburgh is home to how many bridges?
A lot. 500. Right? Wrong?
Wrong. No, it was actually 446 bridges.
Close.
All right, next question. What neighborhood did Mr. Rogers' neighborhood take place?
Oakland.
Correct. The first ever movie theater in the world opened in Pittsburgh. What year did it open?
I have no idea. 1900.
Oh, you're actually pretty close. It was 1905. What condiment brand was founded in Pittsburgh?
Heinz.
Correct. What does the Pittsburgh saying of "jeet yet" mean?
Did you eat yet?
Good job.
All right, there we go.
Thanks for taking time to answer some questions, Mike, and I hope you have a happy holiday.
Yeah, thanks, you too. And on behalf of East Suburban Sports Medicine, I have a check for $200 for Make-A-Wish.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for your generous donation.
You're welcome.
Have a happy holiday season.
Same to you.
Now let's take a look at our first segment of Deck the Halls.
Pittman Senior at Plum Senior On. I'm here with
Maya Nonnenberg,
Mia Matolsi,
Nathan Milka, Adam Kotvis,
Brendan Shovel,
Caden Norcutt,
Jacob Headley,
Carson Bauer,
Derek Warner,
Ethan Rose,
Ryan Kesterholt,
Kara Dugas,
Dr. Pomri,
Mr. Fox,
What is your favorite holiday movie, and what do you like about it?
My favorite movie is Elf because it's funny.
Mine is Home Alone, also because it's funny.
I like Die Hard because it's a great action movie for the holidays.
I'll probably say Elf. It's funny.
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Just the whole movie, it's just funny.
Do you guys have any fun holiday traditions? If so, what is it?
We go over to our grandparents' house on Christmas Day.
I go to my grandparents' house on Christmas Day.
Nice holiday tradition we do the 7 fishes. Typical Italian type thing on Christmas Eve with the family. And as I just said, watch It's a Wonderful Life before we go to bed.
Yes, I like to host Christmas Eve at my house with all of my family.
That's fun. Okay. What is the best gift you've ever received?
Ooh, best gift would have to be a season pass to Seven Springs. You know, I'm a big snowboarder.
I'd have to go with the MacBook.
I don't know my best gift. I'm gonna say my dog a couple years ago.
My parents surprised us with a trip to Disney World last Christmas.
Best gift I've ever received was the Xbox One when it first came out.
PS5. Come on, Milko.
Little controversy there. If you
The gift of my son. He was born in October, but it was just, you know, it was a great present before the holidays began. So,
the last one we got for you guys, if you had to pick one celebrity to celebrate the holidays with, who are you picking and why?
Oh, I'd have to go with Lil Uzi Vert because I'm just a big fan. Very funny guy.
I'd have to go with Elon Musk. Just seems like a cool guy.
What is one celebrity you would celebrate the holidays with?
Julia Roberts. I think she's so much fun.
Celebrity I would like to celebrate the holidays with would be Santa Claus. Love to see the process, love to see what happens, what goes on there. Definitely the biggest celebrity of the holidays.
Wow, what a nice first segment of Deck the Halls. Joining me now is the founder of the TJD Project Spread Positivity, Jody Jajanovic, and her son Brady. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Doing good, thanks.
All right, so to start, what exactly is the TJD Project Spread Positivity?
Well, in June of 2019, we unexpectedly and sadly lost my oldest son, Thomas, to suicide. And shortly after, it just came to me that I needed to share Thomas's outward positivity that he shared with people. And so I came up with a foundation, which is Thomas Jack Dejanovic's Project Spread Positivity. And through that, that's what we do. We spread positivity to to people and to the community and, you know, wherever we can, as well as we use our foundation as a platform to teach young people about mental health and wellness and suicide awareness.
Really inspiring. So, Brady, how has being a part of this project kind of changed your outlook on, being nice and kind to others?
Well, it's really opened my eyes to the effect that being kind on someone has, and that you should always spread positivity to others.
Yeah. So, Jody, what foundations have you guys kind of been contributing to this past year?
Well, there are a ton of different foundations and also individuals that we donate to. We offer, I think we've given out 5 scholarships to students this year. And at the end of this school year, we will give away another scholarship to one of our seniors, and that's an annual scholarship for the senior class at Plum, and that's the TJD Spread Positivity Scholarship. We also have given to a local family. We raised money for them to make some changes in their home, some medical adjustments for their 13-year-old daughter who suffers from severe epilepsy. So that was very rewarding. We also give to the American Foundation of Suicide Awareness every year so that we can help them study suicide and how we can decrease the stigma, how we can decrease the numbers, and how we can educate. And as well as it's the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and that's 988, and anybody can call that anytime, text or dial 988 if they ever need help with anything. And so we always donate money to them. And then one of my very favorite things that we do every year in the summer is we have a lantern release, and we do that to honor the light and the life of Thomas. And so Project Spread Positivity actually gives away the lanterns to all the people in the community, and we've done it for 3 years, and we've had really great turnouts. It's a really great way to bring the community together and share kindness.
Those are all like really great contributions to the community.
Thank you.
So, you know, like in general, like what have you, like, how is this kind of like, you know, bettered being part of this project? How has it kind of bettered both of you, just like in general?
You want to go first?
You know, I think it's really opened my eyes about how a community can come together and support a family that is also a part of their community, and just how spreading positivity throughout the community and families is beneficial to everyone.
For me, it's done a lot of things. It's opened up my eyes to the fact that there really there's more kindness and love and generosity in this world than anyone could ever imagine. And through Spread Positivity, not only do we give, you know, spread positivity to others and give kindness and do good things, but we have received so much back for our foundation as well as for our family through the community and beyond. And that's a legacy for, you know, Thomas. And so that is, you know, that's the best thing I think I could do to carry on, you know, what he was all about. So.
Okay. So lastly, I wanted to ask, what are both of your favorite holiday foods?
Oh, Brady can go. He has a long list.
I do. I enjoy all the holiday foods. I like turkey. I like ham. But I would have to say my favorite holiday food is probably eating the gingerbread houses after you make them. So.
I am a dessert person.
Me too.
So anything chocolate in any way, shape, or form works for me. So I would say that probably my favorite thing is dessert.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like we have a little bit unexpected telethon trivia here.
Okay.
So to start off, this is the music trivia. So what singer has had a #1 Billboard hit in each of the last 4 decades?
Michael Jackson.
It was Mariah Carey. All right, so what actor or actress of the Avengers had a brief stint as a pop star?
Scarlett Johansson.
That's actually what I thought too, but it's Brie Larson. All right, so what was Freddie Mercury's real name?
Yeah, nope, don't know it.
It's okay, I wouldn't have known this one either. It was Farouk Bulsara.
Oh, yeah, no.
All right, so who was the very first American Idol winner?
Oh, what's his name?
To her. Kelly Clarkson.
Yes, that is correct. Okay. All right, so what astronomer is name dropped in Bohemian Rhapsody?
Oh.
Galileo.
Very good.
Yes. I know I pronounced that one wrong. But all right, so thank you both so much for coming in today and talking about the project and what it does and everything. And remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, please call 412-471-WISH. or 412-471-9474. Hope you guys both have a happy holiday.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to Hannah, who has another special guest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Joining me now is Vinny Soma from Say It Once Dog Training. How are you this morning, Vinny?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me for this event again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. You have your own business called Say It Once Dog Training. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yes, ma'am. So we train family dogs. We go into houses with families. We sit down one. It's like, why is this dog having issues? Or how do we put this puppy in a position where he can grow, become confident, and really be a part of the family where they enjoy their dog?
What sparked your interest in working with dogs?
So I think what got me started with dogs is when I was 19, I got injured. All right, and so I went to this high school. I moved out to Chicago to play hockey. I got injured, and I couldn't play hockey anymore. And somehow God opened up a door to where I was, my uncle was a dog. And I fell in love with the craft. I fell in love with dogs. I fell in love with the idea that even something broken can be fixed. And that's how I really got into dogs and dog training. It was just somebody else's decided to open a door for me.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Is having this business rewarding, and why?
The business is extremely rewarding. The reason it's rewarding is because, thank you very much, is because we get to help so many people realize their dog's potential. Every dog has more potential than we could ever dream of, just like every child has more potential than we could ever dream of. And my goal is to try to make that family see this dog's true potential and get the dog to live up to that.
Being a dog trainer, what would you say is the biggest struggle you deal with?
The biggest struggle I deal with being a dog trainer has nothing to do with dogs. It has everything to do with people. Right. Okay. At the end of the day, I'm not a dog trainer. I'm a human counselor and dog trainer. And because I create dog behavior, and sometimes we do what feels good, but it's not for the better of the dog. So, the hardest part of the job is just trying to explain to people, hey, this is what's necessary for our dog to flourish. And sometimes that's hard. It's like I go to a dietitian who says, hey, if you want to flourish, don't eat cookies, but it's really hard to not eat the damn cookie. Right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. What tips would you give to a new dog owner?
What tips would I give? This is a really good question, okay? Because there's a lot of tips that I would give. But the most important thing is to understand that it takes time. You don't have to fix everything on day one. And if you create rules and you create boundaries within your house, life gets a lot easier. And the one thing that your coworker gave me here is some dog treats, okay? And dogs are motivated through food, through play, through affection, and we have to learn how to use those motivations properly, just the same way that your teachers are motivated, and I'm motivated through payment. Right, like and through joy and through success. So, for a dog, you want to try to find their motivation and use it to your advantage.
Those are some great tips. What dog breed has been the hardest to train, and why?
Human being, hands down, like no doubt about it. No, but I would say the hardest is probably the really tiny dogs, because they're very tiny, but they've got more fight in them than you would ever think. Like a small little Yorkshire Terrier or a little Jack Russell. They've got a lot of fight in them, so that would be my hardest breed would be Yorkshire.
Lastly, a festive question.
Yeah.
If you could be one reindeer from Santa's sleigh, which one would you be and why?
Well, it depends. Which one of them has the best hair? So whatever one of them has the best hair is the one that I'm going with. I don't know if they have hair, but we'll go with that. I don't actually. I know Rudolph.
He has a good nose.
Prancer, Dancer. Are those even right?
I think it's close. I don't even know.
Well, yeah, we'll go with Rudolph then.
It's a good answer.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like you have brought a friend with you today.
Yeah.
What is their name and what breed is he or she?
So this is Xena, and she's a St. Bernard. She's my baby girl. She's 6 years old, and she's the sweetest thing on the planet. I actually rescued her when she was a year old, and she had 2 houses or 2 homes before she came to me, which is like shocking. Yeah. But it shows you that, when you're in the right place, you're going to flourish. And you guys, kids may not understand that yet, but one day you'll understand when you're in the right place, you'll get to see your true potential and you will get to flourish. So that's just what happened with Xena. I'm so glad she came into my life.
Can you teach us a little bit about dogs?
I would love to teach you some things about dogs. This would be great. How much time we got? 2 hours?
Sure.
Perfect. Let's switch mics. Come on, Z. Up. So this is Xena. Am I good? Yep. Right here. Okay. So this is Xena. All right. And who thinks Xena's cute? Okay. A couple of you didn't raise your hand. Can you kindly exit the building? Okay. Xena's adorable. And when we see a cute dog, what's the first thing that we want to do? We want to pet them. We want to run up to them. We want to give them affection. We want to give them love, right? Because she's cute. Now, fellas, if you guys do that to a human being, you're going to go to jail. That's not allowed. And you should not just run right up to a dog and pet them just because they're cute. They don't greet us the way that we greet them. They don't come up to us and say, you know what, I would really like to just put my hands all over you right now. That's not acceptable. So one thing as a society that we could do for dogs is, what's the dog's primary sense? What's their primary sense? Come on, someone tell me. Smell. So if I'm going like this, oh, my babies, I love you. My dog can't smell me because they're going, Jesus, this guy's psychotic, right? But if I can just ignore my dog for a minute or ignore that dog for a minute, let them smell me. Let them get comfortable with who I am so they can find out if they want to be pet or not. That would be a benefit to every dog in the world. But we have to have a little bit of impulse control. And I talked earlier about sometimes you have to do what feels good isn't always what's right. So you don't want to run right up to them right away. Just let them smell you, let them hang out. And one of the most important things that we can teach our dogs is that people don't mean stress. People don't mean crazy. So they get ignored, they get calm, and then the second that they do, you want me to demo this? Anybody want to come up and pet her real quick? Come on, bro. So don't pet her yet, okay? Just come all the way up to me and just ignore, let her smell you. Now, Xena is a really calm dog. You see how she's just like, okay, this is Bull. I want you to pet me right now. But don't pet her yet. Let her smell you. Let her find everything else about you. And then when she's done investigating, because this is not a greeting. This is an investigation. Now she's going, okay, I would like affection. Go ahead and pet my dog. Do whatever you want. You could give her some... okay, she's just petting a dog. You guys see what I'm saying? How cute dogs are. We're like, I got to pet them right away. Because it gives us that hit of that feel good, that dopamine, right? And then when we're done with the dog. Go ahead, you can stop petting her, but she's a leaner, so she's going to nudge you like, hey, what's up, dude? Like, look at her. She's like, why are you not petting me anymore? Yeah, she does. That she does. So that would be one thing that I would really stress is, we've got to learn how to greet dogs properly. And then when we do learn how to greet them properly, they'll learn to trust and respect us the best way possible. And then the other thing, do I still got time? Yeah. Okay. The other thing that I would really focus on, guys, is she's going to rip the cords out of everything. That's okay. Like, who here has a dog? Okay. Dang, that's a good class. Okay. So 90% of you guys have dogs. Who here has had a dog that has eaten something they shouldn't have? Maybe they jumped on the counter, they got into the trash, they ate something off the side of the street. Like, one of the most important things that we can do is we need to be able to teach dogs what is and is not allowed to be eaten. Now, these are donuts, so it's not the end of the world if she eats them, but what if they were chocolate donuts? What if they were grapes? What if they were something that was poisonous, like rat poison or something along the lines like that? So we have to teach our dogs how to be confident leaving items around, okay? And that, to me, would be extremely, extremely important. Awesome, guys. Well, I appreciate your help today, my man. And the next time you see a dog, what are you going to do?
I'm going to let him smell me for a little.
My man. Good job, brother. Very, very good job. Thank you, guys. Oh, nice. Okay. So, and something else that we'll talk about other than just greeting a dog is, do our dogs, does anyone know why we have so many different breeds of dogs? Come on, take a guess. Rapid fire. 1, 2, 3, guess. Why do we have so many different breeds? Nope. Go on. Because they all, my man, where are you coming from, right? That was like, did you read that in the Google, in the Google? So we created so many different types of dogs for so many different types of jobs. Each dog breed that you see was created for a purpose, okay? And when we have a dog like this, and we go, okay, well, this dog was bred to help find people in a snowy mountain that could be trapped and lost. And we don't give this dog an outlet then we're going to struggle. And when anybody here have a shepherd, a lab, a pit bull, any of those breeds, a golden retriever, okay? Like those are the main, the main breeds around, as well as doodles. We have all these dogs that were created to herd, that were created to protect property, and we don't give them a job. We sit inside the house and we pet them and we sit on the couch and we go, oh, the dog must love me. The dog is, that's not enough for your dog. So for you guys that are still young enough that don't have any issues, like with your knees, like Mr. Barat does or that I do, and you got to take your dog out for a walk. You got to play with them. But use these moments to build a bond with your dog. That is why you got a dog. So, really, really use your dog to fulfill them, not just to fulfill yourself. Oh, cool. Awesome. I got more time. You guys weren't lying about the 2-hour thing. I got a lot of time to talk. Well, let's talk about some. Ask me anything dog related. Someone ask a question. Anything in the world.
What's your favorite type of dog?
My favorite type of dog is, I personally would go with anything over 150 pounds. Okay? And the reason why comes back to, I'm 30, my back hurts, so if it's really tiny, I have to bend down really far, where if it's big, I could just stand here and pet them. Give me a dog, whose dog has a problem, or does something wrong in the house? Tell me something that they do wrong.
My dog eats the garbage.
Okay, your dog eats the garbage. Okay? This is really good. Because a lot of dogs do this, and we get really upset when they eat the garbage. We're like, why did you go into the trash? And you got to think about, dogs never lived inside houses until the past 100 years. It's not normal for them to live into a house. And when they had to eat, they would eat what humans would give them, but if they had the opportunity to hunt a squirrel, hunt a rabbit, scavenge for trash, they would. It's natural for them to want to search and to find food. So we have to do two things there. One, we go, okay, well, my dog has this outlet and wants to scavenge. Let me give them something to scavenge for. Take a cardboard box, throw 20 water bottles in it, throw their dog food in the cardboard box, and let your dog scavenge for food in there. But when your dog goes to scavenge inside the trash can, we can't just say, oh, man. We have to tell the dog no. And this is why it's really important to keep a leash on in the house. And then something that's really common that people say is, well, my dog makes the mistake when I'm not around. Okay, what's a solution, guys, that we could use if I'm not around and my dog continues to make the mistake? If they're going to get in the trash when I'm not around, what could I do with my dog instead? Come on, someone take a guess. Oh, brilliant. That's right, right? You put them in a crate. And we go, you know what? Because I can't watch you and because I don't want you to learn bad habits, it would be really nice to put my dog into a crate where they can't learn to make that mistake, right? So, crate training, we'll go back to the question that you asked earlier, is like, what is one of the best tips you can give to a first-time dog owner? But puppies are going to be on the rise because it's Christmas. And because we love dogs so much, does anybody, and it's okay, a lot of us think that a crate looks cruel, right? Or a cage looks kind of mean. But you all slept in a crib, which was a cage without a top. There's no difference. The reason they put you in a crib is so that you didn't crawl around and chew on an electrical cord, or do something wrong. So the crate is not, it has nothing to do with punishment. It just has everything in a position to not go into the trash. But if you don't fulfill that need for the dog to scavenge, if you don't fulfill and whatever dog that you have to find purpose. Are they a shepherd? Are they a retriever? Are they a lab, right? What is the dog's purpose, and fulfill that purpose? Anybody here play football? Okay. Anybody play hockey, baseball? Okay, perfect. You like hockey, my man? I love hockey. Perfect. He loves hockey. He's happy about hockey. That makes me happy. I like hockey too. Good flow, good lettuce. But here's the thing about, what's your name, my man? Zach. All right, Zach. How old are you? I'm 18. Perfect. Zach is 18 years old, and he's a hockey player. How much do you love hockey? It's my life. Perfect. Now, listen to me very carefully when I say.
Captain of the hockey team.
My man. That a boy.
Coached by Phil Maine.
Coached by none other than Phil. Phil the Thrill. I love Phil. What a good guy. He can grow a beard in 2 minutes. Sometimes he shaves and he walks out of the bathroom. It's like, yeah, it's incredible. But here's the thing about Zach. He loves hockey. It's his entire life. Some would say it's his purpose. And if his mom or dad one day said, you know what? You're no longer allowed to play hockey from this moment on, what would Zach do? Zach would start getting in fights in school. He would start punching the locker room randomly. He would start getting into bad habits. Why? Because he didn't have an outlet to fulfill himself. And you guys need to understand about our dogs is they have this feeling that they need to do something. They can't explain it. The same way that Zach can't even explain why biologically, it just is in his blood. It's in his DNA. And the same thing is true with our dog breeds. And if you have a mutt like I do, if you guys have a mixed breed, that doesn't mean that they weren't made for a purpose. That just means now I've got a conundrum in there, and there might be multiple purposes that I've got to work around and work with. So, Zach, you keep playing hockey. All you kids, you find your purpose, and everybody else, you got to find your dog's purpose, what they were created for, and make sure you fulfill them. Good? Yeah? You want me to keep rolling?
Thank you, Vinny and Zena, for your time this morning. Now let's send it over to Annabelle with another special guest.
Thank you, Hannah. We're here today with Jenna Harner, a WPXI sports anchor. Welcome to the show, Jenna. How's your day going?
Thank you guys so much for having me. It's awesome. This is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what made you interested in journalism and communications?
That's a really good question, because initially I wanted to go into TV to be a news reporter, and I just loved the thrill of breaking news and being able to, tell really important stories. But I always grew up a sports fan, and all of a sudden when I went to college, everyone was like, you know sports really well. We're going to pull you in this direction, and that's kind of where it's all started.
That's great. And then you've reported in several different cities. Which city was the most interesting for you and why?
Oh, that's a really good question. I feel like I have to say Pittsburgh, just because the sports town here, it's incredible with the Steelers, the Penguins, the Pirates, but also getting to cover local high schools and tell, really important stories, high school football-wise, or just anything that really impacts athletes here in Pittsburgh. It's really cool to be able to give those people a voice.
Yeah, it's definitely a whole nother culture around here with our sports.
It really is.
So how do you adapt your coverage for each sport that you report on?
So it kind of is, you have to have a little bit of knowledge in everything. And so right now we're obviously very Steelers centric, very focused on the Steelers. So that's where a lot of my attention is, but you still kind of have to pay attention to everything. So I'm knowing, okay, the Penguins won a couple days ago. They're playing, tomorrow, keeping track of everything. And you kind of just go, you have relationships with everybody in the locker room, and you talk with your players and stuff, and you talk to the people that, hey, I know I'm going to get a good soundbite from you. I know I'm going to get a good quote, what we need for our story. And it's kind of like that little relationship that you have. And so you go to the people that you kind of feel comfortable with and know them in that way.
Yeah, that's great that there's that connection there that you can rely on.
Yeah.
And so, as I said, you lived in several different areas. With that in mind, which football team do you root for, and what do you like about them?
Well, that's a good question, too. I always tell people I grew up a diehard New York Giants fan. Okay. And people look at me a little weird. I'm from Connecticut originally, but I tell people, I'm like, hey, I could be a New England Patriots fan. And I grew up hating Tom Brady as much as everybody in Pittsburgh hated Tom Brady as well. So I wrote for the Giants. But I always will say I do have a special connection with all the teams that I cover, and I always want to see those teams succeed. So, I covered the Buffalo Bills before this. I always want to see them do well because, again, you have those personal relationships with the players. You know them as people, and you're like, okay, well, I'm doing my job. They're doing their job. Like, I want to see them have success, too. But everybody always says, well, when the Bills and the Steelers play, who do you root for? I'm like, I just want a good game. I just want good storylines.
Yeah, absolutely. So how did college broadcast journalism compare to being a sports anchor now?
Well, one of the great things, I went to Ithaca College, and one of the best things was that it was doing a lot of exactly what you guys are doing here, which is so impressive because you guys are already getting your feet wet, getting to experience, the television side of things and see what you like, see what you don't like. But college really did prepare me for going into my career because usually when you start in this business in your first market, you kind of have to do everything. So you're, as you guys are all doing, you're trying every position out, you're behind the camera, you're in front of the camera, you're reporting, you're anchoring, you're writing, you're doing all that. So they had us do all that in college so that when I went to my first job, I was like, oh yeah, I've been doing this for years now at this point. And they saw how much experience I had and knew that I knew a lot of the systems and knew how to work different things. And they're like, yeah, we know you can do this. We feel confident in you. Here you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, that experience that you have definitely makes it easier for you to continue on to the next phase of life.
Yeah.
And then you've covered a lot of stories in your career. What was your favorite story that you've ever covered?
Oh wow, that's a really, really, really good question. Yeah, there's been a lot because I do love the day-to-day where I get to, go to the Steelers and go to the Penguins, go to Pirates games. Like that part of it is really cool, but I do really love being able to tell people's stories. I think that for me, that was why I got into this business. That's why I love doing what I do. So I want to say back in April, I had a chance to sit down with Trey Tipton, who is a former Pitt football player, but he's very outspoken about mental health and being an advocate for mental health. He, at one point in his life, didn't feel like he wanted to be here anymore, and it was incredibly tragic. And he, used that terrible feelings he had to say, you know what, hey, I am okay. I'm going to be okay, but I want to be able to make everybody else who feels the same way that I'm feeling okay. So he started a bunch of really incredible organizations through Pitt, and it's really expanded. So sitting down and getting to talk to him in a time where mental health is such a big topic of conversation and things are so crucial, and hearing his message and being able to share that with other people, I think that was one of my favorites. But I think a lot of those feature stories are where I love.
It's definitely a very memorable story.
Yeah.
So everyone knows that Pittsburgh is very passionate about their sports. Have you ever encountered that in another city, and where?
Yeah, that's I always told people when I came from Buffalo, the two cities feel very, very similar in that sense, where everybody, Sundays are for football games. You're going to a Steelers game, you're going to a Bills game. You can't go to the grocery store because it is just packed and everybody's getting all their stuff before they go to the tailgate. Buffalo definitely made me feel like that. But then when I came to Pittsburgh, I was like, oh, this is just absolutely amazing. Everybody here is, bleeds black and gold. You go to Giant Eagle on a Tuesday and everybody's decked out in their Steelers or Penguins gear. It's a really awesome feel.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how everyone's life sometimes is revolved around the Sunday football game.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the debate. Would you rather be Rudolph or Frosty for the holiday season, and why?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think I'm going to go with Rudolph because as Frosty, being a snowman would be great, but I don't want to risk melting at all. That would be a little nerve-wracking.
Not a fun experience.
No, and then Rudolph has the responsibility of leading the sleigh and, leading the charge, being that bright light. So I'm going Rudolph, but Frosty.
Yeah, absolutely. Jenna, you ready to play some telethon trivia?
Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm nervous about this, by the way. Very nervous.
It'll do great. Okay. In the movie Home Alone, how many siblings does Kevin have?
Oh my gosh, we watched Home Alone 2 last night. Oh, okay. Is there 5, or is he? There's how many?
He has 4.
4. Okay, he's the 5th. Okay,
yeah.
There we go. That's where I was going.
And then visions of what food danced in kids' heads as they slept in 'Twas the Night Before Christmas?
Sugar plums, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's
nice.
I'm impressed that you knew that.
Thank you.
How many ghosts show up at A Christmas Carol?
How many ghosts? Oh, I haven't seen that in so long. 3.
That was so close. There's 4.
4. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Bob Marley is that 4th ghost.
That's right. Oh my gosh, how could I forget Bob Marley?
In the movie It's a Wonderful Life, what happened every time a bell rang?
An angel gets its wings.
Yeah, you got that one right. And in the movie Elf, what was the first rule of the Code of the Elves?
Oh gosh, I should know this. Oh, it's something. It's not the 4 food groups. I'm stumped on this one.
All right. The correct answer is treat every day like Christmas.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, you were right. You were right there.
I was right there. I had the Christmas spirit.
Jenna, would you like to have the honor to announce the 3rd place winner for our 11th period competition?
I would be honored to announce the winner. This is exciting here.
To you.
Thank you very much. All right, for those of you who don't know, the 11th period competition is a challenge where all of the classes in the high school raise money for Make-A-Wish. The top 2 classes that donates the most money, they receive a field trip. The 3rd place winner of this year's 11th period competition is, hold on momentarily, I feel like I'm at the Oscars. Now I know why they take forever to open the envelopes. Drum roll.
Yeah.
Mr. Parente, did I say that right? All right. Congratulations. They will receive a pizza party. Congratulations. Now off to Lauren with some familiar faces in Plum.
Thanks, Annabelle and Jenna.
That was so good.
I'm now here with members of the Pivik film crew, Danica Susko and Lauren Geraci. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
I'm wonderful. Glad to hear it. Danica, what events were held at Pivik to raise money for Make-A-Wish?
Well, to start off, they had Spirit Days where they would basically dress up for each of these themes. They had Hat Day, Crazy Hair Day, Ugly Sweater Day, just to name a few. And each time they would dress up for these themes, they would donate money to Make-A-Wish. And another big one they had was Get Your Gobble On, which I didn't even know what that was at the time. So I was really interested to see like what was it going to be about. And basically the kids would walk into school, buy these little paper turkeys, and for 10 minutes in the morning they would run around to different teachers' classrooms and gobble their teachers. And basically the teachers wanted to be the teacher with the least amount of gobbles. And that was really fun, and it raised a lot of money. It was a very fun way to see the kids making money for Make-A-Wish.
That does sound really fun. Lauren, of the events Danica named, which one was your favorite and why?
Probably Get Your Gobble On. It was so fun to watch them running through the halls trying to gobble their teachers, and it reminded me a lot of fundraisers I did in elementary school.
I think that would be my favorite too. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now, let's take a look at Pivik Elementary's fundraising highlights.
Bologna, and today we're here at Pivik Elementary for Wacky Hair Day. Today I'm with the sponsor, Miss Piper. How are you doing today, Miss Piper?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So can you tell us a little bit about this fundraiser?
Sure, so this year we are doing Wacky Crazy Hair, and we challenge the students to come up with their craziest, wackiest hair, and then donate $1 for Make-A-Wish.
That's awesome. So how many students have been participating in these themes, and which grade does it the best?
I think almost every student in the whole school probably has all of their crazy hair. I would say kindergarten, just because they were so excited. It's their very first year participating in Make-A-Wish, so they came in yelling and screaming and showing off their crazy hair. A couple of them said, "Today's crazy day," and I said, "No, crazy hair day, not crazy hair." Crazy
that's
day.
So cute. I miss being in kindergarten. So what is your favorite hairstyle you've seen so far?
So I have to say there's been a lot of mohawks with different colors, and a lot of, some of our kids have longer hair in the upper grades, so there's lots of different ponytails. So
yeah, that's awesome. So which theme are you most excited for this year?
So one of our favorite ones that the kids really like to do starts next week, and it's called Get Your Gobble On. And they'll get to kind of run around the school and try to gobble the different classes and put feathers on the doors, and they kind of cancel each other out. And then the door with the most feathers actually is the loser of the group. So they have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, that's so awesome. It's so fun. Well, thank you for your time today, and happy holiday. Now on to more crazy hairstyles.
I'm back with another group of students. I'm here with
Evelyn Nesbitt, Gianna Unknown.
And what did you guys do for Crazy Hair Day today?
My mom put in 2 ponytails and 2 buns.
That's really cute. And what about you?
My mom put a mohawk and put 2 braids.
Adorable. And do you guys know why we did this today?
For Make-A-Wish.
All right, thank you guys so much. Bye.
Hi, my name's Alyssa, and I'm here with
Max. Olivia.
And today, it's Wacky Hair Day. Who did your hair, Max?
My sister.
She did? That's so cool. Who did your hair, Olivia?
My mom.
That's so fun. What did you do for Wacky Hair Day?
I just made spikes in my hair. That's what I did.
That's really cool. What about you, Olivia?
A donut.
I really like that. Do you guys know why we're doing Wacky Hair Day today?
Make a wish. Say
Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Danica Susko, and today I'm here with
Addie.
Hi, Addie. I like your hair. What'd you do for it today?
I did pigtails with my hair dyed pink and blue.
It matches your outfit really well. Who did it for you?
Mom.
Your mom? My mom used to do my hair too. And do you know why we're doing this today?
Make a wish.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
First grade teacher at Pivik Elementary. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. So, what is the Get Your Gobble On fundraiser?
We came up with this fundraiser so that the kids buy turkeys for $1. It gives their classroom 2 points, and they tape up the turkeys on their door. And then on the third day, they get to buy gobbles for 50 cents each, and those take away 1 point from the classrooms that they put it in their bucket. So it's a competition between all the grade levels.
That sounds like a lot of fun. What inspired this idea?
We were looking for fun ways to raise money for the kids for Make-A-Wish, and it was around Thanksgiving, so we thought, what better way than get your gobble on?
That sounds like so much fun. How many years have you been doing this?
This is our 3rd year. So it was very successful last year, and so far we've been doing well this year with it.
Oh, it seems like it'll continue. So who's projected to win this event?
Well, yesterday we had some top grade levels. I know we had Mrs. Smith's PM kindergarten, we had Miss Zelensky's class. We have each grade level has a winner so far, but today everything changes because the gobbles get handed out, and as soon as that happens, it's a negative points for everybody, so it's anybody's game at this point.
The stakes seem high. So, which classes have you seen kids going after the most?
They do tend to like to go after Mr. H a lot, Mr. Satterfield. Those tend to be at the 4th grade. Mrs. DeMarco's room was in the lead, I know, at one point. So they do like to go after those 4th grade classes.
So, what are you most looking forward to this holiday season?
Just some time to relax with my family, to enjoy spending family time, just getting to hang out with each other. So.
Well, I hope you have a great time. Thank you so much for this interview, and now back to the festivities.
Hi, I'm Danica Sesko, and today I'm here with
Sloan.
Hi, Sloan. Now, what teacher did you gobble most today?
Mr. H.
And why is that?
Because they gobbled us 40 times.
That's a lot. And who are you most excited to see tomorrow for Thanksgiving?
The Thanksgiving parade blow-up turkey.
That's true. And do you know why we did this today?
Make-A-Wish!
Okay, thank you for your time.
Bye.
And today I'm here with
Annalise.
Hi Annalise. What are you most excited to do over break?
Eat turkey at my aunt's house.
Oh, that sounds fun. Who did you gobble the most today?
Miss Articola.
Oh. Do you know why we're here?
Make a wish.
Yeah. Right. Bye.
Get Your Gobble On seems really fun, and now I'm here with one of the student participants. What's your name?
Mia.
So Mia, who do you think is going to win?
Mr. Marco's class.
Is that your class? Yeah. So tomorrow for Thanksgiving, what's your favorite food to eat?
Probably turkey and stuffing.
Yeah, that's really good. So do you know why we're filming today?
For Make-A-Wish?
Yeah. Have a great day.
On behalf of Pivik Elementary, we have raised $6,500 for Make-A-Wish.
In addition to the $4,164.40 raised, Pivik, my alma mater, also raised $17,386.75, bringing our grand total to $21,551.15. A big congratulations and thank you to all of the students. Please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can do it now through Plum's name. Please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that's 412-471-9474. Now, let's send this over to Dylan with another special guest.
Wowza! Pivik Elementary is no joke when it comes to fundraising. With me right now is former Plum Mustang and television production student Andrew Wrights. Andrew, what brings you to the Telethon today?
Well, I came here to, help support the telethon and donate. One of my businesses raised some money and, came to donate and help the cause.
Yeah, expanding on that, what are you doing nowadays, like after your graduation? Are you doing any fundraising or?
Yeah, so I run a few businesses, work with a few LLCs, but the business that actually ran this fundraiser, we had a live stream 2 days ago. We were able to raise over $420. We had about 650 people tune in. It's an NFT project called Dragons of the West. It's, Web3 gaming and lots of cool stuff like that.
Very interesting. What do you miss most about PHS, since it has been a fair bit since you've last been here?
Oh, man. I miss Mr. Fischel, the former principal here. He was the best principal ever, not going to lie.
Don't even get me started on Mr. Fischel. What a lovely man.
Yeah, lovely man for sure.
All right, my final question for you here today, Andrew, is what is your favorite holiday treat and why?
It's a little out of season, but I'm a pumpkin pie man. I'm not going to lie. Thanksgiving, I could throw down on a pumpkin pie, 100%.
Boy, 100%. I love me a good pumpkin pie. All right. Andrew?
Hey, thanks so much.
And now, moving on, we have Slippery Rock University kicker Jake Chapla, former Plum Mustang, and coach. How's your day been so far, Jake?
Not too bad. How about yours?
It's been pretty good. Thanks for asking. To start off with, Jake, what would you say the biggest difference between playing for the Plum Mustangs versus playing for Slippery Rock was?
Well, first off, we gotta put it out there. I'm an alum now of Slippery Rock. I tried to tell Mr. Barad I'm old and washed.
Yeah.
I'm not that relevant anymore. But the difference between Plum and Slippery Rock was just the speed of the football game. Just now coaching compared to watching and playing college football, just the speed's so much faster. There's more athletic guys out on the field. So you just got to be a little quicker with your operation.
Yeah, I get that. When it comes to playing football, who played and why?
It's the typical cliche for a Plum kicker to say Pat McAfee, so I'll say Pat McAfee. He's just the one that everybody looks up to for Plum, especially the kickers, and everybody wants to live like Pat. So,
can you give insight as to what it's like to play together on a team with other players? What kind of relationships did you have with your teammates?
Oh, especially at Slippery Rock, it was an absolute brotherhood up there. I mean, you went to bat for every single one of those guys. You guys, they always had your back no matter what. If you needed help with anything, whether it was on the field, in the classroom, anything family related, they were always there for you.
Yeah. Could you give some insight now that you're a coach, what it's like to coach on a team?
It's different. I mean, I still get that excitement jitter like I'm playing when I'm walking out on the field on Friday nights. So that's a nice feeling to have as a coach. But it's different not being able to go out there and help them by producing on the field. You got to make adjustments for them to be successful, for us to win the football game. So it's a different perspective, but it's really fun to give back everything that I've learned and just help the next generation become better at what they want to do.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the future of Plum football as a whole? Where do you think it goes from here?
I'm excited for the future for Plum football. I mean, we moved up to 5A this past fall, and I think the biggest thing we wanted to do was compete. And I say we did that. Other than the Shaler game, we had a 5-5 record, but we competed. We were happy with where we were. There was games that we could have easily won, just some things that happened, young mistakes. But we have a young base to grow on, and we're excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, too. Now, the Super Bowl's coming up. You know that. What two teams would you bet are going there?
I'm on the San Fran bandwagon for the NFC, and then I'm on Bills Mafia since my Steelers aren't doing too good. So I'm saying Bills Niners for the Super Bowl.
I think Bills are going. As for the second team, I don't know, but it could really be anyone. My final question here for you today, Jake, is what is your favorite holiday treat and why?
I'm with Andrew. I love a pumpkin pie. I mean, I know it's more of a Thanksgiving dish, but pumpkin pie, there's something to it. It's always good with a little whipped cream and a little vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, it's probably my favorite too. Jake, are you up for some telethon trivia?
I am. Let's see what we got in the book today.
All right. First question for you today. Who was the first lead guitarist of Metallica?
Oh, you got me there. I have no idea there.
Correct answer was Dave Mustaine. Second question. The Weeknd samples which 808's mega hit in his hit song Blinding Lights?
I'm bad today. I went 100% last year. I'm 0 for 2 to start, so.
Oh.
You got me stumped.
Take on Me by Aha. Third question. What does Lady Gaga affectionately call her fans?
Oh. I don't know. I'm stumped.
It's Little Monsters.
Little Monsters.
Yeah, kind of weird. Question number 4. What was the first music video to ever air on MTV?
Can you give me an era, at least?
Era?
Give me a hint.
I honestly have no idea.
We're stumped then today.
Couldn't tell you.
We're
Video Killed the Radio Star by the Bugles. Bugles? I don't know. What was the most played song of 2021?
Most played song. Is it pop?
It is pop.
It's pop.
Female singer.
Female singer.
Female pop singer 2021.
Can I,
5 seconds on
can
the
I
clock.
at least get the singer?
What?
Can I get the singer? Who is it?
Olivia Rodrigo.
Oh, driver's license.
Correct. Thank you so much for your time here today, Jake. I hope you got a kick out of our questions today.
There you go.
And I hope you have a very merry holiday. Now, over to Taylor with our next guest here today.
Thank you, Dylan. I'm here with Plum's very own soccer coach, Raf Kolinkowski. Congratulations on another very successful season.
Thank you.
How does it feel to win this section for the past 4 years in a row and make it to states for the first time since 2005?
I think it's great. Up to this point, into the last 4 years, Plum won section 3 times in the prior 25, 30 years. So for these kids to do it 4 years in a row, it's a great record to have. And obviously making states for the first time since 05 was a great accomplishment for all the players. So it's we're taking baby steps, and hopefully we can duplicate what the team did in 05, win the Whitfield Championship.
Yeah, that's very impressive. What does it mean to you as a dad and a coach to have the opportunity to coach all 3 of your boys?
Well, I need to dye my hair because I got a lot of gray hair since I became the head coach. And when you coach your own kids, it's got its challenges. It's good and bad. I'm a little bit harder on my kids and expect more. But it is rewarding at the same time. It's fun. I enjoy it. When I do go home, I try not to talk soccer and just be a dad and be there to support him. But, yeah, I think it's I enjoy it, and it's great. Hopefully the kids appreciate it down the road when they have their own families. So.
Yeah, that's great that you can balance being a dad and a coach.
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
What are you excited about for next season and why?
We got new players coming up. Hopefully we can win 5th section in a row. And I look forward to good things. I guess we got a good bunch of kids, and hopefully we can continue what we started 4 years ago.
Yeah, you guys never fail to impress us. What adjustments are you planning to make since losing some key seniors from the previous season?
Well, I know who wrote this one, but you know what? The last 4 years, every year we graduate seniors, and as coaches talk, and we say, how we're going to replace these guys. It's going to be so hard. But somehow every year a new set of players step up, and I think I'm looking forward to that, for that next step from some of the seniors next year. Hopefully we can duplicate what we did this year, and hopefully we can take one step further.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And what is your favorite thing about coaching high school soccer?
I mean, I enjoy the game. I've been playing soccer since I was a little kid, and I still play, but, you know, you try to give back, you know, to the kids, and I just enjoy being around the game. When the lights come on and the fans start showing up and the whistle blows to start the game, that's the most exciting part of the game for me. And, you know, we just had a World Cup here the last month and a half, so I've been on soccer mode. You know, after we lost at States, it kind of turned off, and then boom, and came back in when the game started again. So now the juices are flowing again, and I can't wait till next year.
Yeah, I bet. How did your team find success throughout the season this year?
I mean, I've had some great seniors this year, obviously. They were driven. They had a goal in mind that they wanted to take it one step further than what we have in the past. And everybody worked hard. I mean, we had one setback throughout the regular season, and there was no panic, and they continued fighting through it and working hard every game, every practice, and good things happened. So I will say one thing. I had 8 total seniors, and they were great to work with.
Oh, yeah, they were definitely very driven.
Yes.
And talented.
Yes, they were.
One last question. What will your New Year's resolution be for 2020?
Since I drink about 2 gallons of Turner's tea a day, I think I should, you know, my doctor advised me that I should maybe slow down a little bit. You know, might have to cut back to a pint or 2 of iced tea. But, yeah, I think slowing down on Turner's tea, or maybe going to a diet tea. But, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me is I drink that thing nonstop. So it's a bad habit that I've had since I was 16 years old. So hopefully this next year I can go drinking water only.
Turner's tea is really good, though.
It is good. So
it's
addicting. So
yes. Are you ready to play Telethon trivia?
Well, I will give it a shot.
All right, perfect.
And what's it about?
Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Pittsburgh. Don't peek.
Where's
no
Pittsburgh
peeking.
at?
Really?
I live in Plum. I don't know where it's at. Is it close?
Yes, it
okay,
is.
All right.
You know that.
Let's give it a shot.
All right, ready?
Yes.
Pittsburgh is home to the first commercial radio station in the world. Which station is it?
Oh, my goodness. Shoot, the only one I know is what, KDKA?
Good job. Nice. Nice. All right, ready?
Not bad. Not bad.
Here's the second one.
Yes.
True or false? University of Pittsburgh's Cathedral of Learning is the second tallest university building in the world.
I'm a Pitt fan. I will say yes. All right. I spent some time in Oakland. That's how I know.
Yeah.
In college.
Okay. What number did Roberto Clemente wear?
Shoot ski. You know what? Primetime Deion Sanders wore that number when he played in Atlanta, 21.
Oh my gosh, this is the best. This is the best it's gone so far.
I'm lucky, just lucky.
Okay, the tallest building in Pittsburgh is?
UPMC is on it now. Used to be called a Steel Building, right? On Grand Street.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, nice. U.S. Steel Building.
Yes.
All right, last question.
Make it an easy one.
What year did the...
I didn't come to this country till 84. That happened way before me. I want to say 71? 60-something, right?
It was 1909.
I was close. I was close.
You were in the ballpark
close.
region. Yeah,
I was within 100
I'll give it to you.
years. Okay.
That was pretty good. You got 4 out of the 5.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and answering some questions for us today. Now on to Greg, who's with another special guest.
Thanks, Taylor. Next up, I'm here with the psychology teacher and co-sponsor of National Honor Society, Mr. Matt Magnuson. How are you doing today, Mr. Magnuson?
I'm doing great, Greg. How are you doing?
I'm doing well myself.
Well, let me say you guys are doing an awesome job so far.
Thank you.
So far.
So to start off, I want to ask, what drew you into teaching psychology over other subjects?
I don't know that I have like a particular, one particular story of, this is what made me want to teach psychology, but, I was always interested in the subject. I always thought that I would love to teach history. And then when I was doing my student teaching, it was a year-long internship. The teacher who I was with, he taught psychology, and just the way he taught it, we had very similar personality styles. And I thought, when I started teaching it, I just loved it. And then when I came to Plum, we didn't have it here. And about my 5th year, the principal at the time, Pam Kinsler, she had asked me, would you be interested in starting a psych course? She knew I had taught it when I was in grad school. And so I jumped at the opportunity and have loved it ever since.
Nice. Well, in having you as a teacher, I can say that I think that you do it pretty well. So.
Thank you. It did give me an opportunity to see you break dance in class twice.
Oh, yes. Okay, get that up.
That's a true story.
Get that up on here during intermission. No. So you're a Plum alum. So how has the high school changed from when you were a student here?
So, well, we just saw a flashback video on the telethon of 2001, I think it was, which was, you could see all the old building. So I went to school here before they remodeled this building, and it was not nearly as nice then as it is now. So other than that, a lot's changed. A lot of different teachers in the building, a lot of different faces, and just styles of teaching has changed, obviously, with recent events. So I would say the building is the biggest thing because it was not this nice when I was a student.
Yeah, certainly a lot has changed since you were here. So what do you like most about being the National Honor Society co-sponsor?
2 words: Rick Barat. No, Rick, Mr. Barat and I get along great, and who wouldn't love to work with NHS students? So, I knew I wanted to get involved in something when I came back as a teacher. And I thought, I coached for a long time as well, but I thought I wanted to get involved in more of a student organization and less of just a sport.
Yeah.
So they needed an extra sponsor. Mr. Barat was already one of them, and the sponsor who was here in previous years had just stepped down. And so I jumped at the opportunity in my first year and, have been doing it ever since.
Nice. Well, I think that you're doing a great job as co-sponsor.
That means a lot, Greg, coming from you.
Okay, so NHS hosts a lot of events every year. Are there any upcoming ones that you're particularly excited about?
It's the telethon always kind of, even though it's not really official, it kind of symbolizes the end of the seniors pretty much fundraising for National Honor Society, and then in the spring we induct the juniors, and then it's their turn. So usually around February, we get the list of students who have qualified for National Honor Society as juniors, and then we start sending out the invitations and start, going through the application. So really, that's the next kind of big event we have on the horizon.
Nice, that's great. I'm sure it'll be a nice ceremony. So I know you kind of touched on this just briefly earlier, but as a teacher, how have you kind of adapted to classroom changes that have taken place in recent years?
It was a lesson that I was taught early on was, a huge part of teaching is just being flexible, being able to kind of adjust on the fly. And that was never truer than when COVID hit, because we had to do something we had all never done, teachers and students. And so, it's been an adjustment for sure. And, some teachers, obviously, whether it's age related or not, have adjusted quicker than others. And I just think it goes back to you have to be flexible as a teacher. You have to be able to adjust. And whether it's something you're comfortable with or not, that doesn't really matter. It's whatever the moment calls for. And so I think embracing the technology, there are things, I don't like about the technology, but it's not going anywhere. So, I have to sort of reorient how I think about it. And I think that's been challenging, but at the same time, it's been, it's enhanced a lot of other, things in education that I think are very valuable as well.
I like the way you put that, with kind of embracing the changes. So, obviously you're a psychology teacher, you're a co-sponsor of NHS and everything, but, outside of all that, what are your kind of, what do you like to do? What are your hobbies outside of, Plum Senior High School?
Yeah. So I have 2 daughters, they're 13 and 10. And so they're getting into that age now where a lot of my time is theirs, when, just they're at that point where they're, sports and different school activities. And so, I love that, but I know I have a few years ahead of me where most of my time is going to be dedicated to them. But I love to garden. I have a greenhouse in my backyard. Just spending time out there, I love to be outside in those types of situations. So anytime I can get, even when it's cold, I'm still just putzing around in the backyard.
That's cool. That's something new I learned about you. I didn't know that you like to garden. So lastly, if you could be any one reindeer from Santa's sleigh, which one would you be and why?
I was asked this question a similar question years ago. And, if you're familiar, Rudolph obviously is, well, first of all, after being outcasted, it's such a story of discrimination there.
Yeah.
They need him, and now, oh, we're friends with you now because we need you. And if do you know who Rudolph's dad is in the show or in the movie?
Oh my gosh, we just watched it in sociology. Isn't it? Isn't it like Donner?
It is.
Okay.
So if you know in the song, you know who.
Oh, it seems I've dropped my telethon trivia. Thank you.
Should we have that on video? You know in the movie that, in the song, Donner and Blitzen and then Rudolph. So I always thought Blitzen was like the lost reindeer because he comes between Rudolph's dad and then Rudolph.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Blitzen.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love how I feel like most people wouldn't have such a thought out process behind that.
Thank you.
As with most
very
things,
passionate about Blitzen.
All right. Now we are going to play some Pittsburgh telethon trivia.
Okay.
Are you ready? So the first question is, what was the original name of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, I mean, I know they merged with the Eagles during World War II, and they were the Steagles for a while, but the original name of the Steelers? Pirates.
That is correct. Okay.
That was just a guess.
Starting off strong. All right. So, secondly, what was the original name of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Seriously? Pirates. I don't know. Was it the Pirates? They weren't always the Pirates?
No, they were not. The correct answer was either the Pittsburgh Alleghenies or the Homestead Grays. All right.
Weren't the Homestead Grays in the Negro Leagues?
I don't know. This is just what's written on the paper, Mr. Magnuson. So, all right. So
I call foul.
All right. Half a point on that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So what amusement
Can I get the sound effect?
We don't have a middle sound effect, unfortunately. Okay. So what amusement park opened in 1898 as a trolley park and picnic area?
I'm going to guess Kennywood, but wasn't there another? Okay.
Yes, it was.
Wasn't there another amusement park in Pittsburgh for a while called Expedition Park or something?
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so the first Pittsburgh incline built in 1870 was the blank incline.
Is it the Mon?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you're 3 for 4 right now. You're doing pretty good.
3.5 for 4.
Okay. So lastly, the Pittsburgh Penguins won back-to-back Stanley Cups. In what years? There's 2 possible.
So 91 and 92 was the first year, and then 16, 17 was the second.
Nice. 4, or as you would say, 4.5.
Do I get double points for that?
I don't. Maybe. I guess so. I don't know. I'm the host.
You're not qualified to answer
No,
that,
I'm not qualified to answer that. We'd have to have our professional scorers out there, let you know on the way out. But all right, so thank you, Mr. Magnuson, for coming. I hope you have a nice holiday. And so now we're going to watch highlights from the 2012 Make-A-Wish video. What a throwback.
December 22nd, 2011 is a great day for the community of Plum with the amount of money we just raised. Congratulations to everyone involved, and I hope everyone has a happy and safe holiday.
Welcome back. Now I'm here with Emily Barat, captain on the Plum girls soccer team. How are you doing, Emily?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Emily, could you please explain your position to us?
So for high school, I play center back. There's 4 defenders. There's 2 outside backs and 2 center backs. I play center back with Kaylee Simcu. We have to really give off responsibilities because we can't have us in like a straight line. So we're like staggered. We have people stepping, we have people dropping. We have to talk to all of the offensive side of the team, like when people are coming behind them. And then my favorite part is when I have to run the whole way up for the corner kicks because I have such great endurance that I can totally get there and come back in time. We also, basically we help run the field with the goalies because we can see the whole field while other players cannot.
Sounds like you have a lot of responsibilities. So you were a captain this year. What other responsibilities come with that title?
There were 4 captains this year. It was myself, Kaylee Simcu, Caitlin Killinger, and Nina Kite. All of us had a captain's band, and when we would go change and we'd put on our uniforms, we'd put the captain's band on and go up for the coin flip to see who got ball or side. Along with that, we ran stretches before and after practices. We would talk to the team. We would make sure if there was an issue, we'd have to talk to people. Really, we were just making sure everything ran smoothly.
So what was it like to be a leader on the soccer team?
It was a lot of fun. I liked having a lot of the responsibility. Of course, I shared it with the other 3 captains. I just really liked it, just being like involved. I was talking to the underclassmen, mostly just underclassmen since I'm a senior, but the juniors, the freshmen, and the sophomores, and the coaches. Really, I was just like everywhere, and it was nice because then I could form a connection with every player on the team.
These last 4 years, you have acquired many accolades. What work did you put in to earn those?
So since my freshman year, we've made history. We've had a lot of accolades. We've had practice almost every day for 5 months, except for on weekends. Early morning practices, late at night practices, after games. We've a lot of film. Practices usually range between an hour to 4 hours, depending if we're watching film. And then we watch film on our own. We get like assigned film sometimes. And then just like working hard at practices, you know, we have a lot of different drills that we run through. We watch film, and then from that we like make drills based on what we need to work on. It's really just a lot of working on your feet based on what happened in the last game.
Well, it sounds like all that hard work paid off. Looking back on these last 4 seasons, can you share your favorite memory with us?
My favorite memory? I would probably say it has to be the bus rides because the bus rides are always the best. We have a speaker blasting, almost making your ears bleed because it's so loud, and just playing like the best hype music, and then coming home when unfortunately the speaker would die and just singing on the bus home because we didn't want to sit in silence after we would be the team. So I'd probably say the bus rides. Oh, I have to say the bag of sin too. We have a bag of sin. It has like gushers and chips and fruit roll-ups and stuff. So we would all like take like junk food out of the bag and eat it. That'd probably be my favorite too.
That does sound fun. So what are your future plans after high school?
I'm planning on either attending the University of Pittsburgh or Duquesne University to major in physical therapy. I decided to major in that because I've played 3 sports in high school and my body is breaking down. So I've gone to physical therapy before, and I liked how it worked. I've job shadowed actually where Mike Tardio works at East Suburban Sports Medicine, and I've talked to him about where I should attend, and he gave me a lot of helpful ideas.
Well, it sounds like you have 2 great choices. So this is a question that everybody wants to know. What is it like being Mr. Barat's daughter?
It is the worst thing ever. I hate being Mr. Barat's daughter. No, I'm just kidding. You know, everyone says that, what's it like being Mr. Barat's daughter? It's like, I can't put it into words. It's just, I'm always there. I've done the telethon stuff I'm 18 years old, so 18 years my dad has been doing this. So I'm just always involved. Everyone knows me. If I'm somewhere, oh, hi, I'm Emily Barat. Oh my gosh, are you Mr. Barat's daughter? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm sorry. But everyone just knows me, and put a smile on and move on.
So last question. What is your favorite decoration that your family puts up for the holidays?
My favorite decoration would probably be the Christmas trees. We have 4 Christmas trees that we put up on our main floor, but I don't like decorating them because it takes too long. So we have the main tree, then we have like a second main tree because we have too many ornaments because both of my parents are teachers. So they have students give them ornaments, so we put them on the trees. And then we have a third tree because we exceeded the limit that could fit on the 2 trees. And then we have a tree for homemade ornaments. So that would probably be my favorite.
All right. Well, the team is very lucky to have you. Thank you for joining us, Emily, and have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you.
With me here is golf captain of the PHS golf team, Jacob Pedley. How has your day been so far?
It's been stressful, but it's been pretty good. How about you?
Oh, same here. Given that this past season was your last season, did the Gold team meet your expectations?
I think it definitely exceeded my expectations. I know we went farther than we've gone in 30 or 40 years. We made it to playoffs and moved on to the second round to get against, we were against Central Catholic, Moon, a couple other teams Central Catholic ended up going on and winning the states, but we played against all of them and competed and held in contention with all of them for the longest time too. So it was really impressive for what we did this year.
I was going to say, that is really impressive. So who was your golf inspiration growing up, and what made them special to you?
So I have to say my grandfather. My grandfather was an exceptional golfer all his life. He's been a great golfer ever since I've known him. He's been playing his whole life, and I grew up around golf. I never really played when I was younger. I grew up around him watching golf, him living near Augusta National, which is one of the greatest golf courses of all time. Grew up with him around there, playing golf, going on the golf course with him. And he just really pushes me every single day to go golfing and to be better and to become a better person.
That is so sweet. So recently, you gave news that you are committing to California University for golf. What part are you looking forward to the most?
Definitely their practice facility. They have an extremely impressive practice facility that has multiple hitting bays. They have a whole putting green. They have simulators. They have regripping stations and club working stations that I can tinker with my clubs, fix them up whenever I break anything, which happens more than you would think. And then just hanging out with the team. It's a giant facility. We have a giant speaker in there that we're going to listen to music, just hang around, play golf until we get kicked out.
Well, best of luck to you there. Is there anything you are doing this off-season to improve your game for your first collegiate season?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be at the golf course every day in the summer. I'm going to be spending a lot of hours there. It sucks for my friends. They won't be able to see me too much. I'll be practicing putting green, driving range on the course until my hands bleed. So I'll be there a lot of my time over the summer.
I hope that hard work pays off for you. Last, but certainly not least, what is your favorite holiday movie?
That's a really good question. I'm going to definitely have to say there's Charlie Brown Christmas movies, right? I like the Charlie Brown movies. I feel like those ones are really underrated. I would say Elf, but it's been overplayed, so Charlie Brown it is.
All right, Jacob, are you ready for some telethon trivia?
Absolutely.
What song from Stranger Things has topped Billboard charts this year?
Is it Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush?
Correct. All right. Who was the streamed global artist on Spotify in 2021?
Olivia Rodrigo.
I'm sorry. The correct answer was Bad Bunny. Which classical music composer was deaf?
Was that Mozart?
Close. It was Beethoven. Lizzo plays what instrument?
The flute.
That is correct. All right, final question today. Which iconic Christmas song has broken 3 records in the Guinness World Records?
Is it the one by Paul McCartney?
No. It is All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey. Well, thank you, Jacob. I hope you have a great holiday season.
You too, Lauren.
Thank you. Now, I would like to welcome back Mr. Barat.
Thank you, Lauren. You're doing great. Jake, you're doing great also. We have a couple students. I always have to give a little shout out to my son because I feel bad because Zach's whole graduating class missed his telethon. So before we start this interview, Zach, how's it feel, first of all, to be back?
Feels great, to be honest. I mean, I like it coming back here every year. So something new, but I like it.
No, that's good. Now, you have with us today. We have two Waynesburg students. One we're going to talk very highly of. It's not going to be you, Adam. We have. Why don't you do the intros?
So to my right, I have Megan Berry, and then to my left, I have my roommate, Adam Helbling.
Now, the reason why we said that about Adam was before, and this is a good story for all my students right now. Before Zach and Adam even met, South Fayette, they got lucky. The boys soccer team that year. And I'm just kidding. They upset the Plum Mustangs in the first round of the playoffs, and you and Adam both going to Waynesburg. Go ahead, you tell the story.
Adam, do you want to tell the story?
Yeah, I will. So we met Plum in the first round of the playoffs. They were the 4 seed, we were the 12 seed, so we were coming in as the underdog. We came in here and we won it in overtime. Huge celebration, lost the voice, didn't have anything. But then a couple months later in December, my mom actually saw something on Twitter that Zach was going to Waynesburg University to run track and play soccer, and that's exactly what I was doing. So I ended up sending him a message asking him if he wanted to room together, and the rest is history. We're now finishing halfway through our sophomore year, so kind of crazy to think about that, but it's kind of weird being back here too. I feel like everyone kind of,
just most of us. No, but like it's funny because behind that, I mean, it's South Fayette colors. Like we have our, our virtual, green screen here, but South Fayette colors. It's green back here. But anyhow, true story. And your mom, when you came to Zach's grad party, your mom actually showed a picture of you heading a ball, jumping over Zach. Yeah. And she took that picture, which is actually fascinating. And then, you guys are roommates. And Zach, who else do we have here?
So to my right, I have Megan Berry, who also does track at Waynesburg University.
Yep. Hi.
Hi, Megan. Thanks for coming today.
Of course.
Now, you guys, first of all, you guys are both freshmen, so you're the young pups, as Lanny Fratteri, who we'll see a little bit later today, and Richard Krause molding them. But I do listen to you guys on Tuesday morning, so no one knows what I listen to. But go ahead.
Yeah, Zach and I do what's called the morning buzz every Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. So not quite as early as what Zach has to wake up every year for this, but It is still very hard to get to that 7 a.m. radio block. But Zach and I just sit there and we talk about everything sports, between the NFL, the NHL, a little bit of basketball here and there, and of course Waynesburg University sports as well.
Now, how's that? Like, it must be weird reporting on that, because I'm sure now you're friends with those athletes.
It definitely is. But sometimes that's an advantage. Like, for an example, we had the volleyball team had a long stretch of like not winning any games, but I'm friends with a couple of teammates, and they had really good accolades and stuff like that. So to be able to just acknowledge those things, it helps you out a little bit, but sometimes it's hard to not be biased, especially for us being track athletes as well. Yeah.
Sure, because you walk on campus or you go to one of your classes, the last thing you want to hear is, "Hey,
why'd you say that about me?"
Why did you say that's obviously the last thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I've seen you filming some of the soccer games, so let's just turn it towards soccer a little bit. Zach, you and Adam, roommates for 2 years. Let's talk about some of the soccer experiences.
It's a great experience.
An improvement from last year.
Yeah, of course, an improvement from last year. And, it's a grind. Adam and I both know that we leave early, go to training camp, run the miles, of course, and have two practices a day at least, usually. And it's a grind, so.
Well, Ben Pittman's working the camera right now. What's your mile time that you have to do? Go ahead, tell Ben.
It's a 5:15 right now for the mile. Yours is 5?
You'd be good, Ben. You'd be good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Now, I was just talking to Luke before, Ben's twin brother, before I came on, and, we were talking about colleges. Like, I didn't realize, but when you guys have an away game, like, it is not, hey, we'll be back in 3 hours.
Yeah, so based off that, like, I'll bring my work. I don't know how many times you brought your book bag or anything, but like I'd bring my bag and do work on the bus usually. So like the farthest trip we would probably be up to maybe Westminster, Grove City, which is 2 hours at least up north.
An hour for us here in Plum, but you're an hour, 10, 15 minutes south.
Yeah, But we did have a tournament up by, was it Baldwin Wallace? Or it was Mount Union. Yeah. We were up at Mount Union, and we played 2 other teams, and we stayed the night. So most of us brought our work to catch up on schoolwork as well. So.
Now, that's the first time I met Megan when, you know, you're doing indoor track, and I'm like, who is this girl that has her laptop? She's doing work. And Zach's like, oh, that's Megan. I'm like, that doesn't help me at all. He goes, oh, you know, Megan, she's in the comm department with me. And I'm like, how smart. Like, but you have to. But, like, honestly, you have. Go ahead, Megan.
That one time was probably like the only time, and
great.
it was because I actually had an assignment due for Professor Krause's class.
Of course.
So, and Zach had the same assignment, and we did it on the bus ride home too. So that was probably like the one and only time I actually took my laptop to a track meet. It's kind of hard to focus in there.
No, I understand, and obviously, you're not there for 2-3 hours. Like when I think we were up at Youngstown State, I believe.
Yes.
Like it's all day.
Yeah, this past meet that we just had, all 3 of us competed in it, and we got there at like 12:45, and we didn't leave until 9:30. But that was because we were thankful all of our athletes were done competing, and we were able to leave early.
And you guys do I mean, everyone does, but the Waynesburg team,
yeah.
The unbelievable support of each other. Like my wife and I are watching, and she's like grabbing me, and she's like, "Look at them! They're cheering for Zach." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Yes, they're cheering for Zach." Yes.
Yeah, it's very fun. It's a very like family atmosphere that we have with our track team. We're a very close-knit team, and I think that helps a lot with those bigger meets like that. Like I said, Youngstown, it was a very long meet, and there was D1, D2 schools there, so we were competing against people that we really wouldn't compete against. So just to have that support and that like family feeling just really helps overall.
No, absolutely. And you know, I want to when Lanny Fateri comes, he's going to sell the Waynesburg Communications Department. So, and obviously, you know, you're a product of that. But when we were talking to Rick Dayton in the back, he's like, it used to be Duquesne for years and years and years, and now, you know, Rick even said, and Chris Mahler, unfortunately, he couldn't come today because he's sick, said, you know, almost everyone works for that we have is coming out of the Waynesburg department. And he said, I think it was Bill Hillgrove that said where his son is. You know, and I don't know if you had any classes with Bill Hillgrove's grandson.
I did not. He graduated before we got there.
And he said there's like 4 or 5 employees, I believe, that are, you know, in the Steubenville area that are from Waynesburg. So
yeah, that's one of the good things about Waynesburg is their networking is really good in the comm department. Like you said, we have Lanny Ferteri, and we have Melinda Roeder as well, who works for a producer for the radio of KDK, excuse me. And just having those connections, it really gets you into the real world extremely fast. And
sure, no, I get it. So let's go back to Adam before we go, who's not a comm major. Yeah. But last thing I wanted to talk about here before we move on, and of course, if you'd like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish, 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. All 3 of you are track athletes. So now the one time I was at Mountain Union, I did get to see Megan run, which I know she wasn't too happy. She had to run because she's a thrower. So Adam, what do you do for track?
So I do the 2 horizontal jumps, so that's long and triple jump. That's really it. I mean, I can go and do more. I mean, long jump's pretty simple. You just run down and then you jump off of 1 foot into the pit, and then triple jump is 3 consecutive jumps, one of them being on 2 consecutive feet. So you either go off your right, and then your left foot, or your left, and then your right foot, depending on what foot you want to start off with. I've always liked triple jump a little bit more. It's just like not a thing you can go straight into. It takes a learning curve a little bit. So I like that challenge of it. Compared to like long jump, you have a lot of sprinters coming over using their speed to get out into the sand. That's probably my favorite and worst part about it is the sand. It's really fun to be in, you know, get a little reminder of the beach, but then you get back to the dorm room and Zach knows that we had sand all over the place after meets and practices, and you're sitting in there and it's in your bag for 10 hours at a time and everything, so it's fun. It's fun time.
So now, Zach will tell me where you guys rank. I don't know if everyone does that in the pack. So the President's Athletic Conference. So do you know right now, Adam, where you currently rank in the pack?
Last time I checked, I was 2nd in triple and then 6th in long.
No, that's awesome. So let's go, before we go to Zach. Megan, what do you do for the track team?
I'm a thrower on the track team. So for indoor track, like you said, you saw me running that one time.
I did see you running.
Every now and then our coach likes to torture me a little bit and make me run. But other than that, I throw I throw weight toss and shot put for indoor track. And then for outdoor, my main event is javelin, which outdoor season is my favorite. You can ask these guys, they know. I do not care about indoor track at all. But yeah.
When we show up, you usually I've never seen you throw yet. One time, I think at Mount Union, because they were doing it inside, obviously. But I never get to see you or watch you because you're in another part or it's over.
Yeah, that's the one downfall about throwing is you're like completely gone and separated from everybody else. So it's hard, but like I said, we have that family atmosphere that just really helps to cheer everybody on. So that's nice.
No, and you graduated from Norwin.
Yes.
And we're not going to beat up on Norwin yet, but this is pretty cool. Like, obviously, what we have here.
This definitely is. We don't have anything like this at my high school. We're more like a journalism, like public relations based.
Sure.
So our newspaper is a very big deal at my high school, but the most we do with this type of stuff is morning announcements for like 10 minutes every day.
Yeah, no, and I get it. And Zach, what do you do for track? And I know you know where you rank because I know you look. And you probably get that from me because, Emily will say I'm OCD, but then she said other things that we're just going to ignore, but that she said earlier. So
Yeah, so I'm a sprinter, of course, and I do the 60 and the 200-meter dash for indoor. And right now I sit 5th for the 60 and 9th for the 200.
No, and obviously outstanding. And so, and you just picked up track. Yeah. It's not like you were running track. You did running Mustangs here, when you were young, but you picked it up just to stay in shape for soccer in 10th grade, right?
Yeah.
And then COVID hit, and so you had, essentially 1 year. So, no, that's great. So, hey, I appreciate you guys coming. I know you came to visit Zach and hang out and stuff, but, we squeezed you on a little bit. So, anything to add before we send it off?
I'm good.
Good.
Just to donate. Yes, and again, if you'd like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can please call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. So before we send it over to my fourth favorite host, Emily Bologna, I'm just kidding. Everyone's doing a great job, and my second favorite AD. No, I'm kidding. We've never actually asked questions to the studio audience. So when Vinny was here, he was participating. I was in the back. I was outside. Then you have random people that actually show up that like to take pictures, that act like almost like a little kid. We're not going to mention any names. I can see everyone looking at him right now. He'll be on a little bit later, and he would always throw in. You can see him tonight at 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock on Channel 4. But to my students, this is one of the things that we brought up with Jenna Harner, and Jenna Harner, when she was here, she was just amazed at everything that we do here. And, as Megan said, she didn't have the opportunity to do this when she was in high school. So it's kind of, we try to make this an opportunity. And with everyone here in the audience, Mike Clark is here, when Jenna Harner's here. Obviously, Vinny Soma was the big attraction, but you can interact, and that's a part of growing up here at Plum. That's the opportunities we try to give to the students here, not only in my television production class, but in a lot of the classes here, whether it's Matt Magnuson's, Mr. Magnuson's AP Psych class, to give you the opportunities to network and to do well and to make those connections. So I just wanted to mention that. And then as we refer back to the studio audience, we've never interacted with the studio audience beforehand. Is everyone having a good time? Yeah. Now they're just saying that because, I still had students that said to me at 5, like, Mr. Barad, are you sure we have to be here at 5 in the morning? Now, I'm just going to throw this question out to any of my TV3 students. I know some of them will jump on. How long has that schedule been on the whiteboard in the corner of my room? The colorful.
It's been way more than a month.
Yeah, almost 2 months. And then I had students last week that said, what day is the telethon? And what day do we have to come in a little bit early? And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's on the 22nd. So, yeah, we try. But without further ado, I'm talking too much. Guys, Adam, Zach, Megan, thanks for coming out today and being a part of the telethon. Now I'd like to send it over to Emily Bologna with another special guest.
Thanks, Mr. Bra. I'm so glad that I'm your fourth favorite host. Anyway, joining me now is the new Plum Athletic Director, Mr. Brian Miller. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. So how do you like being at Plum?
First off, I have to say, I knew Mr. Broad. I heard you were a big deal, but now I know why you're a big deal. So appreciate putting this together. Being at Plum has been phenomenal, working with the students, staff, and community. So far, I've been here since March. Everything's been perfectly fine. Love it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So where did you work before Plum, and how did you become interested in becoming an athletic director?
So I used to work at North Catholic. Prior to North Catholic, I was at Ambridge, and then prior to Ambridge, I was at Pine Richland. I've wanted to be an athletic director since I graduated high school. I played athletics all through high school and college, and I knew I wanted to have an impact that would last on future student athletes.
Yeah, so what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
Mainly day-to-day responsibilities are communications, emails, talking with students, talking with parents, communicating with my department, communicating with transportation department. There might be some meetings that I have to go to, but really in my department the biggest thing is communication. To be successful as an AD, you got to make sure that everything is communicated and accurate.
Yeah, for sure. So as we all know, the boys and girls soccer teams both had successful seasons this year, making it to the state tournament. How exciting was it to watch and root for them?
It's very exciting. That's obviously the best part of my job is getting out to watch the student athletes perform on the field. In those two particular cases, yeah, we fell short, but I spoke at the board meeting the other night, and to see the leadership on both of those teams is special to see, and the close bond that student athletics and athletics in general brings.
Yeah, it's awesome. So what do you think is the most challenging part of your job?
The most challenging part is, I think, in any administrative position, there's fires that need put out, and sometimes it involves parents, and there's things that you have to deal with on a certain day-to-day basis. But those are small things of the job, and that would be the most difficult, is dealing with problems as they arise.
Yeah, as an athlete myself, I know parents can definitely get a little too much. So finally, what is the best holiday present you've ever received?
That is a tough one. Actually, it's not. I found out I was going to be a dad one Christmas. That is without a doubt the best
that's
thing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, well, happy holidays, Mr. Miller, and thank you for joining us today. Let's send it to Hannah with Plum School Board members.
Thanks, Emily. I'm here with Mike Caligieri and Michelle Stepnick, two school board members. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic, thank you.
Great, thanks for having us. Thank you for coming. Mr. Caligieri and Ms. Stepnick, what are your biggest accomplishments during your time as school board members?
Personally, for me, I don't think that there's a biggest accomplishment or accomplishments. Every time I see all of you guys, the students, being successful in whether it's the arts, sports, the telethon, which is my favorite school district-wide event, in case anybody didn't know. But with that said, anytime I see all of you and your successes, to me, I feel I've made a small part in that, and I'm extremely proud. So for me, it's not one or two things. It's really watching the students and watching them grow and succeed.
Yeah, I mean, I echo those sentiments. I think for me, I was most proud of taking the lead on adding social workers to the school. And with the support of my colleagues like Mrs. Stepnick, we were able to bring some real assets to all the students. So that's been a very proud accomplishment.
Ms. Stepnick, what is your main priority as a school board member?
My main priority is to make sure that we always fund all of your programs. And the biggest, I would say, for me at this moment is that we bring back full-day kindergarten. I was able to experience my son in full-day kindergarten and the different skills that it brought him, and even just experiencing all of their specials that they are now not able to. So for me, it's really bringing back all-day kindergarten right now.
Mr. Caligieri, what made you interested in running for school board?
That's a good question. So I've been calling Plum my home since 2005. And I felt like if there was an opportunity to give back, that I should take advantage of it. And with my history with child development, I felt like I could contribute here. So I gave it a shot, and I was lucky enough to be selected and to be able to be a part of the board.
Ms. Stepnick, how do you balance your work life with your personal life?
A lot of time management and sometimes just forgetting a lot of things. You just have to try to find a balance or try to say, I'm not doing that right now. And it's hard, but it is a balance.
Mr. Caligiuri, could you tell us a little bit about the Plum Borough Foundation for Educational Enhancement?
Yeah, sure. I don't want to say too much because you're about to speak with one of our executive board members, Mrs. Mascaro. But you can call us now the Plum Mustang Foundation. The goal of the foundation is to provide resources to our students and our staff members here that they might not otherwise have. And, you know, we've had some accomplishments already this year. So we appreciate the support. And Mrs. Mascaro is going to give you a lot of details, I think, right after us.
How do you want the foundation to grow and continue thriving?
Great question. So the most important thing for me when I restarted the foundation was to find the most high quality people that here in Plum Borough that could advocate. We've done that. We have 30 plus members. So right now the future is just starting. And I think as long as we keep our members, we should have a bright future and lots to give.
Ms. Stepnick, this isn't your first time being on the board. How has your current term been different from the past?
I would say the members always make it different. Their goals and what we're trying to achieve as a district. The administration has changed. So I would say I've worked with some of the greatest people. And, you know, we continue growing and continue changing. And I feel like every 2 years it's a new board, if that makes sense, because every 2 years new people come on and some don't run and some don't win. And so it's really multiple boards that I've sat with, and each and every one has had its challenges, but also a lot of fun. And I've gotten to know some really great people.
Lastly, what is one thing you guys are grateful for over the holiday season?
I'd have to say my family. This year, my family's here from Florida, and I'm beyond excited. So it'll be a little cold, so we'll all be really cramped up with the Floridians, and I'm excited for the movies and the fun and the laughter. So that would be my biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another really good question. I'm definitely thankful for my family, but I think this year I'm especially thankful for all the people that support our family. I was greeted today by a dancer that my daughter dances with who's a mentor. We have plenty of mentors for our family, and so we get a lot of support, and I'm really appreciative of that.
I agree. Family is definitely a huge part of the holidays. Are you guys ready for some telethon trivia?
Possibly.
I guess so.
Name the 3 rivers in Pittsburgh.
Ohio, the Allegheny, and the Monongahela.
Correct. The first owner of the Steelers was?
The Rooneys, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
I'm not from Pittsburgh, so I'm trying.
I don't know. You want to bet to buy them. Buzz.
This is why we need Mike Clark.
Yeah, he would know.
The correct answer is Art Rooney.
Well, we said the Rooneys.
Oh, yeah.
What section of Pittsburgh would you go to buy fruits and vegetables?
I was just there yesterday at the Strip District.
Correct. What is the oldest bridge in downtown Pittsburgh, built in the 1880s?
Oh, man, that's a really tough one. I was going to say the Smithfield Bridge, but maybe it's Clementi.
See?
The Smithfield Bridge is correct. What was the name of the Pittsburgh Pirates' original baseball field?
Forbes Field.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Caligiuri and Ms. Stepnick, for taking the time to answer some questions this morning. We wish you both a safe and happy holiday. Now let's turn it over to Annabelle.
Can we give you one more second?
Mm-hmm.
These are some donations from my family and Plum School Board.
Thank you.
For all of you to contribute towards the telethon.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you both for your generous donations.
Oh, you're welcome,
really
but thank you for
appreciate it.
doing all of this, and happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you for coming out. Now let's turn it over to Annabelle for another special guest.
Thanks, Hannah. I'm here with Plum Foundation member Jen Mascaro. Jen, how are you feeling today?
Oh, I feel great. I'm really excited to be here. You guys, this is amazing. You should all be so proud of yourselves.
That's great. Okay, so what is the Plum Foundation?
So we are a nonprofit. We're a 501c3. It was established in 1991. It was first established as the Plum Foundation for Education Enhancement, and now we're doing business serving our students in the Plum School District as the Plum Mustang Foundation. Our purpose is to support our students, K through seniors, just to kind of provide resources and create a more positive learning environment for our students. We really focus on Rachel's challenge and being kind. So, that's us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what are some of the goals of the Plum Foundation, and how do you plan to achieve them?
So we have some really exciting things going on right now. We just were able to provide Be Kind t-shirts to our K through 4. Well, it was originally K through 2. We got a really nice donation from Spitzer Toyota for that, and then we got a really nice donation from Ben Perrin at Avenue to Close for our 3rd and 4th grade t-shirts. All of the kids got one. Each month, the elementary schools do an award from the principal, and it's usually based around Rachel's challenge. And those students for that month get recognized at the school board meeting the following month. This is the first month we did it. It was so exciting. The kids were so excited to be recognized, and it was really nice for them to see their peers up there being recognized for just being kind and, just good people and inclusive. I do have a little model here with our t-shirt if he wants to come up. His name is Austin Mascaro, and he is a kindergartner. And he's my son. He's playing hooky today. So here, come up. So the shirts say, "In a world where you can be anything, be kind." And then on the back, it starts a chain reaction. So it kind of has the chain on there, so when all the kids stand together, it starts a chain reaction of being kind. So we were able to provide all of the shirts for that initiative, which was really exciting. You can go sit back down. I bribed him to come here today because he wanted to see Taylor Lorish, because she's our old neighbor, and she used to play with him when he was little. See, now she remembers him. So he's excited. He's here for you.
What a great story. So if someone wants to help out with the Plum Foundation, how can they?
So there's a couple things you guys can do for us. If you could visit the Plum Mustang Foundation Facebook page and just like it for us. The more likes we have, the more we show up in feeds. And then share the page for us. Another thing you can do is go on Amazon and change your Amazon Smile donations over to the Plum Mustang Foundation. We don't know how much money you spend on Amazon. We just get a donation back for as much as you spend. And we get a really nice donation each month. Our goal is to get 500 people to do that. We're around 200 right now.
Great. All right, so Jen, you live in Plum and you work for Coldwell Banker Real Estate Services.
Yep.
What stands out about Plum, not only from a business perspective, but from a personal perspective?
I love this community. I think we come together in a time of need. I graduated from Plum in 2001. My husband graduated from Plum in 99. All 3 of my children are in Plum. We just have, we have so many communities going up. We have an amphitheater, an ice skating rink, I believe it is. It's an amazing place to live, an amazing place to raise a family. And I've been here my whole life, so I'll be here forever.
Sounds like you're making some great opportunities for everyone.
Yeah.
So Jen, as a foundation member, a real estate agent in Plum, and a homeowner in Plum, where would you like to see Plum in the next 5 years?
Oh, that's a good question. I think, I don't know. I think we're just making great strides in this school district, in this community, and just being kind to one another. And we've come up with so many initiatives with, the Thomas Jojanovich initiative, and then the Plum Mustang Foundation. I just feel like we all come together in a time of need, and I just think that as long as we keep going in that direction, this is going to mean it's an amazing place, and it'll always be an amazing place. And I sell houses here, so I try to bring as many people to this community as I can because I love it so much.
Yeah, absolutely. For a last question for you, what is your favorite holiday song and why?
Oh God, you guys are gonna laugh at this, but I love NSYNC's Christmas album. So
That's a great pick.
Anything from NSYNC.
All right. Thank you for coming and talking to us today. Now over to Hannah with another special guest.
Joining me now is Mike Clark, Emmy-winning news anchor from WTAE. Mike, how are you today?
I'm doing great. It's always great to come back to Plum. It feels like the Christmas season once I arrive on campus.
Thank you for coming out today.
You're welcome.
When did you start as a news reporter and where?
I started reporting the news on Long Island. I grew up in New York, even though I don't talk like that no more. But I started at a small station on Long Island back in the late 1980s, so many, many moons ago.
That's so cool. What interested you in becoming a news reporter?
You know, ever since I was super young, I was always picked to be in the school plays, to read the morning announcements, to if we had a special guest for an assembly. I've always, always encouraged to kind of use my voice, and I always liked to write. So those two things kind of pushed me into this career.
What was your path like in becoming a news anchor at WTAE?
It was a long one. I started out, I wanted to be a sportscaster. So in college and graduate school, I was always reporting on sports. I'm a sports nut. I love sports. And in New York, we always had two teams at the same time. So we had the Mets and Yankees. We had the Knicks and the Nets. We had the Rangers and the Islanders, the Giants and the Jets. So it was a very big sports town. So I got a lot of experience going out and doing stories. And then, through a couple of things that happened along the way, when you tell a story on TV, it's pretty much the same whether it's sports or news. And thankfully, I got into news. And thankfully, I got to Pittsburgh because often sports is, the lead story in a newscast. So
Right.
I get the best of both worlds.
What is the best part about your job and the worst part, and why?
I think the best part is the combination of going and telling people stories, being active in the community, and then helping organizations like Make-A-Wish. I love what you guys do here. Every year I come back, the studio is filled with students, everyone's smiling, and in a selfie nation where everyone's kind of taking pictures of themselves, and you guys are really focused on other people, and I think that's what excites me about what you're doing here. You're using technology, you're using teamwork, and you're helping to make lives better for kids and their families. And I think that's what I like about my job. We get to focus on the good work you guys are doing. Dan Pratt is our videographer. He's here taking video, and he interviewed Emily. That's what I like about my job.
It's definitely a great group of students. What advice would you give to a student who wants to pursue a career in your field?
You know, you have information in your hands. Everywhere you go, you can really tap into the world. I didn't grow up with a phone in my hand. Cell phones weren't invented until much later. And so you have access to information. I would say be informed as much as you can. Read the news. Read books. Enhance your vocabulary. Do things like the Telethon, where it gets you to think on your feet, gets you to work with other people, and open your mind to other people's views, because then you can be better informed. That's what advice I'd give.
Some great advice. The COVID-19 pandemic caused changes all around the world. We are fortunate that life is transitioning back to normal. What was the hardest change you had to deal with at work?
Well, to keep everyone safe, we alternated. We went to work for 2 weeks, and then we were home for 2 weeks. So anchoring the news from my basement was difficult. And I had to learn a lot of new skills. And I look around, Mr. Barat, he's been teaching you these kinds of skills that I had to learn on the fly. I had to learn how to shoot and edit and record all from my basement. And so it was a big challenge to do all that. But I'm kind of grateful that I learned how to do the things that you guys are being taught here at Plum.
Mike, Mr. Barat has told me to ask you about your story from September 11th, 2001 attack.
Back in 2001, my wife and I had just gotten back from a trip on September 10th. And I was going back to work the next day. It was a Tuesday morning. And I was getting a haircut on 9/11. And there was a guy who saw me in the window and came in and said, "You're going to be busy today. A plane just crashed." And, at the time, no one knew what kind of plane it was. I was in the barber's chair at the time. And then about 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, he came back and said a second one hit. So we finished up. I went right to the station. And we went right out to the crash of Flight 93. And we were out there for a week. And it was just a surreal feeling to be there. And because we were there, we were one of the first news crews there on the scene. We had a satellite truck, and we did reports for people all over the world, really. What we were broadcasting was American history in real time. And I'll never forget the sadness when we arrived at the scene. But to see so many people who came together and tried their best to welcome the families of the victims, all of those experiences will stay with me forever. We saw a lot of compassion and empathy on these strangers in Somerset, these people from around the world, to their homes, and made them a part of their lives and provided comfort. So I'll never forget the very first few hours when we arrived on the scene there.
Who has had the biggest impact on you in your career?
I never was asked that question before. I think when I was a student journalist, like you guys are doing here, I was at a scene once for my college station, and I was able to get an interview that none of the real full-time reporters got. So one of these guys who was a professional in New York came over to me, gave me his card, and said, "I think you have a future. If I could ever help you, you let me know." So I was very grateful that a guy who had made it saw something in me that I could have this kind of job. And so I'm really grateful to Mark Schumacher, and he really gave me the confidence and that I could do this job. So I'm always grateful to Mark, who is very involved in Make-A-Wish, by the way.
That's awesome. You took a trip to Rome when the new Pope was selected. Can you tell us about your trip and the experience you had?
Yeah, that was amazing. I went with my videographer, Brian Caldwell, who is about 6'5". He looks like an offensive lineman for the Steelers. And he brought his terrible towel with him and put it on his camera. And I said, "Why are you bringing that?" And he said, "Well, with all those hundreds of thousands of people in St. Peter's Square, we'd like to speak to people in Pittsburgh." So he set up his camera, and sure enough, as soon as he set up his camera, a family from Pittsburgh came running over. "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" So it was really amazing. We got to tell Pittsburgh stories in Rome. And I had hoped to meet with a lot of students travel internationally, and they study in Rome, they study in Europe. And sure enough, we get to St. Peter's Square, and we're watching if the new Pope's going to be elected or not. And we see a group of Pittsburghers from Duquesne University. They came up to me, and they said, "Mr. Clark, what do you think? Do you think the Pope would be elected tonight?" And because I'm an informed newsman, I said, "No, I don't think so, not tonight. It's too early." And sure enough, as soon as I said that, the smoke came out, and they said a new Pope is elected. So I didn't know anything. And to see their joy, they were there for history. We captured their moments. We talked to them about what it meant. So it was nice to bring Pittsburgh home from Rome.
That sounds like such a cool experience.
Yeah, it really was.
Mike, you are not a new face here at the annual Make-A-Wish telethons. You have been participating for the last 21 years. What does Make-A-Wish mean to you?
Make-A-Wish means a lot to me. My first exposure was a long, long time ago, before all you guys were born. And just to see what a wish does for a family, it kind of takes them on a magic carpet ride. They don't have to worry about paying for anything. They don't have to worry about scheduling anything. And to see the joy and the peace it brings for a family, it's especially definitely the kids get so much out of it, but to see the reaction of their fellow family members and the parents, it's something special, because the parents we meet, they're heroic in how they care for their kids. And to see them not worry about anything isn't just an added joy. So really applaud all you guys. I want to give you guys a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause for making these wishes come true.
What is your favorite holiday memory from your childhood?
I think getting Mickey, my first dog. Every year I wrote to Santa, I wanted a dog, never got a dog. And it was a big surprise. My grandparents came over, gave all my brothers these really cool presents, and I got like a chain. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a bicycle chain, but it was a leash. I'd never seen a metal leash before. And my grandfather said, "Oh, there's something in the car. I think Mike has one more thing." And I'm like, "Thank God, because I got a chain." So we went out to the car and brought in a box, and I'll never forget Mickey's face. She was like looking at me like, "Hey, what's up?" And it was my probably best childhood memory for Christmas.
Thanks, Mike, for answering some questions, and I hope you have a happy holiday season. Now I'll turn it over to you for a Q&A session with some curious students.
Thanks. You did a great job. I know you're going to study psychology, but I think you have a future as a broadcaster.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Most interesting story you ever reported on?
The most interesting story. Oh my goodness, I have to think about that. I can tell you one of the most interesting stories I had. I was working in Portland, Maine, and I just joined the Make-A-Wish Foundation as a volunteer. And we were all sitting around a room, and they said, "We just got a request for a Pittsburgh boy. He wants to come to Maine and watch whales." And his name was Brian Dwyer. And I remember saying, oh, I'd love to tell this story. So one of my most memorable stories was going up to Acadia National Park and interviewing Brian and his Pittsburgh family. He was wearing a Pittsburgh Pirate hat, and he didn't get to see any whales. And he was really sad about that because it was overcast, and he was going home the next day. And I said, what would you be doing with a whale anyway? I said, what would you do? And he looked at me and said, I'd jump on his back and ride him like a bucking bronco. And the next thing you know, he's on my back, and I'm running around pretending I'm a whale as a bunky bronco. And he's slapping my belly really hard. And he was laughing, and we told a beautiful story. And that story aired in Pittsburgh. So when I got to Pittsburgh a few years later to work at Channel 4, they were like, hey, you're the guy that told that whale story. And the good news is Brian came back to Plum a few years ago when you guys were enshrined into the National Honor Society, and he told that story. So Brian is doing very well. He's taller than I am. He has a great career, and he's 31 years old. So I think that's probably one of my most memorable stories of all time.
How do you balance your work and family life?
It's a great question. It's a tough balance, no matter what you do for a living, and if you're considering a career in something you want to get into, talk to the women and men who do that job, because I did before I started. I wanted to be a sportscaster, and I talked to a lot of sports people that said, if your team makes it into the playoffs, you might be traveling a lot, and you might be away from your family a lot, especially on weekends. So it's a tough balance no matter what you get into, but talk to the adults who have these jobs before you start pursuing a career, because the balance is really tough. I work nights, so growing up I had to maximize our time as a family in the morning hours. Summer times were the best because I got to hang out with my kids all the time in the morning. But when you're on the air every night at 6 and 11, it can be challenging to find that balance. So definitely talk to people before you choose your type of career.
How long have you been a part of the WTAE team, and what former or current employee has influenced you the most?
Oh, that's a great question. Never asked these questions before. You guys are good journalists. I've been here since 1995, and I think right off the bat I have to say Michelle Wright. Michelle Wright was my first contact at Channel 4. She was the morning anchor, and she was there for about a year before I got there, and she really embraced me. I was nervous coming to a new city. I didn't really know anything about Pittsburgh, and other than the Steelers were great, and the Penguins were great. And so when I got here, Michelle really gave me a great welcome. I think she's probably the most influential person, and we're still great friends today, 27 years later.
How do you prepare for a day of work?
It's a great question. I try to stay informed. I try to read as much as I can before I get to work, so I know what's going on in the news. I get to work about 2:30 every day, and we prepare for the 6 o'clock news. I anchor the 6, 7, and 11 o'clock news. So, I don't write a lot for that 6 o'clock news because all the reporters are out, gathering all the information, gathering the stories. The producers are writing the stories. So every once in a while, I'll make an appearance in the 4 o'clock or the 5 o'clock news prior to the 6 o'clock news. So I guess staying up to date is probably the most important thing I do to prepare to come in at 2:30 every afternoon.
Now, do you prefer being a morning or an evening anchor?
I think both shifts have their challenges. I think I prefer to work at night better. I was always tired when I worked the morning shift, and if one of my children had a night game, I remember at a soccer game, and there were rain delays, there were lightning delays, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm anchoring the news tomorrow morning. I got to get up at 2 o'clock, and I'll have maybe just a couple of hours of sleep. So I was always tired when I was on the morning news. So I think the evening news suits me better.
Did you have any influences growing up that you looked up to and wanted to be like?
It's another great question. I liked Peter Jennings. He was, I thought, a very fair news anchor man. I don't know if you guys remember him, but he was the anchor for the World News Tonight, and I think he influenced me more because he was so informed. He was really smart, and I had a chance to meet him in Pittsburgh, and he encouraged me to read as much as I can, read other people's opinions, and I think he influenced me the most. Do we have one more question? We don't have any more questions. I want to thank you for all your great questions. I want to really applaud you guys for what you do to make the Christmas and holiday season so great for our children and our families in Western Pennsylvania. So keep up the great work. Enjoy your holiday this year. Enjoy your time off. Make the most of it with your family. And if you're looking at this screen right now and say, you know what, I like what these kids at Plum are doing right now, I want to donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation, pick up the phone and call 412-471-WISH. That's 412-471-9474. Again, thank you so much. God bless you all and your families. We're going to throw it over to Greg now with more.
All right, thank you. So next up, I'm here with Plum High School girls wrestling coach, statistics teacher, and driving instructor, Mr. Miller. How are you doing this morning, Mr. Miller?
I'm having a great day. How about yourself, Greg?
I'm doing pretty well, too. So to start off, Mr. Miller, how did you become interested in coaching wrestling?
Well, I grew up, my dad was a wrestling coach for 36 odd years for Penn Hills. And I grew up in a wrestling family, wrestled pretty much my whole life from 4th grade until I graduated college, and even a couple years after college. So I was always involved with wrestling. When I moved back to the Pittsburgh area, I actually coached for around 8 years for Penn Hills. Gave it up to start my family and have a family. And once my girls, my 2 daughters got into college, and I heard that Plum was starting a girls wrestling team, I was ecstatic and wanted to coach the girls wrestling team.
Nice. Well, they're definitely lucky to have you as their coach. So since the season is kind of on the horizon, and it's kind of begun, what is like a typical week of practice going to look like?
Well, a typical week for wrestling practice is about the same, whether it's the girls team, boys team, or junior high team. Every day after school and Saturday mornings. Practice is pretty much 6 days a week.
Nice. So out of all the subjects, what kind of drew you into teaching math?
Well, I started my college career as a chemistry major. And after 2 years as a chemistry major, I switched to math for the only reason that at Clemson University, there was too many labs during wrestling time. So I was missing wrestling practice too much, so I ended up switching to a major where I didn't have to go take labs in the afternoon.
That's funny. So you also admitted, So what is an aspect of teaching that you feel you can improve in, and how do you plan on improving?
Oh my goodness, that's a good question. I think I could probably be a lot more compassionate as a teacher. When I was a younger teacher, I was not very compassionate at all when kids came and didn't have their homework done or needed extra time to do things on tests. I'm a little bit better with compassion now, but I think I can get more compassionate. And also, I'd really like to get better at teaching kids resilience. It's really stick-to-itiveness. It's okay to be wrong and answer questions wrong. Just stick with it and work to get towards the right answer.
Nice. I like that. It's always better for everyone to, try to better themselves. So you also administer a driving program. I know I went through it, but, a lot of people watching obviously probably didn't. So can you elaborate on how the program works?
Well, myself and Mr. Stewart run a driving school on the side besides teaching. We have some drivers that work for us. They're all certified by the state of Pennsylvania. Once students get their driving permit, they're eligible to drive with us. We start them out in the parking lot and like to get them out on the roads, get them out on the highways, get them downtown if possible, and get them in a lot of different situations where they can learn to be defensive drivers.
Nice. So also in regards to the program, what are some common driving mistakes that students make during the lessons and such?
Well, during the lessons, most of the driving mistakes that I think all students, all young drivers make, and even in their older years, is probably driving too fast. I think the number one cause for accidents is people driving too fast, and then they get distracted and get in an accident. But driving too fast is one, and then driving too close to the car in front of them is probably not a big mistake also. You should always leave plenty of room between you and the car in front of you.
Yeah. Speeding is bad. Don't do it. So how do you balance out all three of these with your personal life?
A good wife. I'd say a good wife and good loving kids. I get a lot of support from my wife and kids, and Yeah, that's what you need.
Nice. All right. So finally, if you had to be trapped in any holiday film, what would it be?
I'd probably say the ending of It's a Wonderful Life, when he's just around friends and family. That's fun. I love being around my family during the holidays, but I like being around my friends also. So I like that scene.
Yeah, that's a truly inspiring movie. All right, Mr. Miller, are you ready to test your knowledge now with some telethon trivia?
Not really, but I'll give it a shot.
All right. So first, what team did Pat McAfee play for in the NFL?
Pat played for the Colts, Indianapolis Colts.
That is correct. All right, so true or false? Pittsburgh has more days of rain and snow than Seattle, Washington.
That is an absolute true statement.
That is also correct. You're 2 for 2. All right, so the steepest street in the United States is located in Pittsburgh. What is that street's name?
I have no idea, but I'll go by like a Carmichael or something like that.
That is incorrect. Canton Avenue is the correct answer. All right, so in what Pittsburgh town was the McDonald's Big Mac created?
I think down south of Uniontown, or down south of Carnival, Uniontown area.
That is correct. All right. And so lastly, who was in the first World Series in 1903 with the Pittsburgh Pirates?
I have no idea, but I guess I'll go with like Boston Red Sox, someone like that.
Yes. Yes, you actually got that correct. So you were 4 for 5. You actually did really well in this trivia.
That was pure luck.
Most people do not get a 4 out of 5. So, and since you're a math teacher, I'm sure you can do the math there and figure out that 4 out of 5. That's
80%.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'd rather be a little bit higher.
All right. Well, thank you for stopping by, Mr. Miller. And next up, we have Taylor with some more guests.
Thank you very much, Gregory.
Thank you, Greg. Here with me now are Make-A-Wish board members Melissa with her daughter and Plum alumni, Alex Anderson. Hi, guys. How are you doing today?
I think we're doing okay. I heard a lot of people talk about work-life balance. I think it's time to switch to the Christmas, go to the Christmas side. So I think that's what we're doing today.
All right. Now tell us, how did you become involved with Make-A-Wish, and how has it affected your lives?
So I've been involved with Make-A-Wish about 4 years now as a board member, and really wanted to just give back to the community in a way that was meaningful. And the kids at Make-A-Wish and the foundation itself just has such a wonderful mission and purpose, and that's where I wanted to spend my time.
Yeah, that is very impactful. I can understand that. Melissa, being part of the program for several years, can you tell us your personal role with Make-A-Wish and what this means for you daily?
So as we mentioned, right, I'm a board member there. I think it's really focuses around the kids and the impact, that we have on granting that wish for the kids. The pandemic had a tremendous impact on the foundation because, as you can imagine, what do you think one of the wishes that are most often requested? They want to travel, right?
Yeah.
They want to go to Disney.
They want to go Disney.
And you can't take a child that has compromised immune system or is, waiting for a transplant on a plane, or take them out during a pandemic. And so that really had an impact on the organization. And so what we really tried to do as board members and work with the staff was, how do we come up with other creative ways to still make these wishes meaningful for the kids? And it was putting playgrounds in their backyard, and we had a lot of puppies. And so just seeing the joy of the kids is what kind of affects me daily and makes me want to be part of that organization.
Yeah, that is really special. What would you say is the most important part of your involvement with this foundation?
So I'm also on the finance committee of the foundation, and what I think is important is the things that you're doing here today with the fundraising, that we put it to the right use.
Yes.
And so for me, that's an important role, that we use the funds that we get for the wishes, and we make those wishes meaningful. And what you guys are doing here today is absolutely fantastic. It helps so many kids have that maybe last opportunity to do something, and it makes it special for them. So for me, on the finance committee, it's being responsible for the money that we get and making sure that it goes to the right causes.
Oh yeah, totally. Alex, you were a floor director for the 2019 Telethon. What do you remember most from the Telethon, and what impact did it have on you?
So what I remember most is definitely running around and all of the chaos.
For sure,
and
yes.
reconfiguring the script when people don't show up or we're ahead of schedule, and just throwing people on and making sure that
Yeah.
we get back on track. I think how that's impacted me is it's given me the confidence and knowing how to react in stressful situations and how to remain calm. And it's also given me the ability to take on leadership roles like in college. So I go to Duquesne and I'm the vice president of the business fraternity there.
Oh, wow.
So it's given me the confidence to take those initiatives and step forward and be a leader in other ways.
That's good. So it's definitely had a positive impact on
Yes,
you
for
for
sure.
All right. And to finish up our interview, what is your favorite holiday activity to do together as a family?
So we make Christmas cookies every year with my aunt and my grandma. It's like a girl's thing. And
So I think we
yeah.
did about 14 or 15 cookies this year, and it's, you put the Christmas carols on, and everybody's telling stories. So definitely my favorite trip.
Yeah.
My favorite family
That's definitely
tradition.
so much fun. My family, we cook cookies too, so it's just
fun.
super fun. All right. Thank you both so much for coming out and sharing with us today. I'm now sending it over to Justino with our next special guest.
Thanks, Taylor. Here with me now is Mr. Dan Kingursky.
Mr.
How are you, Dan?
I'm doing very well. Just don't use the Mr. ever
All right.
again, please.
As editor-in-chief at Pittsburgh Hockey Now, what are your main responsibilities?
Oh boy, Pittsburgh Hockey Now is really kind of an interesting media outlet in terms of we cover all things Pittsburgh Penguins. So I'm not only a beat writer covering the day-to-day operations, but I write opinion columns, some analysis, scheduling and accounting, and all of the other ugly, boring stuff.
Yeah, that certainly is a lot of responsibilities you have. So what was your first big job in the broadcasting business, and what did you learn from that first experience?
Boy, define big. My very first job was my first semester as a freshman in college. There was a country station in Williamsport, PA, close to where I went to school at Lock Haven University, and they put an ad on the bulletin board asking for like an overnight DJ, and I got it, and that was my first foray into commercial radio.
Oh, that's good. Pittsburgh Hockey Now is a huge umbrella. I mean, there are a lot of Hockey Now stays that you are now in charge of. How many are there, and what is it like to keep track of all of them?
It's difficult to keep track of all of them because I can't tell you how many. I think we're at 14 now, give or take the day. We're always trying to add another one or two, and we are literally in cities from Los Angeles and San Jose all the way through Boston and New York, and we try to cover as many hockey markets that want us.
Yeah, that's a lot of cities. As a reporter, how much fun is it to be back at Hockey Games full-time covering the Penguins?
It is so much nicer to be at the games, to joke around with the guys, to actually, you can see a lot on television, right?
Mhm.
Especially with the TVs get bigger, the cameras get wider, we can see more. But you still see so much more when you're in the press box or in the stands, how the plays develop, and maybe who made the mistake you get to ask about later.
Yeah, that's cool. The past 17 years of Penguins hockey has been very memorable, and with the re-signing of Malkin and Letang this offseason, do you think the trio of Crosby, Malkin, and Letang could be the best trio to ever play the game of hockey, and why?
Boy, the best trio ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Montreal Canadiens in the 1970s, even before I was around, so don't feel too bad, were fantastic, but they weren't 17 years worth of great.
Yeah.
And even the Edmonton Oilers of the 1980s with Wayne Gretzky, Mark Messier, and those guys, they didn't spend 17 years together. They won four cups to the Oilers. So, yeah, I think to stay together 17 years at this level, I think there's a real case to be made.
Yeah, I agree with that answer. So how do you feel the
What if
Penguins...
you disagreed?
Oh,
Would you argue?
I would, yeah,
Okay.
but I do agree with that answer. So how do you feel the Penguins have performed at this point this season?
Surprisingly well. I mean, they
Yeah.
had that 7-game winless streak in the middle of the season, or the middle of the first half of the season. If you take that away, the Penguins are 19-3-3 outside those 7 games. They're beating opponents in a defensive struggle. They're opening the doors and playing some offensive hockey when they have to or they want to. They're really playing a variety of different games, which is showing the depth that they have. I think they're playing well, but they're not playing great yet, which is probably an encouraging thing.
Mm-hmm. So to build up on that, how do you feel they're going to do tonight against the Hurricanes in a big Eastern Conference matchup?
The Hurricanes present an interesting challenge for them because the Hurricanes play almost a man-to-man defense like you see in basketball, right? So every puck battle is a one-on-one battle, and I think that slows the Penguins down a little bit because so much of their speed is gathered coming out of the defensive zone, being 3 wide, having momentum, forcing other defensemen to back in. one-on-one, now one person might win the battle, but the other two don't. And so you're constantly kind of playing that game. I like the Penguins on home ice. They've won 6 straight. They're scoring just enough goals. Tristan Jarry has been brilliant. The Penguins on home ice can also maybe shield some of their defensemen who are struggling. Take the Penguins tonight.
Yeah, and how do you feel the Penguins with their new defensemen this year have looked with the signing of Jeff Petrie and some of the other new defensemen? How do you think they've looked so far?
Well, I think Petrie was getting better and better before his injury. It's kind of unfortunate it happened now. He's very good offensively. He can have your defensive walkabouts occasionally. I think P.O. Joseph really has started to assert himself in the last couple of weeks. You saw in the last game, he began to spring off the blue line, take the puck and go with it. That was missing from his game the last couple of years, at least at the NHL level. He was being too conservative. So him taking steps forward and being more aggressive and assertive really makes, I think, the blue line a complete unit.
Yeah, I think the Penguins defenders have played well this year. So what, if any, trades need to be made for the Penguins to remain contenders this season, in your opinion?
Well, I hate to play armchair GM because you never quite know what the price on other players are. You don't know, who the Penguins would have to replace them with. And so it's kind of a moving target. Obviously, Kasperi Kapanen has been very up and down, a lot of down this season. That's one of those things, though. It's difficult to trade a player who's struggling like that.
Yeah.
You can't. The expression is give away all of our bad players for all of their good players. It doesn't quite work that way. So Ron Hextall, because the Penguins have only $70,000 in cap space, is really kind of back against the wall. I don't expect to see a lot of Penguins trades over the next couple of months.
Yeah, I agree with that. So when looking at the Penguins roster, which players performed best so far this season, in your opinion, and why?
Well, Sidney Crosby is a Hart Trophy candidate. He is having one of those dominant, strong seasons. He even had some down games, but he still scored points to make the stat sheets look good. And let's be honest, some of the people who get to vote on the Hart Trophy look at the stat sheets, and then they ask around. So Crosby's name being at the top of the stat sheets always helps. I've liked Evgeny Malkin. He's gotten stronger. You can see his knee, even from, say, September, October when he started skating to now is much better. And I think Jason Zucker really has, both in the locker room and on the ice, been a breath of fresh air for the Penguins. I mean, this is the guy they've been waiting for 3 years, and they're finally getting him this season. And he's hysterical in the locker room, and I think he's picking the guys up on the ice, too.
Yeah, I think those Penguins have been very good this season. So what is your opinion on what's been a tough Metro division this year for the Penguins? It's been really stacked up this year.
Yeah, there are 6 playoff division of doom, quite frankly, with Washington and the Islanders kind of being at 5 and 6. Both of those teams are playing winning hockey, and if the Penguins were to have injuries or were to stumble at some point this season, the Penguins could be on the outside looking in, despite a very good team and a very good record. It's almost not fair, but sports and life, I guess, aren't.
Yeah, we'll see how the division stacks up at the end of the year. So finally, Dan, what is your favorite holiday cookie and why?
Oh, geez. The one within reach.
I agree with that answer, with the one that's closest to me. Dan, as we always do, we'd like you to take some questions from our studio audience. We're going to turn this part of the show over to you.
Okay.
What was your most memorable moment reporting for the Penguins?
I've had some really cool moments. My most memorable is probably the Stanley Cup Final 2017 after Game 6 when the Penguins won. I was the last person to talk to Marc-Andre Fleury, and I kind of asked him a question about skating with the Stanley Cup that year, because he really didn't in 2016 when they won. I asked him, you looked like a lot happier this year, and he kind of started to cry a little bit, like the emotion hit him, and it was cool to be a part of that moment with him.
Do you think the Penguins have a shot at winning the Stanley Cup this year?
I do. I think they're maybe part of the junior varsity contenders. Maybe they're part of that second tier. Colorado is so very good, and Boston is playing so very well. But the Penguins are right there with those teams, and you don't quite know what the teams will look like in May and June. And an injury or the right player addition can really put them over the top. I think they're right there.
What is the best hockey fight you have ever seen?
Oh, the best hockey fight. Good question. Of course, the NHL never sells violence, do they? It would be about, I think 20 years ago. Marty McSorley fought Bob Probert in Detroit, and the fight went on for 2 minutes, and the referees never stepped in. They just threw punches for 2 minutes. Clothes were on the ice, and they just were hammering away at each other. That was, that was something unique and special.
What inspired you to become a sports reporter?
Money. But when I found out there was no money in the business, no, it really is fun. People work very hard. People, have jobs that they go to, and then they have to find hobbies after they come home from work. I get to kind of live a little boy's dream, and I get to make money at my hobby and help others do that. It's a pretty cool job.
In the past 17 years, which team has had the most dedicated fan base?
I feel like you want me to say the Penguins. Penguins, but there are, I think the Montreal Canadiens fans, come hell or high water, are always there. They're always singing. They're always loud. It's really a lot of fun to go to a game in Montreal. The Penguins fan base certainly has shown up. I mean, how many years straight did they sell out as well? So I'll say Penguins number 1 and Montreal number 2.
If you had an estimate, how long do you think until Crosby retires?
How old are you now? 17. Okay, he's 17. About the time you hit retirement, Sidney Crosby will be ready to retire. He's not going. They will have to drag the stick and skates from him. He will play into his 40s. I could, if there's anybody who can be the next Jaromir Jagr and play till there's lots of gray in the beard, it's Sidney.
Superstitions are a big thing in hockey. What are some of your superstitions before announcing?
Well, I don't announce anymore. In fact, back in the day, I guess I was a minor league play-by-play guy. My favorite superstition was taking a nap every day at 3 o'clock. That was my favorite superstition. Having a Red Bull at about 6 o'clock before a 7 o'clock game. And certain cities, you like to go to the same restaurants at the same time that you know they're pretty good.
What is your overall favorite hockey memory, and what made it so special?
I'd have to say the 1991 Stanley Cup, because to that point, Mario Lemieux was kind of an unknown, even to a lot of Pittsburgh fans. And nationally, like the hockey people knew Mario, but that was his coming out party when he really planted the flag that he was one of the greatest ever. And it was the first time any of us had ever seen anything like that. Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Penguins kind of stunk really until 1991. Even with Lemieux in '84, they were still not a playoff team. So that was really just one of those magical runs when the entire city came together. People would have parties, house parties, all summer long to watch those games. Even now that they're rerun on off nights on AT&T Sports, you'll see people kind of gathering to watch them. It was really just a special time.
What do you do to prepare to go on air?
Well, you try to do your homework. You try to know what the audience wants you to talk about. You try to have all of your facts in a row. You kind of hide some stats and facts around your studio. When I did play-by-play, and I think Steve Mears is a devotee of this technique too. You'll see him tape stats on the wall, so you can easily glance at them, knowing all those things and kind of having them hit, almost like an actor's trick when they hide their lines on the set. That's I'm known to do little stuff like that too.
Do you think Martin Brodeur is the best goalie of all time, and do you think any future goalie will surpass him?
Well, that's I don't think he had quite the tough time that a lot of other goalies did, because New Jersey really played such a defensive style. Brodeur was able to pad his stats, kind of like a center who plays on a team that doesn't play defense gets to pad their stats. So if I had to pick the best goalie of all time, I'm still going with Patrick Waugh, maybe Dominik Hasek. But will a goalie pass Brodeur's win total? I think so, because of the overtimes and the shootouts now.
How do you balance your work and personal life?
What personal life?
As you know, players get a day with the Stanley Cup. If you could have the Stanley Cup for a day, what would you do?
Well, part of that is not to tell anybody what you would do. you obviously have the public party, and then you enjoy it in private. I would probably have a few close friends over, a couple big bottles of champagne, and we would fill it and probably eat Cheerios out of it too.
Who is your favorite player?
My favorite player of all time is still Mario. Just growing up, you have to, I saw him do things that nobody else can do to this day. I know Penguins fans get mad at me, but my favorite player right now is actually Tom Wilson of the Washington Capitals. I like the way he plays physical. He pushes the envelope. If he's on your team, you love him. If he's on the other team, you hate him. And I have a soft spot for those kind of guys.
With the New Jersey Devils falling down and having a 5-game losing streak, what do you think the Pens are going to finish in the Metro? And how far do you think they will get in the Stanley Cup playoffs if they make it?
The East is going to be very top-heavy and stacked. A first-round loss this year if they make the playoffs, I think they're a good bet to make the playoffs. But even this year, a first-round loss, they draw Carolina, the Rangers. It's going to be a really tough series. It's almost like an Eastern Conference final series in round one. So, until we see the matchups, I honestly can't predict how far they're going to go in the playoffs right now.
What year was the best Penguins team, and why were they so good?
The best Penguins team ever didn't win the Stanley Cup, and that was the 1993 Penguins that won, 17 in a row with Mario Lemieux, Jaromir Jagr really hitting the height of his power, Alf Samuelsson, Larry Murphy, all of these Hall of Famers with Tom Barrasso in goal. They just laid waste to everybody, and they underestimated the New York Islanders and David Volek in the second round of that playoff series. They actually are one of the 5 best teams of NHL history, according to the computer models.
What is your opinion on Letang's fast appearance back from his stroke?
Well, I'm not a doctor. If the doctor said go ahead, Dr. Vias is not exactly a rookie in that matter either. What they explained, why he came back so quickly from his second stroke, was they already knew the problem. They didn't have to diagnose what happened. They knew. So they're able to begin a course of treatment immediately, which I think accelerated the entire process.
Who do you think has the best shot at a cup this year?
Well, Colorado is extraordinarily good. They're still finding their way. Obviously, Nathan McKinnon just started skating. They've been a bit banged up with injuries too. Colorado is very good. Carolina is good. Boston is good. Toronto at some point actually has to win a playoff series. They're too talented to go 20 years without winning a first-round playoff series. And you put the Penguins in that mix as well.
If you could create the perfect first line, who would be in it?
We talking all time, or are we talking just current players?
We'll go all time.
All time. I think you put Wayne Gretzky at center. With Sidney's flat stick, I think you put him on the right wing. And I think Mario Lemieux can play the left wing. That's probably the best line that I could come up with.
Do you think Jake Gensel is the future of the Penguins, or do you think he needs Sid?
He has added layers to his game in the last couple of years. He worked with a skating coach this past summer. If you notice, he's a little bit quicker than he has been. I don't know if Jake Gensel is going to be a guy who carries a team, not as a kind of a sniping left winger. Those guys generally aren't team pillars. You need centers to be your pillars. But as we've seen, Gensel can score with Crosby. Gensel can score with Malkin. And I have no doubt Gensel would find a way to score 25 with Jeff Carter or even Teddy Bluger in the middle. He's really good, but asking him to, be the guy is probably a stretch.
If you played hockey, what position would you want to play?
Well, I would be a winger. I used to play right wing, but I'm more of an agitator, so they can put me anywhere, and I'll just run my mouth and make people mad and then get out of the way while the big guys take care of my mess. All right, come on back in here. I actually have a little game for you guys as well. On behalf of Pittsburgh Hockey Now, I have 3 envelopes. In one of these envelopes is a $2,000 check for Make-A-Wish. In one of the envelopes is a $200 check, and the other envelope is a $20 check. Which envelope do you want to pick? Number one. Number one? Are you sure?
I am sure. Yes,
Okay.
number one.
Now, on behalf of Pittsburgh Hockey Now and the National Hockey Now family, we're so thrilled and honored to be a part of this telethon with you all every year. And we hope you donate at 412-471-9474. But Pittsburgh Hockey Now is donating today $2,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation through Plum High School. Also, for everybody who donates today, and if you send me a picture of the receipt via email or DM or private message, whatever it be, we'll also give you a free subscription to PHN Plus, the Steelers website, and our Pirates website as well. We're just so honored to be. So we do thank everyone today. It was an honor. If you'd like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish, please call 412-471-9474. Now I'll send it over to Lauren, who's with another successful Plum alumni.
Thank you, Dan. Joining me now, all the way from Los Angeles, California, is Spotify sports lead Patrick Muldowney. How are you doing today, Pat?
I'm tired. I will tell you that, first of all, it is still like 8 a.m. In L.A. Long day of travel. As I was saying walking in, Los Angeles is still extremely far from Plum after all these years. So,
being a Plum alumni, what does it feel like to be back at your alma mater?
This is absolutely, it's been, I graduated in 2000, so obviously it's been quite a few years, but this day is always my favorite day of the year, whether I'm able to make it back or not. Being able to watch online and see the work that the students are still doing, the fact that Barat still has this going, and all of the money that's been raised for this, it makes me so proud to be from Plum to come back and be a part of this.
It is pretty incredible. After working for ESPN in Connecticut, what brought you to LA?
So when I was at Plum, especially having started here, learning the foundation of my television background here from Mr. Barat, all I ever wanted was work in ESPN. So I got to ESPN, lived in Connecticut for 6 years, and I was like, you know what? I might not want to live in Connecticut forever. So a job opportunity came up when Fox was launching their new 24-hour sports network, FS1, back in 2013. So I took a job to go work on their nightly sports highlight show, Fox Sports Live, which helped me move out to LA.
Nice. So you spent about 4 years at Fox Sports, as you just said. What did a typical day look like for you as a social media manager and producer?
It was far and away the wildest job I've ever had. I loved working at ESPN. It was cool, but I was always in Bristol, in studio, or in the control room. With Fox, working in social, Fox has the biggest properties in the world, whether it's the Super Bowl, the MLB All-Star Game, the Daytona 500, all this stuff that I got to experience that I had never experienced before. So I'll say all this to say there was never a normal day, but probably the coolest day was as unfortunate as it was that the Patriots won the Super Bowl, whenever they came back to beat the Atlanta Falcons, being on the field next to Tom Brady and Bill Belichick after that game.
That would be pretty cool. So you had the opportunity to take part in the first wave of video podcasts ever on Spotify. What was your experience with this new venture, and what were some of the challenges you faced?
I think some of the challenges we faced then, that was back in the summer of 2020, are still similar to the challenges that we're facing now. Podcasting has evolved so quickly over the last half decade. And when you look at it right now, I think inherently most people, if they're going to watch a podcast, they go to YouTube. So discovery is still our big thing. We need more people to know that there is video podcasting on Spotify. So if you are watching this, open up Spotify and go find a video podcast because they're out there. But yeah, it was really cool to be a part of that and sort of set up the workflow from the very beginning. And now as we're onboarding more creators every month, it's been really cool to see that grow.
That's awesome. While you served as head of social media at The Ringer's NBA Desktop won a Sports Emmy. What did this award mean to you?
It wasn't much because it was my second Sports Emmy. I had won one at Fox Sports as well. No, it's the opportunity of a lifetime to be associated with and around people that are so talented that can create on that level. I'll always say I played a very small part in that, but just kudos to the crew. It really is indescribable to talk through how it felt when the show was announced, because you're going up against the ESPNs and Fox Sports of the world for these Sports Emmys. So for us to win with a production crew of 7 people working at The Ringer really brought me back to what it felt like working here, because everybody does everything. You get to learn every single part of the production process. It was just a really fun experience.
Well, congratulations on your awards. So now you are a sports lead for Spotify's new formats. What is your current day-to-day?
So I'll say this: the working at a tech company, the one thing that I've learned is that like the only thing that changes every day is everything. So my job has evolved a great deal even over the last year. Primarily for the last year, I've been working on our live audio sports programming. So overseeing any of our new launches. We did a full show with comedian Hassan Minhaj during the NBA Finals. We've had weekly NFL shows with Trey Wingo and Mark Schlereth and Carissa Thompson. So getting to work with some of these talented people on this live audio stuff has been super cool, but now we're moving into more like partnerships and programming and across the board.
Very nice. So what advice would you give to a student hoping to start a career in the media industry?
Just do it, because you absolutely can. Be active everywhere. Follow the trends in the media industry. Put yourself out there. Create a YouTube show that if 6 people watch, who cares? You're still getting reps. Just do the work. What you guys are doing here, what everybody in this program does, you are so far ahead of everybody else that you'll be going to college with, and just keep being a leader when you get in that position.
Thank you for that advice. Now, final question. What is the ugliest holiday sweater you have seen or wore?
That I've seen, I will say, when ironically, when I worked at ESPN, one of my best friends from college, I went to Clarion University, also ended up at ESPN. But unfortunately, being from Erie, he was a Browns fan. He always wore his Browns ugly sweater, which obviously is just absolutely disgusting to me.
I would have to agree. Pat, are you ready to test your knowledge with some telethon trivia?
What if I say no? We're going to do it anyways?
Yes.
Then yes.
All right, first question. In Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, what was the name of Rudolph's elf friend?
Elf? There's an elf in that song? Oh, wait, in the movie? Hermie. Right?
That's correct. How many reindeer were in 'Twas the Night Before Christmas?
'Twas the night before. 12?
I'm sorry. The correct answer was 8.
Oh, my God.
Which,
I know.
Which Christmas food is considered good luck to eat one of each on the 12 days of Christmas?
Look, I'm just going to say this. There's not a lot of traditions that are respected in Los Angeles. It's not really Christmassy out there. So this is a biased trivia set. I have no idea. I have absolutely candy canes.
I'm sorry. The correct answer was mince pies.
Ugh.
Where did the Nutcracker play originate?
I'm going to guess not, because I looked at your sheet, Russia. Yeah, I just had to make sure there was a ding. I needed to make sure there was a right answer sound too.
What Christmas carol do they sing at the end of A Charlie Brown Christmas?
Oh my gosh. What is it? Come on, guys, we're live. I don't know. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays by NSYNC.
I'm sorry, that is
That's
incorrect. The correct answer was Hark the Herald Angels Sing.
I should revisit that.
Thank you for coming in today, Pat. I'll turn it over to you for a round of the marshmallow competition.
Let's do it. All right, hi guys. How are we doing today? And are you ready to start the competition? Yes. All right. Contestant number 1, Nathaniel Yeoman. And contestant number 2, David Westbrook. Just real quick, who's going to win? All right. Wow, we've got 2 votes for David. So now now you get now everybody's rooting for you because you're the underdog, so don't forget that. All right, everybody, let's set the clock. And in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Nathaniel with an early lead. We might be looking at the underdog story of the year. I'm going to be honest, guys. This is not close. Nathaniel is running away with this. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Do you guys think we should count these? That's rough, man. David, what lesson did we learn today? Don't come in talking smack. Just show up and do your job. The standard is the standard. Do we not know that around here? All right, great job, everybody. Our winner today is Nathaniel. Congratulations. Do you have any words for your big win?
It wasn't that close.
I thought he was going to say, no, it's all about the competition, but no, he's still talking smack. Guys, great work. This was fun. Now, remember, if you would like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474. Thank you.
Minute to Win It is super fun. I'm now here with very special guests, Bubba and Mel from 100.7 The Fan. How are you both doing today?
Or Star.
I work for 100.7 The Fan. She works for 100.7 Star.
We don't work for The Fan. We work for Star. We got it.
That's okay.
Okay, so Bubba, I'll start off with you.
Yes, I'm ready.
So can you tell us how you both met each other and what started you both on this radio station?
So we met at B94 Radio, which is an old radio station that you probably don't remember. I started in radio when I was 19 years old, doing silly stuff on the radio. But Melanie and I worked we didn't work the same shift, so we worked separate shifts, but we got a chance to know each other. Actually, she was doing overnight, so she'd work from like midnight to 5 a.m., and we would make her get bagels for us in the morning.
Isn't that great? I just ran their errands.
And by the way, it's true. We made her get bagels.
It's true.
Okay. Well, Mel, who is your favorite guest you've had on your show, and what made them special or fun to you?
Was this to me?
Yes.
Your name's Mel.
I didn't hear that. Probably, Michelle Obama. We interviewed her.
Oh, wow.
Gwen Stefani live in the studio is probably one of my favorites because she said a really bad word. Not
Really?
purposely, accidentally, and we were scrambling. And I would have to say all of the WWE stars that come in thanks to Bubba.
You're missing one.
And Billy Porter because of Bubba's connection since they graduated together. Twice hung out with us for hours in the studio.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really jealous of Gwen Stefani. That's super cool. Okay, Bubba, can you tell us your favorite song that's been played on your station and what song is played the absolute most?
No. So here's an interesting thing, right? So while music is playing on the radio, we're not listening because we're working.
Yeah.
So while you're driving your car to school or to work, and we're talking, and then we play a song. While we're in the studio, we're not listening to those songs. We're actually working in the studio. So are you talking over my career or like right now?
That's up to you. Whatever you want. I'd say right now, probably. Right now.
What would be the number one song we play the most of right now? Oh, it's the one song we get the most complaints about.
Should we say what it is?
You can say what it is.
It's Nicki Minaj's Freaky Girl.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Sorry.
And by the way, we get lots of complaints about it.
True.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, back to Mel. So what is...
Okay. Sorry.
What is your favorite part about being on the show?
Me.
I do. I seriously have known him forever, and it's like family. I think that we get to talk to so many Southwestern Pennsylvania Bubba Show family members and 100.7 Star family members because Bubba created this environment and this narrative that we're family. They're not listeners. And after every phone call, he started this, 13 years ago. He says, I love you. And it matters. And we change lives, and I don't think we realize that every single day.
Yeah, that's so awesome. Okay, Bubba, can you give us some advice on how you were able to achieve your goals here in Pittsburgh?
Why do I get all the hard questions?
I'm sorry.
So, born and raised in Greenfield, went to Taylor Alderdice High School. So I just came from a family that like it wasn't that we're the most talented or most gifted, but we had the best. I was taught the best work ethic. So now, if you choose to do something that you love, and you do that every day, and you give 100% effort to it, then you can't fail. So to achieve my goals, I've just outworked everybody. I'm not more talented than anybody. I don't have any more skill set than anybody. I just will outwork everybody, and that's what I do.
Yeah, that's awesome advice. So, Mel, did you always know that you wanted to be a radio host? And what was it like for you to figure out this is what you wanted to do?
All right, I tell this story on the radio all the time. Yes, I did my morning announcements in 10th grade at Monessen High School, where I went to high school, and I loved doing it. And then I grew up with so much music background. My dad taught me so much about every different genre of music. So I was like, music, talking, radio, 10th grade I knew.
Yeah, perfect combination.
Yep.
Okay, so back to Bubba. Who was your favorite person you've been able to interact with because of your job?
Because he's like been doing it for a long time.
Favorite person I've ever interacted with.
Yes.
That's a good way to put it. So
Chris Martin.
Yeah. So Chris Martin, Coldplay, got a chance to actually just sit down. Ed Sheeran, actually. Let me take that back.
Really?
Let me take that back. Ed Sheeran. When I got a chance to meet him twice. When I met him when he literally first came to the United States of America from UK, and he was in a production studio, and everybody kind of left him, and I was the last one leaving. He goes, "Why are you leaving me?" He's like, "I'm like." So long story short, then I met him years later when he was gigantic, right? And he was literally exactly the same. So I would say Ed Sheeran is truthfully one of the most down-to-earth, cool people I've ever interacted with, and stardom has played no role in the person I've interacted with.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that answer.
There you go. Now you know Ed Sheeran.
Okay, back to Mel. So what helped you prepare when you were first hired for the job?
Absolutely nothing. No. I think literally learning everything I could in radio. It helped me when I went to college. So behind the scenes things. So whether that be social media or promotions or marketing or public relations, I just was a sponge. I wanted to know everything. How to do a commercial, how to make a commercial, how to talk up a song, how to learn about the pop culture end of things. So I just kind of just learned everything that I could.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Bubba. So current events are always evolving and changing.
Yes.
How do you keep up with what to talk about and make your show stand out to people?
Very good questions.
Did you write these questions yourself?
I did, but a lot of
Would you
people
like
here
to be
also
hired and be
prefer-
the newest member of Bubba Show? So it's all social media. I mean, it's all the internet. I mean, they're always going to be faster than you. So every morning before, we plan our show out in stages. So there's things that we do. We plan a year in advance, right? So there's some things on our show that we know we're going to do a turkey-thon. We know we're going to do Yes Pittsburgh There Is a Santa. We know we're going to do a backpack drive. Those are things we plan a year in advance. Yeah. And there's other things that we plan on a month in advance, and things we do weekly. But all the topical things literally comes from social media, whether it be Twitter or Instagram. And every day before we turn on the microphone for the first time, we look for anything that might have been changing since we went to bed.
Yeah. And Bubba's addicted to TikTok. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I spend more time on TikTok than any of you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so to wrap up our interview, what gift stands out that is special to you that you've either received or given?
Ooh. So yes, Pittsburgh There Is a Santa, where our focus has always been. I present under every tree for every girl and boy. Yesterday, we had a 16-year-old girl in high school that called over 300 times for her family. And actually, wherever high school she was in, she went into a bathroom to finish the phone call. And as a result of her kindness and her compassion, we took care of her entire family for Christmas. And it was because of her. It was because of her. So she was just like all of you students that was in a really bad situation. And now her family can have a Christmas.
Oh, my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I'll piggyback off that. I love that. But also our ugly Christmas sweater party this past Friday night, a woman came up to us, literally said that we helped change her directive of life. She was in a very sad state, a mental state, got the help that she needed, but every single day listening to us has helped her this past year get through the hard times, and we both were flabbergasted when she told us that.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And you're doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for your time today, and have a great holiday. It was so nice.
I have to interrupt.
Oh,
okay.
Oh.
No, it's okay.
This is Mr. Rick Barat.
Make-A-Wish gave me this gift today. And Jake Seavey, this was our TikTok.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, I had Viewfinder.
Am I right?
You're right.
So this, yes. Look at this, Mel. The kids are laughing at me.
So
this
excited.
is yes.
Oh my gosh. Yes, and you would hit this and
TikTok.
I'm so Bob.
Look at this. Oh my God.
This is how bad. We're sad, aren't we? This is sad.
We're old.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I apologize for interrupting,
Yeah,
but
that's awesome.
this was our TikTok. Yes.
Every student here, go buy a Viewfinder if you can. I'm
I think my
serious.
grandma
It
has
will
one of those.
change
They're
your
awesome.
life. It'll throw you back to like the 1970s, and you have a greater appreciation for what you have today. Everybody needs a Viewfinder.
Yeah, my grandma has one of those. It's a Dora one. It's actually awesome.
Her grandma. Great. Thanks.
I'm old.
Well, it was for me. It was like a kid one, but
Okay, got
yeah. Okay, well, that's it for today. It was so nice to be able to talk to both of you
Thank
after
you.
listening to your show growing up. This is so cool. Yeah. Okay, now it's time to pie some teachers in the face before our intermission.
Mel, you read better than me. Come on, let's go. We're gonna go over here. I love it. Wow, we got teachers, Mel. Here, grab your mic. No, you read it.
Oh no, you start. With hello, everyone.
Oh, do I have to read this verbatim? Oh, do I have to get in the shot? Yes. Okay. So why? Hello, everyone. I'm here. I'm here with 3 winners of the annual Make-A-Wish Pie a Teacher.
Ooh, teacher contest. Okay, joining us today, we have teacher number 5, Mrs. Kelly. She can't raise her hand. Teacher number 4, Mrs. Spiller. Am I saying that right? And teacher number 3, Mr. Gillis.
And so I do have a question. I do have one question for you, Mrs. Kelly. Why did you not choose to go with the really amazing-looking swim cap?
I wasn't told about it. I didn't get the memo about the swim cap.
You didn't get the memo about the goggles and the swim cap because
my student Mia ran and got me the trash bag. I didn't have anything. I just showed up.
you would have been trash bagless and no swim cap, which would have made for an amazing event.
Would have. Yes, it would have.
All right, are you guys? Is everybody ready? Yeah. Are you guys ready? Hey, Mel, let's trade spaces. You get right there. All right, here we go. Are we ready? Count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, pie!
Oh, that's bad. Oh, man.
Do you see what happens when they let the pies in these hot lamps for too long? They get kind of drippy.
All right, you're up.
Thank you to our wonderful teachers who participated in this year's Pie a Teacher contest. Stay tuned to see 2 more teachers get pie.
And don't forget, if you would like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish in Plum's name, you need to call 412-471-WISH or 412-471-9474.
Now, let's see. Do we have to flip it to the next page to read?
I don't know. I think we might be done.
No. Yeah, we're done.
We're done. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.